The Baron de Gleichen followed this system and took great quantities of senna leaves, expecting to live for 200 years. He died, however, at 73. The Duchess de Choiseul was desirous of following the same system, but the Duke, her husband, in much wrath forbade her to follow any system prescribed by a man who had so equivocal a reputation as Monsieur de Saint-Germain. Madame du Hausset says she saw Saint-Germain and conversed with him several times. He appeared to her to be about 50 years of age, was of the middle size, and had fine expressive features. His dress was always simple but displayed much taste. He usually wore diamond rings of great value, and his watch and snuff-box were ornamented with a profusion of precious stones. One day, at Madame du Pompadour's apartments, where the principal courtiers were assembled, Saint-Germain made his appearance in diamond knee and shoe buckles of so fine a water that Madame said she did not think the king had any equal to them. He was entreated to pass into the antechamber and undo them, which he did, and brought them to Madame for closer inspection. Monsieur de Ganton, who was present, said their value could not be less than 200,000 livres, or upwards of £8,000 sterling. The Baron de Gleichen, in his memoirs, relates that the Count one day showed him so many diamonds that he thought he saw before him all the treasures of Aladdin's lamp, and adds that he had had great experience in precious stones, and was convinced that all those possessed by the Count were genuine. On another occasion, Saint-Germain showed Madame du Pompadour a small box containing topazes, emeralds, and diamonds worth 500,000 of livres. He affected to despise all this wealth, to make the world more easily believe that he could, like the Rosicrucians, draw precious stones out of the earth by the magic of his song. He gave away a great number of these jewels to the ladies of the court, and Madame du Pompadour was so charmed with his generosity that she gave him a richly enamelled snuff-box as a token of her regard, on the lid of which was beautifully painted a portrait of Socrates or some other Greek sage to whom she compared him. He was not only lavish to the mistresses, but to the maids. Madame du Hausset says, "The Count came to see Madame du Pompadour, who was very ill, and lay on the sofa. He showed her diamonds enough to furnish a king's treasury. Madame sent for me to see all those beautiful things. I looked at them with an air of the utmost astonishment, but I made signs to her that I thought them all false. The Count felt for something in a pocketbook about twice as large as a spectacle case, and at length drew out 2 or 3 little paper packets which he unfolded and exhibited a superb ruby. He threw on the table with a contemptuous air a little cross of green and white stones. I looked at it and said it was not to be despised. I then put it on and admired it greatly. The Count begged me to accept it. I refused. He urged me to take it. At length he pressed so warmly that Madame, seeing it could not be worth more than 1,000 livres, made me a sign to accept it. I took the cross, much pleased with the Count's politeness." How the adventurer obtained his wealth remains a secret. He could not have made it all by the sale of his elixir vitae in Germany, though no doubt some portion of it was derived from that source. Voltaire positively says he was in the pay of foreign governments, and in his letter to the King of Prussia, dated the 5th of April 1758, says that he was initiated in all the secrets of Choiseul, Kaunitz, and Pitt. Of what use he could be to any of those ministers, and to Choiseul especially, is a mystery of mysteries. There appears no doubt that he possessed the secret of removing spots from diamonds, and in all probability he gained considerable sums by buying at inferior prices such as had flaws in them, and afterwards disposing of them at a profit of cent per cent. Madame du Hausset relates the following anecdote on this particular. "The king," says she, "ordered a middling-sized diamond which had a flaw in it to be brought to him. After having it weighed, His Majesty said to the Count, 'The value of this diamond as it is, and with the flaw in it, is 6,000 livres. Without the flaw, it would be worth at least 10,000. Will you undertake to make me a gainer of 4,000 livres?' Saint-Germain examined it very attentively and said, 'It is possible, it may be done. I will bring it you again in a month.' At the time appointed, the Count brought back the diamond without a spot and gave it to the king. It was wrapped in a cloth of amianthos, which he took off. The king had it weighed immediately and found it very little diminished. His Majesty then sent it to his jeweller by Monsieur de Ganton, without telling him of anything that had passed. The jeweller gave 9,600 livres for it. The king, however, sent for the diamond back again and said he would keep it as a curiosity. He could not overcome his surprise and said Monsieur de Saint-Germain must be worth millions, especially if he possessed the secret of making large diamonds out of small ones. The Count neither said that he could or could not, but positively asserted that he knew how to make pearls grow and give them the finest water. The king paid him great attention, and so did Madame du Pompadour. Monsieur de Quesnoy once said that Saint-Germain was a quack, but the king reprimanded him. In fact, His Majesty appears infatuated by him, and sometimes talks of him as if his descent were illustrious. Saint-Germain had a most amusing vagabond for a servant, to whom he would often appeal for corroboration when relating some wonderful event that happened centuries before. The fellow, who was not without ability, generally corroborated him in a most satisfactory manner. Upon one occasion, his master was telling a party of ladies and gentlemen at dinner some conversation he had had in Palestine with King Richard I, of England, whom he described as a very particular friend of his. Signs of astonishment and incredulity were visible on the faces of the company, upon which Saint-Germain very coolly turned to his servant, who stood behind his chair, and asked him if he had not spoken truth. "I really cannot say," replied the man without moving a muscle. "You forget, sir, I have only been 500 years in your service." "Ah, true," said his master. "I remember now. It was a little before your time." Occasionally, when with men whom he could not so easily dupe, he gave utterance to the contempt with which he could scarcely avoid regarding such gaping credulity. "These fools of Parisians," said he to the Baron de Gleichen, "believe me to be more than 500 years old, and since they will have it so, I confirm them in their idea. Not but that I really am much older than I appear." Many other stories are related of this strange impostor, but enough have been quoted to show his character and pretensions. It appears that he endeavoured to find the philosopher's stone, but never boasted of possessing it. The Prince of Hesse-Kassel, whom he had known years before in Germany, wrote urgent letters to him, entreating him to quit Paris and reside with him. Saint-Germain at last consented. Nothing further is known of his career. There were no gossiping memoir writers at the court of Hesse-Kassel to chronicle his sayings and doings. He died at Schleswig, under the roof of his friend the prince, in the year 1784. This famous charlatan, the friend and successor of Saint-Germain, ran a career still more extraordinary. He was the arch-quack of his age, the last of the great pretenders to the philosopher's stone and the water of life, and during his brief season of prosperity, one of the most conspicuous characters of Europe. His real name was Joseph Balsamo. He was born at Palermo about the year 1743 of humble parentage. He had the misfortune to lose his father during his infancy, and his education was left in consequence to some relatives of his mother, the latter being too poor to afford him any instruction beyond mere reading and writing. He was sent in his 15th year to a monastery to be taught the elements of chemistry and physic, but his temper was so impetuous, his indolence so invincible, and his vicious habits so deeply rooted that he made no progress. After remaining some years, he left it with the character of an uninformed and dissipated young man, with good natural talents but a bad disposition. When he became of age, he abandoned himself to a life of riot and debauchery, and entered himself, in fact, into that celebrated fraternity, known in France and Italy as the Knights of Industry, and in England as the Swell Mob. He was far from being an idle or unwilling member of the corps. The first way in which he distinguished himself was by forging orders of admission to the theatres. He afterwards robbed his uncle and counterfeited a will. For acts like these, he paid frequent compulsory visits to the prisons of Palermo. Somehow or other he acquired the character of a sorcerer, of a man who had failed in discovering the secrets of alchemy, and had sold his soul to the devil for the gold which he was not able to make by means of transmutation. He took no pains to disabuse the popular mind on this particular, but rather encouraged the belief than otherwise. He at last made use of it to cheat a silversmith named Morano of about 60 ounces of gold, and was in consequence obliged to leave Palermo. He persuaded this man that he could show him a treasure hidden in a cave, for which service he was to receive the 60 ounces of gold, while the silversmith was to have all the treasure for the mere trouble of digging it up. They went together at midnight to an excavation in the vicinity of Palermo, where Balsamo drew a magic circle and invoked the devil to show his treasures. Suddenly there appeared 6 fellows, the accomplices of the swindler, dressed to represent devils, with horns on their heads, claws to their fingers, and vomiting apparently red and blue flame. They were armed with pitchforks, with which they belaboured poor Morano till he was almost dead, and robbed him of his 60 ounces of gold and all the valuables he carried about his person. They then made off, accompanied by Balsamo, leaving the unlucky silversmith to recover or die at his leisure. Nature chose the former course, and soon after daylight he was restored to his senses, smarting in body from his blows and in spirit for the deception of which he had been the victim. His first impulse was to denounce Balsamo to the magistrates of the town. But on further reflection, he was afraid of the ridicule that a full exposure of all the circumstances would draw upon him. He therefore took the truly Italian resolution of being revenged on Balsamo by murdering him at the first convenient opportunity. Having given utterance to this threat in the hearing of a friend of Balsamo, it was reported to the latter, who immediately packed up his valuables and quitted Europe. He chose Medina in Arabia for his future dwelling place, and there became acquainted with a Greek named Altotas, a man exceedingly well versed in all the languages of the East, and an indefatigable student of alchemy. He possessed an invaluable collection of Arabian manuscripts on his favorite science, and studied them with such unremitting industry that he found he had not sufficient time to attend to his crucibles and furnaces without neglecting his books. He was looking about for an assistant when Balsamo opportunely presented himself, and made so favourable an impression that he was at once engaged in that capacity. But the relation of master and servant did not long subsist between them. Balsamo was too ambitious and too clever to play a secondary part, and within 15 days of their first acquaintance, they were bound together as friends and partners. Altotas, in the course of a long life devoted to alchemy, had stumbled upon some valuable discoveries in chemistry, one of which was an ingredient for improving the manufacture of flax and imparting to goods of that material a gloss and softness almost equal to silk. Balsamo gave him the good advice to leave the philosopher's stone for the present undiscovered and make gold out of their flax. The advice was taken, and they proceeded together to Alexandria to trade with a large stock of that article. They stayed 40 days in Alexandria and gained a considerable sum by their venture. They afterwards visited other cities in Egypt and were equally successful. They also visited Turkey, where they sold drugs and amulets. On their return to Europe, they were driven by stress of weather into Malta and were hospitably received by Pinto, the Grand Master of the Knights, and a famous alchemist. They worked in his laboratory for some months and tried hard to change a pewter platter into a silver one. Balsamo, having less faith than his companions, was sooner wearied, and obtaining from his host many letters of introduction to Rome and Naples, he left him and Altotas to find the philosopher's stone and transmute the pewter platter without him. He had long since dropped the name of Balsamo on account of the many ugly associations that clung to it, and during his travels had assumed at least half a score others, with titles annexed to them. He called himself sometimes the Chevalier de Ficcio, the Marquis de Melissa, the Baron de Belmonte, de Pellegrini, d'Arna, de Phoenix, de Harat, but most commonly the Count de Cagliostro. Under the latter title he entered Rome, and never afterwards changed it. In this city he gave himself out as the restorer of the Rosicrucian philosophy, said he could transmute all metals into gold, that he could render himself invisible, cure all diseases, and administer an elixir against old age and decay. His letters from the Grand Master Pinto procured him an introduction into the best families. He made money rapidly by the sale of his elixir vitae, and, like other quacks, performed many remarkable cures by inspiring his patients with the most complete faith and reliance upon his powers, an advantage which the most impudent charlatans often possess over the regular practitioner. While thus in a fair way of making his fortune, he became acquainted with the beautiful Lorenza Feliciana, a young lady of noble birth but without fortune. Cagliostro soon discovered that she possessed accomplishments that were invaluable. Besides her ravishing beauty, she had the readiest wit, the most engaging manners, the most fertile imagination, and the least principle of any of the maidens of Rome. She was just the wife for Cagliostro, who proposed himself to her and was accepted. After their marriage, he instructed his fair Lorenza in all the secrets of his calling, taught her pretty lips to invoke angels, and genii, sylphs, salamanders, and undines, and when need required, devils and evil spirits. Lorenza was an apt scholar. She soon learned all the jargon of the alchemists and all the spells of the enchanters, and thus accomplished the hopeful pair set out on their travels to levy contributions on the superstitious and the credulous. They first went to Schleswig on a visit to the Count de Saint-Germain, their great predecessor in the art of making dupes, and were received by him in the most magnificent manner. They no doubt fortified their minds for the career they had chosen by the sage discourse of that worshipful gentleman, for immediately after they left him, they began their operations. They traveled for 3 or 4 years in Russia, Poland, and Germany, transmuting metals, telling fortunes, raising spirits, and selling the elixir vitae wherever they went. But there is no record of their doings from whence to draw a more particular detail. It was not until they made their appearance in England in 1776 that the names of the Count and Countess de Cagliostro began to acquire a European reputation. They arrived in London in the July of that year, possessed of property in plate, jewels, and specie, to the amount of about £3,000. They hired apartments in Whitcomb Street and lived for some months quietly. In the same house there lodged a Portuguese woman named Blavery, who, being in necessitous circumstances, was engaged by the Count as interpreter. She was constantly admitted into his laboratory, where he spent much of his time in search of the philosopher's stone. She spread abroad the fame of her entertainer in return for his hospitality, and laboured hard to impress everybody with as full a belief in his extraordinary powers as she felt herself. But as a female interpreter of the rank and appearance of Madame Blavery did not exactly correspond with the Count's notions either of dignity or decorum, he hired a person named Vitellini, a teacher of languages, to act in that capacity. Vitellini was a desperate gambler, a man who had tried almost every resource to repair his ruined fortunes, including among the rest the search for the philosopher's stone. Immediately that he saw the Count's operations, he was convinced that the great secret was his, and that the golden gates of the Palace of Fortune were open to let him in. With still more enthusiasm than Madame Blavery, he held forth to his acquaintance, and in all public places, that the Count was an extraordinary man, a true adept, whose fortune was immense, and who could transmute into pure and solid gold as much lead, iron, and copper as he pleased. The consequence was that the house of Cagliostro was besieged by crowds of the idle, the credulous, and the avaricious, all eager to obtain a sight of the philosopher, or to share in the boundless wealth which he could call into existence. Unfortunately for Cagliostro, he had fallen into evil hands. Instead of duping the people of England as he might have done, he became himself the victim of a gang of swindlers, who, with the fullest reliance on his occult powers, only sought to make money of him. Vitellini introduced to him a ruined gambler like himself, named Scott, whom he represented as a Scottish nobleman, attracted to London solely by his desire to see and converse with the extraordinary man whose fame had spread to the distant mountains of the north. Cagliostro received him with great kindness and cordiality, and Lord Scott thereupon introduced a woman named Fry as Lady Scott, who was to act as chaperone to the Countess de Cagliostro and make her acquainted with all the noble families of Britain. Thus things went swimmingly. His lordship, whose effects had not arrived from Scotland, and who had no banker in London, borrowed £200 of the Count. They were lent without scruple, so flattered was Cagliostro by the attentions they paid him, the respect, nay veneration they pretended to feel for him, and the complete deference with which they listened to every word that fell from his lips. Superstitious like all desperate gamesters, Scott had often tried magical and cabalistic numbers in the hope of discovering lucky numbers in the lottery or at the roulette tables. He had in his possession a cabalistic manuscript containing various arithmetical combinations of the kind, which he submitted to Cagliostro with an urgent request that he would select a number. Cagliostro took the manuscript and studied it, but, as he himself informs us, with no confidence in its truth. He, however, predicted 20 as the successful number for the 6th of November following. Scott ventured a small sum upon this number out of the £200 he had borrowed, and won. Cagliostro, incited by this success, prognosticated number 25 for the next drawing. Scott tried again and won 100 guineas. The numbers 55 and 57 were announced with equal success for the 18th of the same month, to the no small astonishment and delight of Cagliostro, who thereupon resolved to try fortune for himself and not for others. To all the entreaties of Scott and his lady that he would predict more numbers for them, he turned a deaf ear, even while he still thought him a lord and a man of honour. But when he discovered that he was a mere swindler, and the pretended Lady Scott an artful woman of the town, he closed his door upon them and on all their gang. Having complete faith in the supernatural powers of the Count, they were in the deepest distress at having lost his countenance. They tried by every means their ingenuity could suggest to propitiate him again. They implored, they threatened, and endeavoured to bribe him, but all was vain. Cagliostro would neither see nor correspond with them. In the meantime they lived extravagantly, and in the hope of future exhausted all their present gains. They were reduced to the last extremity when Miss Fry obtained access to the Countess and received a guinea from her on the representation that she was starving. Miss Fry, not contented with this, begged her to intercede with her husband, that for the last time he would point out a lucky number in the lottery. The Countess promised to exert her influence, and Cagliostro, thus entreated, named the number 8, at the same time reiterating his determination to have no more to do with any of them. By an extraordinary hazard which filled Cagliostro with surprise and pleasure, number 8 was the greatest prize in the lottery. Miss Fry and her associates cleared 1,500 guineas by the adventure and became more than ever convinced of the occult powers of Cagliostro and strengthened in their determination never to quit him until they had made their fortunes. Out of the proceeds, Miss Fry bought a handsome necklace at a pawnbroker's for 90 guineas. She then ordered a richly chased gold box having 2 compartments to be made at a jeweller's, and putting the necklace in the one, filled the other with a fine aromatic snuff. She then sought another interview with Madame de Cagliostro and urged her to accept the box as a small token of her esteem and gratitude, without mentioning the valuable necklace that was concealed in it. Madame de Cagliostro accepted the present, and was from that hour exposed to the most incessant persecution from all the confederates, Blavary, Vitellini, and the pretended Lord and Lady Scott. They flattered themselves they had regained their lost footing in the house, and came day after day to know lucky numbers in the lottery, sometimes forcing themselves up the stairs and into the Count's laboratory, in spite of the efforts of the servants to prevent them. Cagliostro, exasperated at their pertinacity, threatened to call in the assistance of the magistrates, and taking Miss Fry by the shoulders, pushed her into the street. From that time may be dated the misfortunes of Cagliostro. Miss Fry, at the instigation of her paramour, determined on vengeance. Her first act was to swear a debt of £200 against Cagliostro and to cause him to be arrested for that sum. While he was in custody in a sponging house, Scott, accompanied by a low attorney, broke into his laboratory and carried off a small box, containing, as they believed, the powder of transmutation and a number of Kabbalistic manuscripts and treatises upon alchemy. They also brought an action against him for the recovery of the necklace, and Miss Fry accused both him and his Countess of sorcery and witchcraft, and of foretelling numbers in the lottery by the aid of the devil. This latter charge was actually heard before Mr. Justice Miller. The action of trover for the necklace was tried before the Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, who recommended the parties to submit to arbitration. In the meantime, Cagliostro remained in prison for several weeks, till having procured bail, he was liberated. He was soon after waited upon by an attorney named Reynolds, also deep in the plot, who offered to compromise all the actions upon certain conditions. Scott, who had accompanied him, concealed himself behind the door, and suddenly rushing out, presented a pistol at the heart of Cagliostro, swearing he would shoot him instantly if he would not tell him truly the art of predicting lucky numbers and of transmuting metals. Reynolds, pretending to be very angry, disarmed his accomplice and entreated the Count to satisfy them by fair means and disclose his secrets, promising that if he would do so, they would discharge all the actions and offer him no further molestation. Cagliostro replied that threats and entreaties were alike useless, that he knew no secrets, and that the powder of transmutation of which they had robbed him was of no value to anybody but himself. He offered, however, if they would discharge the actions and return the powder and the manuscripts, to forgive them all the money they had swindled him out of. These conditions were refused, and Scott and Reynolds departed, swearing vengeance against him. Cagliostro appears to have been quite ignorant of the forms of law in England, and to have been without a friend to advise him as to the best course he should pursue. While he was conversing with his Countess on the difficulties that beset them, one of his bail called, and invited him to ride in a hackney coach to the house of a person who would see him righted. Cagliostro consented and was driven to the King's Bench prison, where his friend left him. He did not discover for several hours that he was a prisoner, or in fact, understand the process of being surrendered by one's bail. He regained his liberty in a few weeks, and the arbitrators between him and Miss Fry made their award against him. He was ordered to pay the £200 she had sworn against him, and to restore the necklace and gold box which had been presented to the Countess. Cagliostro was so disgusted that he determined to quit England. His pretensions, besides, had been unmercifully exposed by a Frenchman named Morand, the editor of the Courrier de l'Europe, published in London. To add to his distress, he was recognized in Westminster Hall as Joseph Balsamo, the swindler of Palermo. Such a complication of disgrace was not to be borne. He and his countess packed up their small effects and left England with no more than £50 out of the 3,000 they had brought with them. They first proceeded to Brussels, where fortune was more auspicious. They sold considerable quantities of the elixir of life, performed many cures, and recruited their finances. They then took their course through Germany to Russia, and always with the same success. Gold flowed into their coffers faster than they could count it. They quite forgot all the woes they had endured in England and learned to be more circumspect in the choice of their acquaintance. In the year 1780, they made their appearance in Strasbourg. Their fame had reached that city before them. They took a magnificent hotel and invited all the principal persons of the place to their table. Their wealth appeared to be boundless and their hospitality equal to it. Both the Count and Countess acted as physicians and gave money, advice, and medicine to all the necessitous and suffering of the town. Many of the cures they performed astonished those regular practitioners who did not make sufficient allowance for the wonderful influence of imagination in certain cases. The Countess, who at this time was not more than 25 and all radiant with grace, beauty, and cheerfulness, spoke openly of her eldest son as a fine young man of 28, who had been for some years a captain in the Dutch service. The trick succeeded to admiration. All the ugly old women in Strasbourg, and for miles around, thronged the saloon of the Countess to purchase the liquid which was to make them as blooming as their daughters. The young women came in equal abundance, that they might preserve their charms, and when twice as old as Ninon de l'Enclos, be more captivating than she, while men were not wanting who were fools enough to imagine that they might keep off the inevitable stroke of the grim foe by a few drops of the same incomparable elixir. The Countess, sooth to say, looked like an incarnation of immortal loveliness, a very goddess of youth and beauty, and it is possible that the crowds of young men and old, who at all convenient seasons haunted the perfumed chambers of this enchantress, were attracted less by their belief in her occult powers than from admiration of her languishing bright eyes and sparkling conversation. But amid all the incense that was offered at her shrine, Madame de Cagliostro was ever faithful to her spouse. She encouraged hopes, it is true, but she never realized them. She excited admiration, yet kept it within bounds, and made men her slaves without ever granting a favor of which the vainest might boast. In this city they made the acquaintance of many eminent persons and, among others, of the Cardinal Prince de Rohan, who was destined afterwards to exercise so untoward an influence over their fate. The Cardinal, who seems to have had great faith in him as a philosopher, persuaded him to visit Paris in his company, which he did, but remained only 13 days. He preferred the society of Strasbourg and returned thither with the intention of fixing his residence far from the capital. But he soon found that the first excitement of his arrival had passed away. People began to reason with themselves and to be ashamed of their own admiration. The populace, among whom he had lavished his charity with a bountiful hand, accused him of being the Antichrist, the wandering Jew, the man of 1400 years of age, a demon in human shape, sent to lure the ignorant to their destruction, while the more opulent and better informed called him a spy in the pay of foreign governments, an agent of the police, a swindler, and a man of evil life. The outcry grew at last so strong that he deemed it prudent to try his fortune elsewhere. He went first to Naples, but that city was too near Palermo. He dreaded recognition from some of his early friends and after a short stay returned to France. He chose Bordeaux as his next dwelling place and created as great a sensation there as he had done in Strasbourg. He announced himself as the founder of a new school of medicine and philosophy, boasted of his ability to cure all diseases, and invited the poor and suffering to visit him, and he would relieve the distress of the one class and cure the ailings of the other. All day long the street opposite his magnificent hotel was crowded by the populace, the halt and the blind, women with sick babes in their arms, and persons suffering under every species of human infirmity flocked to this wonderful doctor. The relief he afforded in money more than counterbalanced the failure of his nostrums, and the affluence of people from all the surrounding country became so great that the jurates of the city granted him a military guard to be stationed day and night before his door to keep order. The anticipations of Cagliostro were realized. The rich were struck with admiration of his charity and benevolence, and impressed with a full conviction of his marvelous powers. The sale of the elixir went on admirably. His saloons were thronged with wealthy dupes who came to purchase immortality. Beauty, that would endure for centuries was the attraction for the fair sex. Health and strength for the same period were the baits held out to the other. His charming countess, in the meantime, brought grist to the mill by telling fortunes and casting nativities, or granting attendant sylphs to any ladies who would pay sufficiently for their services. What was still better, as tending to keep up the credit of her husband, she gave the most magnificent parties in Bordeaux. But as at Strasbourg, the popular delusion lasted for a few months only and burned itself out. Cagliostro forgot, in the intoxication of success, that there was a limit to quackery which once past inspired distrust. When he pretended to call spirits from the tomb, people became incredulous. He was accused of being an enemy to religion, of denying Christ, and of being the wandering Jew. He despised these rumors as long as they were confined to a few, but when they spread over the town, when he received no more fees, when his parties were abandoned and his acquaintance turned away when they met him in the street, he thought it high time to shift his quarters. He was by this time wearied of the provinces and turned his thoughts to the capital. On his arrival, he announced himself as the restorer of Egyptian Freemasonry and the founder of a new philosophy. He immediately made his way into the best society by means of his friend the Cardinal de Rohan. His success as a magician was quite extraordinary. The most considerable persons of the time visited him. He boasted of being able, like the Rosicrucians, to converse with the elementary spirits, to invoke the mighty dead from the grave, to transmute metals, and to discover occult things by means of the special protection of God towards him. Like Dr. Dee, he summoned the angels to reveal the future, and they appeared and conversed with him in crystals and under glass bells. There was hardly, says the Biographie des Contemporains, a fine lady in Paris who would not sup with the shade of Lucretius in the apartments of Cagliostro, a military officer who would not discuss the art of war with Caesar, Hannibal, or Alexander, or an advocate or counselor who would not argue legal points with the ghost of Cicero. These interviews with the departed were very expensive, for, as Cagliostro said, the dead would not rise for nothing. The Countess, as usual, exercised all her ingenuity to support her husband's credit. She was a great favourite with her own sex, to many a delighted and wondering auditory of whom she detailed the marvellous powers of Cagliostro. She said he could render himself invisible, traverse the world with the rapidity of thought, and be in several places at the same time. He had not been long at Paris before he became involved in the celebrated affair of the Queen's necklace. His friend, the Cardinal de Rohan, enamoured of the charms of Marie Antoinette, was in sore distress at her coldness and the displeasure she had so often manifested against him. There was at that time a lady named Lamotte in the service of the Queen, of whom the Cardinal was foolish enough to make a confidant. Madame de Lamotte, in return, endeavoured to make a tool of the Cardinal and succeeded but too well in her projects. In her capacity of chamberwoman, or lady of honour to the Queen, she was present at an interview between Her Majesty and Monsieur Bémer, a wealthy jeweller of Paris, when the latter offered for sale a magnificent diamond necklace, valued at 1,600,000 francs, or about £64,000 sterling. The Queen admired it greatly, but dismissed the jeweller, with the expression of her regret that she was too poor to purchase it. Madame de Lamotte formed a plan to get this costly ornament into her own possession, and determined to make the Cardinal de Rohan the instrument by which to effect it. She therefore sought an interview with him, and pretending to sympathize in his grief for the Queen's displeasure, told him she knew a way by which he might be restored to favour. She then mentioned the necklace and the sorrow of the Queen that she could not afford to buy it. The Cardinal, who was as wealthy as he was foolish, immediately offered to purchase the necklace and make a present of it to the Queen. Madame de Lamotte told him by no means to do so, as he would thereby offend Her Majesty. His plan would be to induce the jeweller to give Her Majesty credit and accept her promissory note for the amount at a certain date, to be hereafter agreed upon. The Cardinal readily agreed to the proposal and instructed the jeweller to draw up an agreement, and he would procure the Queen's signature. He placed this in the hands of Madame de Lamotte, who returned it shortly afterwards with the words "Bon bon, approve, Marie Antoinette," written in the margin. She told him at the same time that the Queen was highly pleased with his conduct in the matter, and would appoint a meeting with him in the gardens of Versailles, when she would present him with a flower as a token of her regard. The Cardinal showed the forged document to the jeweller, obtained the necklace and delivered it into the hands of Madame de Lamotte. So far all was well. Her next object was to satisfy the Cardinal, who awaited impatiently the promised interview with his royal mistress. There was at that time in Paris a young woman named d'Oliva, noted for her resemblance to the Queen, and Madame de la Motte, on the promise of a handsome reward, found no difficulty in persuading her to personate Marie Antoinette and meet the Cardinal de Rohan at the evening twilight in the gardens of Versailles. The meeting took place accordingly. The cardinal was deceived by the uncertain light, the great resemblance of the counterfeit, and his own hopes, and having received the flower from Mademoiselle d'Oliva, went home with a lighter heart than had beat in his bosom for many a day. In the course of time, the forgery of the Queen's signature was discovered. Boehmer the jeweller immediately named the Cardinal de Rohan and Madame de la Motte as the persons with whom he had negotiated, and they were both arrested and thrown into the Bastille. La Motte was subjected to a rigorous examination, and the disclosures she made implicating Cagliostro, he was seized, along with his wife, and also sent to the Bastille. A story involving so much scandal necessarily excited great curiosity. Nothing was to be heard of in Paris but the Queen's necklace, with surmises of the guilt or innocence of the several parties implicated. The husband of Madame de la Motte escaped to England, and in the opinion of many took the necklace with him, and there disposed of it to different jewellers in small quantities at a time. But Madame de la Motte insisted that she had entrusted it to Cagliostro, who had seized and taken it to pieces to swell the treasures of his immense unequalled fortune. She spoke of him as an empiric, a mean alchemist, a dreamer on the philosopher's stone, a false prophet, a profaner of the true worship, the self-dubbed Count Cagliostro. She further said that he originally conceived the project of ruining the Cardinal de Rohan, that he persuaded her, by the exercise of some magic influence over her mind, to aid and abet the scheme, and that he was a robber, a swindler, and a sorcerer. After all the accused parties had remained for upwards of 6 months in the Bastille, the trial commenced. The depositions of the witnesses having been heard, Cagliostro, as the principal culprit, was first called upon for his defence. He was listened to with the most breathless attention. He put himself into a theatrical attitude, and thus began, "I am oppressed, I am accused, I am calumniated. Have I deserved this fate? I descend into my conscience, and I there find the peace that men refuse me. I have travelled a great deal. I am known over all Europe and a great part of Asia and Africa. I have everywhere shown myself the friend of my fellow creatures. My knowledge, my time, my fortune have ever been employed in the relief of distress. I have studied and practised medicine, but I have never degraded that most noble and most consoling of arts by mercenary speculations of any kind. Though always giving and never receiving, I have preserved my independence. I have even carried my delicacy so far as to refuse the favours of kings. I have given gratuitously my remedies and my advice to the rich. The poor have received from me both remedies and money. I have never contracted any debts, and my manners are pure and uncorrupted." After much more self-laudation of the same kind, he went on to complain of the great hardships he had endured in being separated for so many months from his innocent and loving wife, who, as he was given to understand, had been detained in the Bastille and perhaps chained in an unwholesome dungeon. He denied unequivocally that he had the necklace, or that he had ever seen it, and to silence the rumours and accusations against him, which his own secrecy with regard to the events of his life had perhaps originated, he expressed himself ready to satisfy the curiosity of the public and to give a plain and full account of his career. He then told a romantic and incredible tale, which imposed upon no one. He said he neither knew the place of his birth nor the name of his parents, but that he spent his infancy in Medina, in Arabia, and was brought up under the name of Akarat. He lived in the palace of the great Mufti in that city, and always had 3 servants to wait upon him, besides his preceptor, named Al-Thotas. This Al-Thotas was very fond of him, and told him that his father and mother, who were Christians and nobles, died when he was 3 months old, and left him in the care of the Mufti. He could never, he said, ascertain their names, for whenever he asked Al-Thotas the question, he was told that it would be dangerous for him to know. Some incautious expressions dropped by his preceptor gave him reason to think they were from Malta. At the age of 12 he began his travels and learned the various languages of the East. He remained 3 years in Mecca, where the Sharif, or governor, showed him so much kindness and spoke to him so tenderly and affectionately that he sometimes thought that personage was his father. He quitted this good man with tears in his eyes and never saw him afterwards, but he was convinced that he was, even at that moment, indebted to his care for all the advantages he enjoyed. Whenever he arrived in any city, either of Europe or Asia, he found an account opened for him at the principal bankers or merchants. He could draw upon them to the amount of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and no questions were ever asked beyond his name. He had only to mention the word Akarat, and all his wants were supplied. He firmly believed that the Sharif of Mecca was the friend to whom all was owing. This was the secret of his wealth, and he had no occasion to resort to swindling for a livelihood. It was not worth his while to steal a diamond necklace when he had wealth enough to purchase as many as he pleased, and more magnificent ones than had ever been worn by a queen of France. As to the other charges brought against him by Madame de la Motte, he had but a short answer to give. She had called him an empiric. He was not unfamiliar with the word. If it meant a man who, without being a physician, had some knowledge of medicine and took no fees, who cured both rich and poor and took no money from either, he confessed that he was such a man, that he was an empiric. She had also called him a mean alchemist. Whether he were an alchemist or not, the epithet mean could only be applied to those who begged and cringed, and he had never done either. As regarded his being a dreamer about the philosopher's stone, whatever his opinions upon that subject might be, he had been silent and had never troubled the public with his dreams. Then, as to his being a false prophet, he had not always been so, for he had prophesied to the Cardinal de Rohan that Madame de la Motte would prove a dangerous woman, and the result had verified the prediction. He denied that he was a profaner of the true worship, or that he had ever striven to bring religion into contempt. On the contrary, he respected every man's religion and never meddled with it. He also denied that he was a Rosicrucian, or that he had ever pretended to be 300 years of age, or to have had one man in his service for 150 years. In conclusion, he said every statement that Madame de la Motte had made regarding him was false, and that she was mentiris impudentissime, which two words he begged her counsel to translate for her, as it was not polite to tell her so in French. Such was the substance of his extraordinary answer to the charges against him, an answer which convinced those who were before doubtful that he was one of the most impudent impostors that had ever run the career of deception. Counsel were then heard on behalf of the Cardinal de Rohan and Madame de la Motte. It appearing clearly that the Cardinal was himself the dupe of a vile conspiracy, and there being no evidence against Cagliostro, they were both acquitted. Madame de la Motte was found guilty, and sentenced to be publicly whipped, and branded with a hot iron on the back. Cagliostro and his wife were then discharged from custody. On applying to the officers of the Bastille for the papers and effects which had been seized at his lodgings, he found that many of them had been abstracted. He thereupon brought an action against them for the recovery of his manuscripts, and a small portion of the powder of transmutation. Before the affair could be decided, he received orders to quit Paris within 24 hours, fearing that if he were once more enclosed in the dungeons of the Bastille he should never see daylight again. He took his departure immediately and proceeded to England. On his arrival in London, he made the acquaintance of the notorious Lord George Gordon, who espoused his cause warmly, and inserted a letter in the public papers, animadverting upon the conduct of the Queen of France in the affair of the necklace, and asserting that she was really the guilty party. For this letter, Lord George was exposed to a prosecution at the instance of the French ambassador, found guilty of libel, and sentenced to fine and a long imprisonment. Cagliostro and the Countess afterwards travelled in Italy, where they were arrested by the papal government in 1789 and condemned to death. The charges against him were that he was a Freemason, a heretic, and a sorcerer. This unjustifiable sentence was afterwards commuted into one of perpetual imprisonment in the castle of St. Angelo. His wife was allowed to escape severer punishment by immuring herself in a nunnery. Cagliostro did not long survive. The loss of liberty preyed upon his mind. Accumulated misfortunes had injured his health and broken his spirit, and he died early in 1790. His fate may have been no better than he deserved, but it is impossible not to feel that his sentence for the crimes assigned was utterly disgraceful to the government that pronounced it. We have now finished the list of the persons who have most distinguished themselves in this unprofitable pursuit. Among them are men of all ranks, characters and conditions, the truth-seeking but erring philosopher, the ambitious prince and the needy noble who have believed in it, as well as the designing charlatan who has not believed in it, but has merely made the pretension to it the means of cheating his fellows and living upon their credulity. One or more of all these classes will be found in the foregoing pages. It will be seen from the record of their lives that the delusion was not altogether without its uses. Men, in striving to gain too much, do not always overreach themselves. If they cannot arrive at the inaccessible mountaintop, they may perhaps get halfway towards it, and pick up some scraps of wisdom and knowledge on the road. The useful science of chemistry is not a little indebted to its spurious brother of alchemy. Many valuable discoveries have been made in that search for the impossible, which might otherwise have been hidden for centuries yet to come. Roger Bacon, in searching for the philosopher's stone, discovered gunpowder, a still more extraordinary substance. Van Helmont, in the same pursuit, discovered the properties of gas. Geber made discoveries in chemistry which were equally important, and Paracelsus, amidst his perpetual visions of the transmutation of metals, found that mercury was a remedy for one of the most odious and excruciating of all the diseases that afflict humanity. In our day, little mention is made in Europe of any new devotees of the science, though it is affirmed that one or two of our most illustrious men of science do not admit the pursuit to be so absurd and vain as it has been commonly considered in recent times. The belief in witchcraft, which is scarcely more absurd, still lingers in the popular mind. But few are so credulous as to believe that any elixir could make man live for centuries, or turn all our iron and pewter into gold. Alchemy, in Europe, may be said to be almost wholly exploded, but in the East it still flourishes in as great repute as ever. Recent travellers make constant mention of it, especially in China, Hindustan, Persia, Tartary, Egypt, and Arabia. An epidemic terror of the end of the world has several times spread over the nations. The most remarkable was that which seized Christendom about the middle of the 10th century. Numbers of fanatics appeared in France, Germany, and Italy at that time, preaching that the 1,000 years prophesied in the Apocalypse as the term of the world's duration were about to expire, and that the Son of Man would appear in the clouds to judge the godly and the ungodly. The delusion appears to have been discouraged by the Church, but it nevertheless spread rapidly among the people. The scene of the Last Judgment was expected to be at Jerusalem. In the year 999, the number of pilgrims proceeding eastward to await the coming of the Lord in that city was so great that they were compared to a desolating army. Most of them sold their goods and possessions before they quitted Europe and lived upon the proceeds in the Holy Land. Buildings of every sort were suffered to fall into ruins. It was thought useless to repair them when the end of the world was so near. Many noble edifices were deliberately pulled down. Even churches, usually so well maintained, shared the general neglect. Knights, citizens, and serfs travelled eastwards in company, taking with them their wives and children, singing psalms as they went, and looking with fearful eyes upon the sky, which they expected each minute to open, to let the Son of God descend in his glory. During the 1,000th year, the number of pilgrims increased. Most of them were smitten with terror as with a plague. Every phenomenon of nature filled them with alarm. A thunderstorm sent them all upon their knees in mid-March. It was the opinion that thunder was the voice of God, announcing the day of judgment. Numbers expected the earth to open and give up its dead at the sound. Every meteor in the sky seen at Jerusalem brought the whole Christian population into the streets to weep and pray. The pilgrims on the road were in the same alarm. Lorsque, pendant la nuit, un globe de lumière s'échappe quelquefois de la voûte des cieux, et traquant sa chute en long sillon de feu, la troupe suspendit sa marche solitaire. Fanatic preachers kept up the flame of terror. Every shooting star furnished occasion for a sermon, in which the sublimity of the approaching judgment was the principal topic. The appearance of comets has been often thought to foretell the speedy dissolution of this world. Part of this belief still exists, but the comet is no longer looked upon as the sign, but the agent of destruction. So lately as in the year 1832, the greatest alarms spread over the continent of Europe, especially in Germany, lest the comet, whose appearance was then foretold by astronomers, should destroy the Earth. The danger of our globe was gravely discussed. Many persons refrained from undertaking or concluding any business during that year, in consequence solely of their apprehension that this terrible comet would dash us and our world to atoms. During seasons of great pestilence, men have often believed the prophecies of crazed fanatics that the end of the world was come. Credulity is always greatest in times of calamity. During the Great Plague, which ravaged all Europe between the years 1345 and 1350, it was generally considered that the end of the world was at hand. Pretended prophets were to be found in all the principal cities of Germany, France, and Italy, predicting that within 10 years the trump of the archangel would sound and the Saviour appear in the clouds to call the earth to judgment. No little consternation was created in London in 1736 by the prophecy of the famous Whiston that the world would be destroyed in that year on the 13th of October. Crowds of people went out on the appointed day to Islington, Hampstead, and the fields intervening to see the destruction of London, which was to be the beginning of the end. A satirical account of this folly is given in Swift's Miscellanies, Volume 3, entitled A True and Faithful Narrative of What Passed in London on a Rumour of the Day of Judgment. An authentic narrative of this delusion would be interesting, but this solemn witticism of Pope and Gay is not to be depended upon. In the year 1761, the citizens of London were alarmed by 2 shocks of an earthquake and the prophecy of a third, which was to destroy them altogether. The first shock was felt on the 8th of February and threw down several chimneys in the neighbourhood of Limehouse and Poplar. The second happened on the 8th of March and was chiefly felt in the north of London and towards Hampstead and Highgate. It soon became the subject of general remark that there was exactly an interval of a month between the shocks, and a crack-brained fellow named Bell, a soldier in the Life Guards, was so impressed with the idea that there would be a third in another month that he lost his senses altogether and ran about the streets predicting the destruction of London on the 5th of April. Most people thought that the first would have been a more appropriate day, but there were not wanting thousands who confidently believed the prediction and took measures to transport themselves and families from the scene of the impending calamity. As the awful day approached, the excitement became intense, and great numbers of credulous people resorted to all the villages within a circuit of 20 miles, awaiting the doom of London. Islington, Highgate, Hampstead, Harrow, and Blackheath were crowded with panic-stricken fugitives who paid exorbitant prices for accommodation to the housekeepers of these secure retreats. Such as could not afford to pay for lodgings at any of those places remained in London until 2 or 3 days before the time, and then encamped in the surrounding fields, awaiting the tremendous shock which was to lay their high city all level with the dust. As happened during a similar panic in the time of Henry VIII, the fear became contagious, and hundreds who had laughed at the prediction a week before packed up their goods when they saw others doing so and hastened away. The river was thought to be a place of great security, and all the merchant vessels in the port were filled with people who passed the night between the 4th and 5th on board, expecting every instant to see St. Paul's totter and the towers of Westminster Abbey rock in the wind and fall amid a cloud of dust. The greater part of the fugitives returned on the following day, convinced that the prophet was a false one, but many judged it more prudent to allow a week to elapse before they trusted their dear limbs in London. Bell lost all credit in a short time, and was looked upon even by the most credulous as a mere madman. He tried some other prophecies, but nobody was deceived by them, and in a few months afterwards, he was confined in a lunatic asylum. A panic terror of the end of the world seized the good people of Leeds and its neighbourhood in the year 1806. It arose from the following circumstances. A hen in a village close by laid eggs on which were inscribed the words, "Christ is coming." Great numbers visited the spot and examined these wondrous eggs, convinced that the day of judgment was near at hand. Like sailors in a storm, expecting every instant to go to the bottom, the believers suddenly became religious, prayed violently, and flattered themselves that they repented them of their evil courses. But a plain tale soon put them down and quenched their religion entirely. Some gentlemen, hearing of the matter, went one fine morning and caught the poor hen in the act of laying one of her miraculous eggs. They soon ascertained beyond doubt that the egg had been inscribed with some corrosive ink and cruelly forced up again into the bird's body. At this explanation, those who had prayed now laughed, and the world wagged as merrily as of yore. At the time of the plague in Milan, in 1630, of which so affecting a description has been left us by Ripamonte in his interesting work, De Peste Mediolani, the people in their distress listened with avidity to the predictions of astrologers and other impostors. It is singular enough that the plague was foretold a year before it broke out. A large comet appearing in 1628, the opinions of astrologers were divided with regard to it. Some insisted that it was a forerunner of a bloody war, others maintained that it predicted a great famine, but the greater number, founding their judgment upon its pale colour, thought it portended a pestilence. The fulfilment of their prediction brought them into great repute while the plague was raging. Other prophecies were current, which were asserted to have been delivered hundreds of years previously. They had a most pernicious effect upon the mind of the vulgar, as they induced a belief in fatalism. By taking away the hope of recovery, that greatest balm in every malady, they increased threefold the ravages of the disease. One singular prediction almost drove the unhappy people mad, an ancient couplet preserved for ages by tradition foretold that in the year 1630 the devil would poison all Milan. Early one morning in April, and before the pestilence had reached its height, the passengers were surprised to see that all the doors in the principal streets of the city were marked with a curious daub or spot, as if a sponge, filled with the purulent matter of the plague sores, had been pressed against them. The whole population was speedily in movement to remark the strange appearance, and the greatest alarm spread rapidly. Every means was taken to discover the perpetrators, but in vain. At last the ancient prophecy was remembered, and prayers were offered up in all the churches that the machinations of the evil one might be defeated. Many persons were of opinion that the emissaries of foreign powers were employed to spread infectious poison over the city, but by far the greater number were convinced that the powers of hell had conspired against them, and that the infection was spread by supernatural agencies. In the meantime, the plague increased fearfully. Distrust and alarm took possession of every mind. Everything was believed to have been poisoned by the devil: the waters of the wells, the standing corn in the fields, and the fruit upon the trees. It was believed that all objects of touch were poisoned: the walls of the houses, the pavements of the streets, and the very handles of the doors. The populace were raised to a pitch of ungovernable fury. A strict watch was kept for the devil's emissaries, and any man who wanted to be rid of an enemy had only to say that he had seen him besmearing a door with ointment. His fate was certain death at the hands of the mob. An old man, upwards of 80 years of age, a daily frequenter of the church of St. Antonio, was seen, on rising from his knees, to wipe with the skirt of his cloak the stool on which he was about to sit down. A cry was raised immediately that he was besmearing the seat with poison. A mob of women, by whom the church was crowded, seized hold of the feeble old man and dragged him out by the hair of his head with horrid oaths and imprecations. He was trailed in this manner through the mire to the house of the municipal judge, that he might be put to the rack and forced to discover his accomplices. But he expired on the way. Many other victims were sacrificed to the popular fury. One Mora, who appears to have been half a chemist and half a barber, was accused of being in league with the devil to poison Milan. His house was surrounded and a number of chemical preparations were found. The poor man asserted that they were intended as preservatives against infection, but some physicians to whom they were submitted declared they were poison. Mora was put to the rack, where he for a long time asserted his innocence. He confessed at last, when his courage was worn down by torture, that he was in league with the devil and foreign powers to poison the whole city, that he had anointed the doors and infected the fountains of water. He named several persons as his accomplices, who were apprehended and put to a similar torture. They were all found guilty and executed. Mora's house was razed to the ground and a column erected on the spot, with an inscription to commemorate his guilt. While the public mind was filled with these marvellous occurrences, the plague continued to increase. The crowds that were brought together to witness the executions spread the infection among one another, but the fury of their passions and the extent of their credulity kept pace with the violence of the plague. Every wonderful and preposterous story was believed. One in particular occupied them to the exclusion, for a long time, of every other. The devil himself had been seen. He had taken a house in Milan in which he prepared his poisonous unguents and furnished them to his emissaries for distribution. One man had brooded over such tales till he became firmly convinced that the wild nights of his own fancy were realities. He stationed himself in the marketplace of Milan and related the following story to the crowds that gathered round him. He was standing, he said, at the door of the cathedral late in the evening, and when there was nobody nigh, he saw a dark-coloured chariot, drawn by 6 milk-white horses, stop close beside him. The chariot was followed by a numerous train of domestics in dark liveries, mounted on dark-coloured steeds. In the chariot there sat a tall stranger of a majestic aspect. His long black hair floated in the wind, fire flashed from his large black eyes, and a curl of ineffable scorn dwelt upon his lips. The look of the stranger was so sublime that he was awed and trembled with fear when he gazed upon him. His complexion was much darker than that of any man he had ever seen, and the atmosphere around him was hot and suffocating. He perceived immediately that he was a being of another world. The stranger, seeing his trepidation, asked him blandly, yet majestically, to mount beside him. He had no power to refuse, and before he was well aware that he had moved, he found himself in the chariot. Onwards they went, with the rapidity of the wind, the stranger speaking no word, until they stopped before a door in the high street of Milan. There was a crowd of people in the street, but to his great surprise, no one seemed to notice the extraordinary equipage and its numerous train. From this he concluded that they were invisible. The house at which they stopped appeared to be a shop, but the interior was like a vast half-ruined palace. He went with his mysterious guide through several large and dimly lighted rooms. In one of them, surrounded by huge pillars of marble, a senate of ghosts was assembled, debating on the progress of the plague. Other parts of the building were enveloped in the thickest darkness, illumined at intervals by flashes of lightning, which allowed him to distinguish a number of gibing and chattering skeletons running about and pursuing each other, or playing at leapfrog over one another's backs. At the rear of the mansion was a wild, uncultivated plot of ground, in the midst of which arose a black rock. Down its sides rushed with fearful noise a torrent of poisonous water, which, insinuating itself through the soil, penetrated to all the springs of the city and rendered them unfit for use. After he had been shown all this, the stranger led him into another large chamber, filled with gold and precious stones, all of which he offered him if he would kneel down and worship him, and consent to smear the doors and houses of Milan with a pestiferous salve which he held out to him. He now knew him to be the devil, and in that moment of temptation, prayed to God to give him strength to resist. His prayer was heard. He refused the bribe. The stranger scowled horribly upon him. A loud clap of thunder burst over his head. The vivid lightning flashed in his eyes, and the next moment he found himself standing alone at the porch of the cathedral. He repeated this strange tale day after day without any variation, and all the populace were firm believers in its truth. Repeated search was made to discover the mysterious house, but all in vain. The man pointed out several as resembling it, which were searched by the police, but the demon of the pestilence was not to be found, nor the hall of ghosts, nor the poisonous fountain, but the minds of the people were so impressed with the idea that scores of witnesses, half crazed by disease, came forward to swear that they also had seen the diabolical stranger and had heard his chariot, drawn by the milk-white steeds, rumbling over the streets at midnight with a sound louder than thunder. The number of persons who confessed that they were employed by the devil to distribute poison is almost incredible. An epidemic frenzy was abroad, which seemed to be as contagious as the plague. Imagination was as disordered as the body, and day after day persons came voluntarily forward to accuse themselves. They generally had the marks of disease upon them, and some died in the act of confession. During the Great Plague of London in 1665, the people listened with similar avidity to the predictions of quacks and fanatics. Defoe says that at that time the people were more addicted to prophecies and astronomical conjurations, dreams, and old wives' tales than ever they were before or since. Almanacs and their predictions frightened them terribly. Even the year before the plague broke out, they were greatly alarmed by the comet which then appeared and anticipated that famine, pestilence, or fire would follow. Enthusiasts, while yet the disease had made but little progress, ran about the streets, predicting that in a few days London would be destroyed. A still more singular instance of the faith in predictions occurred in London in the year 1524. The city swarmed at that time with fortune-tellers and astrologers who were consulted daily by people of every class in society on the secrets of futurity. As early as the month of June 1523, several of them concurred in predicting that, on the first day of February 1524, the waters of the Thames would swell to such a height as to overflow the whole city of London and wash away 10,000 houses. The prophecy met implicit belief. It was reiterated with the utmost confidence month after month, until so much alarm was excited that many families packed up their goods and removed into Kent and Essex. As the time drew nigh, the number of these emigrants increased. In January, droves of workmen might be seen, followed by their wives and children, trudging on foot to the villages within 15 or 20 miles to await the catastrophe. People of a higher class were also to be seen in wagons and other vehicles bound on a similar errand. By the middle of January, at least 20,000 persons had quitted the doomed city, leaving nothing but the bare walls of their homes to be swept away by the impending floods. Many of the richer sort took up their abode on the heights of Highgate, Hampstead and Blackheath, and some erected tents as far away as Waltham Abbey on the north and Croydon on the south of the Thames. Bolton, the prior of St. Bartholomew's, was so alarmed that he erected, at a very great expense, a sort of fortress at Harrow on the Hill, which he stocked with provisions for 2 months. On the 24th of January, a week before the awful day which was to see the destruction of London, he removed thither with the brethren and officers of the priory and all his household. A number of boats were conveyed in wagons to his fortress, furnished abundantly with expert rowers, in case the flood, reaching so high as Harrow, should force them to go farther for a resting place. Many wealthy citizens prayed to share his retreat, but the prior, with a prudent forethought, admitted only his personal friends and those who brought stores of eatables for the blockade. At last the morn, big with the fate of London, appeared in the east. The wondering crowds were astir at an early hour to watch the rising of the waters. The inundation, it was predicted, would be gradual, not sudden, so that they expected to have plenty of time to escape as soon as they saw the bosom of old Thames heave beyond the usual mark. But the majority were too much alarmed to trust to this, and thought themselves safer 10 or 20 miles off. The Thames, unmindful of the foolish crowds upon its banks, flowed on quietly as of yore. The tide ebbed at its usual hour, flowed to its usual height, and then ebbed again, just as if 20 astrologers had not pledged their words to the contrary. Blank were their faces as evening approached, and as blank grew the faces of the citizens to think that they had made such fools of themselves. At last night set in, and the obstinate river would not lift its waters to sweep away even one house out of the 10,000. Still, however, the people were afraid to go to sleep. Many hundreds remained up till dawn of the next day, lest the deluge should come upon them like a thief in the night. On the morrow, it was seriously discussed whether it would not be advisable to duck the false prophets in the river. Luckily for them, they thought of an expedient which allayed the popular fury. They asserted that, by an error, a very slight one, of a little figure, they had fixed the date of this awful inundation a whole century too early. The stars were right after all, and they, erring mortals, were wrong. The present generation of Cockneys was safe, and London would be washed away, not in 1524, but in 1624. At this announcement, Bolton the prior dismantled his fortress, and the weary emigrants came back. An eyewitness of the great fire of London, in an account preserved among the Harleian manuscripts in the British Museum, and published in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Antiquaries, relates another instance of the credulity of the Londoners. The writer, who accompanied the Duke of York day by day through the district included between the Fleet Bridge and the Thames, states that, in their efforts to check the progress of the flames, they were much impeded by the superstition of the people. Mother Shipton, in one of her prophecies, had said that London would be reduced to ashes, and they refused to make any efforts to prevent it. A son of the noted Sir Kenelm Digby, who was also a pretender to the gifts of prophecy, persuaded them that no power on earth could prevent the fulfillment of the prediction, for it was written in the great book of fate that London was to be destroyed. Hundreds of persons, who might have rendered valuable assistance and saved whole parishes from devastation, folded their arms and looked on. As many more gave themselves up, with the less compunction, to plunder a city which they could not save. The prophecies of Mother Shipton are still believed in many of the rural districts of England. In cottages and servants' halls her reputation is great, and she rules, the most popular of British prophets, among all the uneducated or half-educated portions of the community. She is generally supposed to have been born at Knaresborough in the reign of Henry VII, and to have sold her soul to the devil for the power of foretelling future events. Though during her lifetime she was looked upon as a witch, she yet escaped the witch's fate, and died peaceably in her bed at an extreme old age, near Clifton in Yorkshire. A stone is said to have been erected to her memory in the churchyard of that place, with the following epitaph. Here lies she who never lied, whose skill often has been tried. Her prophecies shall still survive, and ever keep her name alive. Never a day passed, says her traditionary biography, wherein she did not relate something remarkable, and that required the most serious consideration. People flocked to her from far and near. Her fame was so great. They went to her of all sorts, both old and young, rich and poor, especially young maidens, to be resolved of their doubts relating to things to come, and all returned wonderfully satisfied in the explanations she gave to their questions. Among the rest went the Abbot of Beverley, to whom she foretold the suppression of the monasteries by Henry VIII, his marriage with Anne Boleyn, the fires for heretics in Smithfield, and the execution of Mary Queen of Scots. She also foretold the accession of James I, adding that, with him, from the cold north every evil should come forth. On a subsequent visit she uttered another prophecy, which, in the opinion of her believers, still remains unfulfilled, but may be expected to be realized during the present century. The time shall come when seas of blood shall mingle with a greater flood. Great noise there shall be heard, great shouts and cries, and seas shall thunder louder than the skies. Then shall 3 lions fight with 3 and bring joy to a people, honor to a king. That fiery year as soon as o'er, peace shall then be as before, plenty shall everywhere be found, and men with swords shall plough the ground. But the most famous of all her prophecies is one relating to London. Thousands of persons still shudder to think of the woes that are to burst over this unhappy realm when London and Highgate are joined by one continuous line of houses. This junction, which, if the rage for building lasts much longer, in the same proportion as heretofore, bids fair to be soon accomplished, was predicted by her shortly before her death. Revolutions, the fall of mighty monarchs, and the shedding of much blood are to signalize that event. The very angels, afflicted by our woes, are to turn aside their heads and weep for hapless Britain. But great as is the fame of Mother Shipton, she ranks but second in the list of British prophets. Merlin, the mighty Merlin, stands alone in his high preeminence, the first and greatest. As old Drayton sings in his Polyolbion, of Merlin and his skill what region doth not hear? The world shall still be full of Merlin every year. 1,000 lingering years his prophecies have run, and scarcely shall have end till time itself be done. Spenser, in his divine poem, has given us a powerful description of this renowned seer, who had in magic more insight than ever him before or after living wight, for he by words could call out of the sky both sun and moon, and make them him obey. The land to sea, and sea to mainland dry, and darksome night he eke could turn to day. Huge hosts of men he could alone dismay, and hosts of men and meanest things could frame, when so him list his enemies to fray, that to this day, for terror of his name, the fiends do quake when any him to them does name, and sooth men say that he was not the son of mortal sire or other living wight, but wondrously begotten and begun by false illusion of a guileful sprite, on a fair lady nun. In these verses, the poet has preserved the popular belief with regard to Merlin, who is generally supposed to have been a contemporary of Vortigern. Opinion is divided as to whether he were a real personage or a mere impersonation formed by the poetic fancy of a credulous people. It seems most probable that such a man did exist, and that possessing knowledge as much above the comprehension of his age as that possessed by Friar Bacon was beyond the reach of his, he was endowed by the wondering crowd with the supernatural attributes that Spenser has enumerated. Geoffrey of Monmouth translated Merlin's poetical odes, or prophecies, into Latin prose, and he was much reverenced not only by Geoffrey, but by most of the old annalists. In A Life of Merlin, with his prophecies and predictions interpreted and made good by our English annals, by Thomas Heywood, published in the reign of Charles I, we find several of these pretended prophecies. They seem, however, to have been all written by Heywood himself. They are in terms too plain and positive to allow anyone to doubt for a moment of their having been composed ex post facto. Speaking of Richard I, he says, "The lion's heart will 'gainst the Saracen rise, and purchase from him many a glorious prize. The rose and lily shall at first unite, but parting of the prey prove opposite. But while abroad these great acts shall be done, all things at home shall to disorder run. Cooped up and caged then shall the lion be, but after sufferance ransomed and set free." The simple-minded Thomas Heywood gravely goes on to inform us that all these things actually came to pass. Upon Richard III, he is equally luminous. He says, "A hunchbacked monster, who with teeth is born, the mockery of art and nature's scorn, who from the womb preposterously is hurled, and with feet forward thrust into the world, shall from the lower earth on which he stood, wade, every step he mounts, knee-deep in blood. He shall to the height of all his hopes aspire, and clothed in state, his ugly shape admire. But when he thinks himself most safe to stand, from foreign parts a native whelp shall land." Another of these prophecies after the event tells us that Henry VIII should take the power from Rome, and bring it home unto his British bower, that he should root out from the land all the razored skulls, and that he should neither spare man in his rage nor woman in his lust, and that, in the time of his next successor but one, there should come in the faggot and the stake. Master Heywood closes Merlin's prophecies at his own day, and does not give even a glimpse of what was to befall England after his decease. Many other prophecies besides those quoted by him were, he says, dispersed abroad in his day under the name of Merlin, but he gives his readers a taste of one only, and that is the following. When hempe is ripe and ready to pull, then, Englishman, beware thy skull. This prophecy, which one would think ought to have put him in mind of the gallows, at that time the not unusual fate of false prophets, he explains thus. In this word HEMPE be 5 letters. Now, by reckoning the 5 successive princes from Henry VIII, this prophecy is easily explained. H signifieth King Henry before named, E Edward, his son, the 6th of that name, M Mary, who succeeded him, P Philip of Spain, who, by marrying Queen Mary, participated with her in the English diadem, and lastly, E signifieth Queen Elizabeth, after whose death there was a great fear that some troubles might have arisen about the crown. As this did not happen, Heywood, who was a sly rogue in a small way, gets out of the scrape by saying, Yet proved this augury true, though not according to the former expectation. For after the peaceful inauguration of King James, there was great mortality, not in London only, but through the whole kingdom, and from which the nation was not quite clean in 7 years after. This is not unlike the subterfuge of Peter of Pontefract, who had prophesied the death and deposition of King John, and who was hanged by that monarch for his pains. A very graphic and amusing account of this pretended prophet is given by Grafton in his Chronicles of England. In the meanwhile, says he, the priestess within England had provided them a false and counterfeited prophet, called Peter Wakefielder, a Yorkshire man, who was an hermite, an idle gadder-about, and a prattling marchant. Now, to bring this Peter in credit, and the king out of all credit with his people, diverse vain persons bruited daily among the commons of the realm, that Christ had twice appeared unto him in the shape of a child, between the priest's hands, once at York, another time at Pomfret, and that he had breathed upon him thrice, saying, Peace, 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 and teaching many things, which he anon declared to the bishops, and bid the people amend their naughty living. Being wrapped also in spirit, they said he beheld the joys of heaven and sorrows of hell, for scant were there 3 in the realm, said he, that lived Christianly. This counterfeited soothsayer prophesied of King John that he should reign no longer than the Ascension Day next following, which was in the year of our Lord 1211, and was the 13th year from his coronation. And this, he said, he had by revelation. Then it was of him demanded whether he should be slain or be deposed, or should voluntarily give over the crown. He answered that he could not tell, but of this he was sure, he said, that neither he nor any of his stock or lineage should reign after that day. The king, hearing of this, laughed much at it, and made but a scoff thereat. Tush, saith he, it is but an idiot knave, and such an one as lacketh his right witties. But when this foolish prophet had so escaped the danger of the king's displeasure, and that he made no more of it, he gate him abroad, and prated thereof at large, as he was a very idle vagabond, and used to prattle and talk more than enough. So that they which loved the king caused him anon after to be apprehended as a malefactor, and to be thrown in prison, the king not yet knowing thereof. Anon after the fame of this fantastical prophet went all the realm over, and his name was known everywhere, as foolishness is much regarded of the people, where wisdom is not in place, specially because he was then imprisoned for the matter. The rumour was the larger, their wonderinges were the wantoner, their practices the foolisher, their busy talks and other idle doing is the greater. Continually from thence as the rude manner of people is, old gossips' tales went abroad, new tales were invented, fables were added to fables, and lies grew upon lies, so that every day newer slanders were laid upon the king, and not one of them true. Rumours arose, blasphemies were spread, the enemies rejoiced, and treasons by the priestes were maintained. and what likewise was surmised or other subtlety practiced, all was then fathered upon this foolish prophet, as thus saith Peter Wakefield, thus hath he prophesied, and thus it shall come to pass, yea, many times when he thought nothing less. And when the Ascension Day was come, which was prophesied of before, King John commanded his royal tent to be spread in the open field, passing that day with his noble council and men of honour in the greatest solemnity that ever he did before, solacing himself with musical instrumentes and songs, most in sight among his trusty friends. When that day was paced in all prosperity and mirth, his enemies being confused, turned all into an allegorical understanding to make the prophecy good, and said, he is no longer king, for the Pope reigneth, and not he. King John was labouring under a sentence of excommunication at the time. Then was the king by his council persuaded that this false prophet had troubled the realm, perverted the hearts of the people, and raised the commons against him, for his words went over the sea by the help of his prelates, and came to the French king's ear, and gave to him a great encouragement to invade the land. He had not else done it so sordinly, but he was most foully deceived, as all they are and shall be that put their trust in such dark drowsy dreams of hypocrites. The king therefore commended that he should be hanged up, and his son also with him, lest any more false prophets should arise of that race. Haywood, who was a great stickler for the truth of all sorts of prophecies, gives a much more favourable account of this Peter of Pomfret, or Pontefract, whose fate he would in all probability have shared if he had had the misfortune to have flourished in the same age. He says that Peter, who was not only a prophet, but a bard, predicted divers of King John's disasters, which fell out accordingly. On being taxed for a lying prophet in having predicted that the king would be deposed before he entered into the 15th year of his reign, he answered him boldly that all he had said was justifiable and true. For that, having given up his crown to the Pope and paying him an annual tribute, the Pope reigned, and not he. Haywood thought this explanation to be perfectly satisfactory, and the prophet's faith forever established. But to return to Merlin, of him even to this day it may be said, in the words which Burns has applied to another notorious personage, great was his power and great his fame, far kenned and noted is his name. His reputation is by no means confined to the land of his birth, but extends through most of the nations of Europe. A very curious volume of his life, prophecies and miracles, written, it is supposed, by Robert de Bosseron, was printed at Paris in 1498, which states that the devil himself was his father, and that he spoke the instant he was born, and assured his mother, a very virtuous young woman, that she should not die in childbed with him, as her ill-natured neighbours had predicted. The judge of the district, hearing of so marvellous an occurrence, summoned both mother and child to appear before him, and they went accordingly the same day. To put the wisdom of the young prophet most effectually to the test, the judge asked him if he knew his own father, to which the infant Merlin replied in a clear, sonorous voice, "Yes, my father is the devil, and I have his power and know all things past, present, and to come." His worship clapped his hands in astonishment, and took the prudent resolution of not molesting so awful a child or its mother either. Early tradition attributes the building of Stonehenge to the power of Merlin. It was believed that those mighty stones were whirled through the air, at his command, from Ireland to Salisbury Plain, and that he arranged them in the form in which they now stand, to commemorate forever the unhappy fate of 300 British chiefs who were massacred on that spot by the Saxons. At Abergwili, near Carmarthen, is still shown the cave of the prophet and the scene of his incantations. How beautiful is the description of it given by Spenser in his Fairy Queen. The lines need no apology for their repetition here, and any sketch of the great prophet of Britain would be incomplete without them. There the wise Merlin, whilom wont, they say, to make his one low underneath the ground, in a deep delve far from the view of day, that of no living wight he mote be found. Whenso he counselled with his sprites encompassed round, and if thou ever happen that same way to travel, go to see that dreadful place. It is a hideous hollow cave, they say, under a rock that lies a little space from the swift Barry, tumbling down apace amongst the woody hills of Dynevor. But dare thou not, I charge in any case, to enter into that same baleful bower, for fear the cruel fiendes should thee unwares devour. But, standing high aloft, low lay thine ear, and there such ghastly noise of iron chains and brazen cauldrons thou shalt rumbling hear, which thousand sprites with long enduring pains do toss, that it will stun thy feeble brains. And oftentimes great groans and grievous stowns, when too huge toile and labour them constrains, and oftentimes loud strokes and ringing sounds from under that deep rock most horribly rebounds. The cause, they say, is this. A little while before that Merlin died, he did intend a brazen wall in compass to compile about Caer Merdin, and did it commend unto these sprites to bring to perfect end. During which work the Lady of the Lake, whom long he loved, for him in haste did send, who thereby forced his workmen to forsake, them bound till his return their labour not to slake. In the meantime, through that false lady's train, he was surprised and buried under bier, nay ever to his work returned again. Natheless these fiends may not their work forbear, so greatly his commandment they fear, but there do toil and travail day and night, until that brazen wall they up do rear. Amongst other English prophets, a belief in whose power has not been entirely effaced by the light of advancing knowledge, is Robert Nixon, the Cheshire idiot, a contemporary of Mother Shipton. The popular accounts of this man say that he was born of poor parents, not far from Vale Royal, on the edge of the forest of Delamere. He was brought up to the plough, but was so ignorant and stupid that nothing could be made of him. Everybody thought him irretrievably insane, and paid no attention to the strange, unconnected discourses which he held. Many of his prophecies are believed to have been lost in this manner, but they were not always destined to be wasted upon dull and inattentive ears. An incident occurred which brought him into notice and established his fame as a prophet of the first calibre. He was ploughing in a field when he suddenly stopped from his labour, and with a wild look and strange gesture exclaimed, "Now, Dick, now, Harry! Oh, ill done, Dick! Oh, well done, Harry! Harry has gained the day!" His fellow labourers in the field did not know what to make of this rhapsody, but the next day cleared up the mystery. News was brought by a messenger, in hot haste, that at the very instant when Nixon had thus ejaculated, Richard III had been slain at the Battle of Bosworth, and Henry VII proclaimed King of England. It was not long before the fame of the new prophet reached the ears of the king, who expressed a wish to see and converse with him. A messenger was accordingly dispatched to bring him to court, but long before he reached Cheshire, Nixon knew and dreaded the honours that awaited him. Indeed, it was said that at the very instant the king expressed the wish, Nixon was by supernatural means made acquainted with it, and that he ran about the town of Over in great distress of mind, calling out like a madman that Henry had sent for him, and that he must go to court and be clammed, that is, starved to death. These expressions excited no little wonder. But on the third day the messenger arrived and carried him to court, leaving on the minds of the good people of Cheshire an impression that their prophet was one of the greatest ever born. On his arrival, King Henry appeared to be troubled exceedingly at the loss of a valuable diamond, and asked Nixon if he could inform him where it was to be found. Henry had hidden the diamond himself with a view to test the prophet's skill. Great, therefore, was his surprise when Nixon answered him in the words of the old proverb, "Those who hide can find." From that time forth, the king implicitly believed that he had the gift of prophecy, and ordered all his words to be taken down. During all the time of his residence at court, he was in constant fear of being starved to death, and repeatedly told the king that such would be his fate if he were not allowed to depart and return into his own country. Henry would not suffer it, but gave strict orders to all his officers and cooks to give him as much to eat as he wanted. He lived so well that for some time he seemed to be thriving like a nobleman's steward and growing as fat as an alderman. One day the king went out hunting, when Nixon ran to the palace gate and entreated on his knees that he might not be left behind to be starved. The king laughed, and calling an officer, told him to take especial care of the prophet during his absence, and rode away to the forest. After his departure, the servants of the palace began to jeer at and insult Nixon, whom they imagined to be much better treated than he deserved. Nixon complained to the officer, who, to prevent him from being further molested, locked him up in the king's own closet and brought him regularly his 4 meals a day. But it so happened that a messenger arrived from the king to this officer, requiring his immediate presence at Winchester on a matter of life and death. So great was his haste to obey the king's command that he mounted on the horse behind the messenger and rode off without bestowing a thought upon poor Nixon. He did not return till 3 days afterwards, when, remembering the prophet for the first time, he went to the king's closet and found him lying upon the floor, starved to death, as he had predicted. Among the prophecies of his which are believed to have been fulfilled are the following, which relate to the times of the pretender. But the son of a king shall take from him the victory. Crows shall drink the blood of many nobles, and the north shall rise against the south. The coac of the north shall be made to flee, and his feather be plucked for his pride, that he shall almost curse the day that he was born. All these, say his admirers, are as clear as the sun at noonday. The first denotes the defeat of Prince Charles Edward at the Battle of Culloden by the Duke of Cumberland. The second, the execution of Lords Derwentwater, Balmerino, and Lovat. And the third, the retreat of the Pretender from the shores of Britain. Among the prophecies that still remain to be accomplished are the following. Between 7, 8, and 9, in England wonders shall be seen. Between 9 and 13, all sorrow shall be done. Through our own money and our men shall a dreadful war begin. Between the sickle and the suck, all England shall have a pluck. Foreign nations shall invade England with snow on their helmets, and shall bring plague, famine, and murder in the skirts of their garments. The town of Nantwich shall be swept away by a flood. Of the two first of these, no explanation has yet been attempted, but some event or other will doubtless be twisted into such a shape as will fit them. The third, relative to the invasion of England by a nation with snow on their helmets, is supposed by the old women to foretell most clearly a coming war with Russia. As to the last, there are not a few in the town mentioned who devoutly believe that such will be its fate. Happily for their peace of mind, the prophet said nothing of the year that was to witness the awful calamity, so that they think it as likely to be 2 centuries hence as now. The popular biographers of Nixon conclude their account of him by saying that his prophecies are by some persons thought fables, yet by what has come to pass it is now thought, and very plainly appears, that most of them have proved or will prove true, for which we, on all occasions, ought not only to exert our utmost might to repel by force our enemies, but to refrain from our abandoned and wicked course of life, and to make our continual prayer to God for protection and safety. To this, though a non sequitur, everyone will cry Amen. Besides the prophets, there have been the almanac makers Lilly, Paul Robin, Partridge, and Francis Moore, physician, in England, and Matthew Lanesburg in France and Belgium, but great as were their pretensions, they were modesty itself in comparison with Merlin, Shipton, and Nixon, who fixed their minds upon higher things than the weather, and were not so restrained as to prophesy for only 1 year at a time.
After such prophets, the almanac makers hardly deserve to be mentioned. Not even the renowned Partridge, whose prognostications set all England agog in 1708, and whose death, while still alive, was so pleasantly and satisfactorily proved by Isaac Bickerstaff. The anticlimax would be too palpable, and they and their doings must be left uncommemorated. And men still grope to anticipate the cabinet designs of fate, apply to wizards to foresee what shall and what shall never be. Hudibras, Part 3. Canto 3. In accordance with the plan laid down, we proceed to the consideration of the follies into which men have been led by their eager desire to pierce the thick darkness of futurity. God himself, for his own wise purposes, has more than once undrawn the impenetrable veil which shrouds those awful secrets. And for purposes just as wise, he has decreed that, except in these instances, ignorance shall be our lot forever. It is happy for man that he does not know what the morrow is to bring forth, but unaware of this great blessing, he has, in all ages of the world, presumptuously endeavoured to trace the events of unborn centuries and anticipate the march of time. He has reduced this presumption into a study. He has divided it into sciences and systems without number, employing his whole life in the vain pursuit. Upon no subject has it been so easy to deceive the world as upon this. In every breast the curiosity exists in a greater or less degree, and can only be conquered by a long course of self-examination, and a firm reliance that the future would not be hidden from our sight, if it were right that we should be acquainted with it. An undue opinion of our own importance in the scale of creation is at the bottom of all our unwarrantable notions in this respect. How flattering to the pride of man to think that the stars in their courses watch over him and typify by their movements and aspects the joys or the sorrows that await him. He, less in proportion to the universe than the all but invisible insects that feed in myriads on a summer's leaf are to this great globe itself, fondly imagines that eternal worlds were chiefly created to prognosticate his fate.
How we should pity the arrogance of the worm that crawls at our feet if we knew that it also desired to know the secrets of futurity, and imagined that meteors shot athwart the sky to warn it that a tomtit was hovering near to gobble it up, that storms and earthquakes, the revolutions of empires, or the fall of mighty monarchs only happened to predict its birth, its progress, and its decay. Not a whit less presuming has man shown himself, not a whit less arrogant are the sciences, so-called, of astrology, augury, necromancy, geomancy, palmistry, and divination of every kind. Leaving out of view the oracles of pagan antiquity and religious predictions in general, and confining ourselves solely to the persons who, in modern times, have made themselves most conspicuous in foretelling the future, we shall find that the 16th and 17th centuries were the golden age of these impostors. Many of them have been already mentioned in their character of alchemists. The union of the two pretensions is not at all surprising. It was to be expected that those who assumed a power so preposterous as that of prolonging the life of man for several centuries should pretend at the same time to foretell the events which were to mark that preternatural span of existence. The world would as readily believe that they had discovered all secrets as that they had only discovered one. The most celebrated astrologers of Europe 3 centuries ago were alchemists. Agrippa, Paracelsus, Dr. Dee, and the Rosicrucians all laid as much stress upon their knowledge of the days to come as upon their pretended possession of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. In their time, ideas of the wonderful, the diabolical, and the supernatural were rifer than ever they were before. The devil or the stars were universally believed to meddle constantly in the affairs of men, and both were to be consulted with proper ceremonies. Those who were of a melancholy and gloomy temperament betook themselves to necromancy and sorcery. Those more cheerful and aspiring devoted themselves to astrology. The latter science was encouraged by all the monarchs and governments of that age. In England, from the time of Elizabeth to that of William and Mary, judicial astrology was in high repute. During that period flourished Doctors Dee, Lamb and Foreman, with Lilly, Booker, Gadbury, Evans, and scores of nameless impostors in every considerable town and village in the country, who made it their business to cast nativities, aid in the recovery of stolen goods, prognosticate happy or unhappy marriages, predict whether journeys would be prosperous, and note lucky moments for the commencement of any enterprise, from the setting up of a cobbler's shop to the marching of an army. Men who, to use the words of Butler, did deal in destiny's dark counsel and sage opinion of the moon's cell, to whom all people far and near on deep importance did repair, when brass and pewter pots did stray, and linen slunk out of the way. In Lilly's memoirs of his life and times, there are many notices of the inferior quacks who then abounded, and upon whom he pretended to look down with supreme contempt. Not because they were astrologers, but because they debased that noble art by taking fees for the recovery of stolen property. From Butler's Hudibras and its curious notes, we may learn what immense numbers of these fellows lived upon the credulity of mankind in that age of witchcraft and diablerie. Even in our day, how great is the reputation enjoyed by the almanac makers and who assume the name of Francis Moore, but in the time of Charles I and the Commonwealth, the most learned, the most noble, and the most conspicuous characters did not hesitate to consult astrologers in the most open manner. Lilly, whom Butler has immortalized under the name of Sidrafel, relates that he proposed to write a work called An Introduction to Astrology, in which he would satisfy the whole kingdom of the lawfulness of that art. Many of the soldiers were for it, he says, and many of the independent party and abundance of worthy men in the House of Commons, his assured friends, unable to take his part against the Presbyterians, who would have silenced his predictions if they could. He afterwards carried his plan into execution, and when his book was published, went with another astrologer named Booker to the headquarters of the Parliamentary Army at Windsor, where they were welcomed and feasted in the garden where General Fairfax lodged. They were afterwards introduced to the general, who received them very kindly and made allusion to some of their predictions. He hoped their art was lawful and agreeable to God's word, but he did not understand it himself. He did not doubt, however, that the two astrologers feared God, and therefore he had a good opinion of them. Lilly assured him that the art of astrology was quite consonant to the scriptures, and confidently predicted from his knowledge of the stars that the parliamentary army would overthrow all its enemies. In Oliver's Protectorate, this quack informs us that he wrote freely enough. He became an independent, and all the soldiery were his friends. When he went to Scotland, he saw a soldier standing in front of the army with a book of prophecies in his hand, exclaiming to the several companies as they passed by him, "Lo, hear what Lily saith! You are in this month promised victory! Fight it out, brave boys, and then read that month's prediction!" After the Great Fire of London, which Lilly said he had foretold, he was sent for by the Committee of the House of Commons, appointed to inquire into the causes of the calamity. In his Monarchy or No Monarchy, published in 1651, he had inserted an hieroglyphical plate representing on one side persons in winding sheets digging graves, and on the other, a large city in flames. After the Great Fire, some sapient member of the legislature bethought him of Lilly's book, and having mentioned it in the House, it was agreed that the astrologer should be summoned. Lilly attended accordingly when Sir Robert Brooke told him the reason of his summons, and called upon him to declare what he knew. This was a rare opportunity for the vainglorious Lilly to vaunt his abilities, and he began a long speech in praise of himself and his pretended science. He said that, after the execution of Charles I, he was extremely desirous to know what might from that time forth happen to the Parliament and to the nation in general. He therefore consulted the stars and satisfied himself. The result of his judgment he put into emblems and hieroglyphics without any commentary, so that the true meaning might be concealed from the vulgar and made manifest only to the wise, imitating in this the example of many wise philosophers who had done the like. "Did you foresee the year of the fire?" said a member. "No," quoth Lilly, "nor was I desirous. Of that I made no scrutiny." After some further parley, the House found they could make nothing of the astrologer, and dismissed him with great civility. One specimen of the explanation of a prophecy given by Lilly, and related by him with much complacency, will be sufficient to show the sort of trash by which he imposed upon the million. "In the year 1588, says he, there was a prophecy printed in Greek characters, exactly deciphering the long troubles of the English nation from 1641 to 1660, and it ended thus: And after him shall come a dreadful dead man, and with him a royal G of the best blood in the world, and he shall have the crown, and shall set England on the right way, and put out all heresies." The following is the explanation of this oracular absurdity. Monkery being extinguished above 80 or 90 years, and the Lord General's name being Monk, is the dead man. The royal G or C, it is gamma in the Greek, intending C in the Latin, being the third letter in the alphabet, is Charles II, who for his extraction may be said to be of the best blood of the world. In France and Germany, astrologers met even more encouragement than they received in England. In very early ages, Charlemagne and his successors fulminated their wrath against them in common with sorcerers. Louis XI, that most superstitious of men, entertained great numbers of them at his court, and Catherine de Médicis, that most superstitious of women, hardly ever undertook any affair of importance without consulting them. She chiefly favoured her own countrymen, and during the time she governed France, the land was overrun by Italian conjurers, necromancers, and fortune-tellers of every kind. But the chief astrologer of that day, beyond all doubt, was the celebrated Nostradamus, physician to her husband, King Henry II. He was born in 1503 at the town of Saint-Remy in Provence, where his father was a notary. He did not acquire much fame till he was past his 50th year, when his famous Centuries, a collection of verses, written in obscure and almost unintelligible language, began to excite attention. They were so much spoken of in 1556 that Henry II resolved to attach so skillful a man to his service and appointed him his physician. In a biographical notice of him, prefixed to the edition of his Vray's Centuries, published at Amsterdam in 1668, we are informed that he often discoursed with his royal master on the secrets of futurity and received many great presents as his reward, besides his usual allowance for medical attendance. After the death of Henry, he retired to his native place, where Charles IX paid him a visit in 1564, and was so impressed with veneration for his wondrous knowledge of the things that were to be, not in France only, but in the whole world for hundreds of years to come, that he made him a counsellor of state and his own physician, besides treating him in other matters with a royal liberality. "In fine," continues his biographer, "I should be too prolix were I to tell all the honours conferred upon him, and all the great nobles and learned men that arrived at his house from the very ends of the earth, to see and converse with him as if he had been an oracle. Many strangers, in fact, came to France for no other purpose than to consult him." The prophecies of Nostradamus consist of upwards of 1,000 stanzas, each of 4 lines, and are to the full as obscure as the oracles of old. They take so great a latitude, both as to time and space, that they are almost sure to be fulfilled somewhere or other in the course of a few centuries. A little ingenuity, like that evinced by Lilly in his explanation about General Monk and the dreadful dead man, might easily make events to fit some of them. He is to this day extremely popular in France and the Walloon country of Belgium, where old farmer wives consult him with great confidence and assiduity. Catherine de' Medicis was not the only member of her illustrious house who entertained astrologers. At the beginning of the 15th century, there was a man named Basil, residing in Florence, who was noted over all Italy for his skill in piercing the darkness of futurity. It is said that he foretold to Cosmo de' Medicis, then a private citizen, that he would attain high dignity, inasmuch as the ascendant of his nativity was adorned with the same propitious aspects as those of Augustus Caesar and the Emperor Charles V. Another astrologer foretold the death of Prince Alexander de' Medicis, and so very minute and particular was he in all the circumstances that he was suspected of being chiefly instrumental in fulfilling his own prophecy. A very common resource with these fellows to keep up their credit. He foretold confidently that the prince should die by the hand of his own familiar friend, a person of a slender habit of body, a small face, a swarthy complexion, and of most remarkable taciturnity. So it afterwards happened, Alexander having been murdered in his chamber by his cousin Lorenzo, who corresponded exactly with the above description. The author of Hermippus Redivivus, in relating this story, inclines to the belief that the astrologer was guiltless of any participation in the crime, but was employed by some friend of Prince Alexander to warn him of his danger. A much more remarkable story is told of an astrologer who lived in Romagna in the 15th century, and whose name was Antiochus Tibertus. At that time, nearly all the petty sovereigns of Italy retained such men in their service, and Tibertus, having studied the mathematics with great success at Paris and delivered many predictions, some of which, for guesses, were not deficient in shrewdness, was taken into the household of Pandolfo di Malatesta, the sovereign of Rimini. His reputation was so great that his study was continually thronged either with visitors who were persons of distinction or with clients who came to him for advice, and in a short time he acquired a considerable fortune. Notwithstanding all these advantages, he passed his life miserably and ended it on the scaffold. The following story afterwards got into circulation and has been often triumphantly cited by succeeding astrologers as an irrefragable proof of the truth of their science. It was said that long before he died, he uttered 3 remarkable prophecies, one relating to himself, another to his friend, and the third to his patron, Pandolfo di Malatesta. The first delivered was that relating to his friend Guido di Bogni, one of the greatest captains of the time. Guido was exceedingly desirous to know his fortune, and so importuned Tibertus that the latter consulted the stars and the lines on his palm to satisfy him. He afterwards told him with a sorrowful face that, according to all the rules of astrology and palmistry, he should be falsely suspected by his best friend and should lose his life in consequence. Guido then asked the astrologer if he could foretell his own fate, upon which Tibertus again consulted the stars and found that it was decreed from all eternity that he should end his days on the scaffold. Malatesta, when he heard these predictions, so unlikely to all present appearance to prove true, desired his astrologer to predict his fate also, and to hide nothing from him, however unfavourable it might be. Tibertus complied and told his patron, at that time one of the most flourishing and powerful princes of Italy, that he should suffer great want and die at last like a beggar in the common hospital of Bologna. And so it happened in all 3 cases. Guido di Bogni was accused by his own father-in-law, the Count di Bentivoglio, of a treasonable design to deliver up the city of Rimini to the papal forces, and was assassinated afterwards by order of the tyrant Malatesta, as he sat at the supper table to which he had been invited in all apparent friendship. The astrologer was at the same time thrown into prison as being concerned in the treason of his friend. He attempted to escape and had succeeded in letting himself down from his dungeon window into a moat when he was discovered by the sentinels. This being reported to Malatesta, he gave orders for his execution on the following morning. Malatesta had at this time no remembrance of the prophecy, and his own fate gave him no uneasiness, but events were silently working its fulfillment. A conspiracy had been formed, though Guido di Bogni was innocent of it, to deliver up Rimini to the Pope, and all the necessary measures having been taken, the city was seized by the Count de Valentinois. In the confusion, Malatesta had barely time to escape from his palace in disguise. He was pursued from place to place by his enemies, abandoned by all his former friends, and finally by his own children. He at last fell ill of a languishing disease at Bologna, and nobody caring to afford him shelter, he was carried to the hospital, where he died. The only thing that detracts from the interest of this remarkable story is the fact that the prophecy was made after the event. For some weeks before the birth of Louis XIV, an astrologer from Germany, who had been sent for by the Marshal de Bassompierre and other noblemen of the court, had taken up his residence in the palace to be ready, at a moment's notice, to draw the horoscope of the future sovereign of France. When the Queen was taken in labour, he was ushered into a contiguous apartment that he might receive notice of the very instant the child was born. The result of his observations were the 3 words, Diu dura felicita, meaning that the newborn prince should live and reign long, with much labour and with great glory. No prediction less favourable could have been expected from an astrologer who had his bread to get and who was at the same time a courtier. A medal was afterwards struck in commemoration of the event, upon one side of which was figured the nativity of the prince, representing him as driving the chariot of Apollo, with the inscription Ortus Solis Gallici, the rising of the Gallic sun. The best excuse ever made for astrology was that offered by the great astronomer Kepler, himself an unwilling practicer of the art. He had many applications from his friends to cast nativities for them, and generally gave a positive refusal to such as he was not afraid of offending by his frankness. In other cases, he accommodated himself to the prevailing delusion. In sending a copy of his ephemerides to Professor Gerlach, he wrote that they were nothing but worthless conjectures, but he was obliged to devote himself to them, or he would have starved. Ye overwise philosophers, he exclaimed in his tertius intervenience, ye censure this daughter of astronomy beyond her deserts. Know ye not that she must support her mother by her charms? The scanty reward of an astronomer would not provide him with bread, if men did not entertain hopes of reading the future in the heavens. Necromancy was, next to astrology, the pretended science most resorted to by those who wished to pry into the future. The earliest instance upon record is that of the Witch of Endor and the Spirit of Samuel. Nearly all the nations of antiquity believed in the possibility of summoning departed ghosts to disclose the awful secrets that God made clear to the disembodied. Many passages in allusion to this subject will at once suggest themselves to the classical reader. But this art was never carried on openly in any country. All governments looked upon it as a crime of the deepest dye. While astrology was encouraged and its professors courted and rewarded, necromancers were universally condemned to the stake or the gallows. Roger Bacon, Albertus Magnus, Arnold of Villeneuve, and many others were accused by the public opinion of many centuries of meddling in these unhallowed matters. So deep-rooted has always been the popular delusion with respect to accusations of this kind that no crime was ever disproved with such toil and difficulty. That it met great encouragement, nevertheless, is evident from the vast numbers of pretenders to it, who, in spite of the danger, have existed in all ages and countries. Geomancy, or the art of foretelling the future by means of lines and circles and other mathematical figures drawn on the earth, is still extensively practiced in Asiatic countries, but is almost unknown in Europe. Augury, from the flight or entrails of birds, so favourite a study among the Romans, is, in like manner, exploded in Europe. Its most assiduous professors, at the present day, are the abominable thugs of India. Divination, of which there are many kinds, boasts a more enduring reputation. It has held an empire over the minds of men from the earliest periods of recorded history, and is, in all probability, coeval with time itself. It was practiced alike by the Jews, the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans, is equally known to all modern nations in every part of the world, and is not unfamiliar to the untutored tribes that roam in the wilds of Africa and America. Divination, as practiced in civilized Europe at the present day, is chiefly from cards, the teacup, and the lines on the palm of the hand. Gypsies alone make a profession of it, but there are thousands and tens of thousands of humble families in which the good wife, and even the good man, resort to the grounds at the bottom of their teacups to know whether the next harvest will be abundant or their sow bring forth a numerous litter, and in which the young maidens look to the same place to know when they are to be married, and whether the man of their choice is to be dark or fair, rich or poor, kind or cruel. Divination by cards, so great a favourite among the moderns, is of course a modern science. as cards do not yet boast an antiquity of much more than 400 years. Divination by the palm, so confidently believed in by half the village lasses in Europe, is of older date and seems to have been known to the Egyptians in the time of the patriarchs, as well as divination by the cup, which, as we are informed in Genesis, was practiced by Joseph. Divination by the rod was also practiced by the Egyptians. In comparatively recent times, it was pretended that by this means hidden treasures could be discovered. It now appears to be altogether exploded in Europe. Onomancy, or the foretelling a man's fate by the letters of his name and the various transpositions of which they are capable, is a more modern sort of divination, but it reckons comparatively few believers. The following list of the various species of divination formerly in use is given by Gall in his Megastromancer and quoted in Hone's Yearbook, page 1517, stereomancy or divining by the elements, aeromancy or divining by the air, pyromancy by fire, hydromancy by water, geomancy by earth, theomancy pretending to divine by the revelation of the Spirit and by the Scriptures or Word of God, demonomancy by the aid of devils and evil spirits, idolomancy by idols, images, and figures, psychomancy by the soul, affections, or dispositions of men, anthropomancy by the entrails of human beings, theriomancy by beasts, ornithomancy by birds, ichthyomancy by fishes, botanomancy by herbs, lithomancy by stones, cleromancy by lots, oniromancy by dreams, onomancy by names, arithmancy by numbers, logarithmancy by logarithms, sternomancy by the marks from the breast to the belly, gastromancy by the sound of or marks upon the belly, omphalomancy by the navel, chiromancy by the hands, podomancy by the feet, onchyomancy by the nails, cephalionomancy by asses' heads, tephromancy by ashes, capnomancy by smoke, anisomancy by the burning of incense, ceromancy by the melting of wax, lacanomancy by basins of water, catoptromancy by looking glasses, chartomancy by writing in papers and by valentines, macaromancy by knives and swords, crystallomancy by crystals, dactylomancy by rings, koskinomancy by sieves, axinomancy by saws, chalcomancy by vessels of brass or other metal, spatilomancy by skins, bones, etc., astromancy by stars, sciomancy by shadows, astrogalomancy by dice, oinomancy by the lees of wine, psychomancy by figs, tyromancy by cheese, alphitomancy by meal, flour, or bran, cryptomancy by corn or grain, electromancy by cocks, gyromancy by circles, lampodomancy by candles and lamps. Onirocriticism, or the art of interpreting dreams, is a relic of the most remote ages, which has subsisted through all the changes that moral or physical revolutions have operated in the world. The records of 5,000 years bear abundant testimony to the universal diffusion of the belief that the skillful could read the future in dreams. The rules of the art, if any existed in ancient times, are not known, but in our day, one simple rule opens the whole secret. Dreams, say all the wiseacres in Christendom, are to be interpreted by contraries. Thus, if you dream of filth, you will acquire something valuable. If you dream of the dead, you will hear news of the living. If you dream of gold and silver, you run a risk of being without either. And if you dream you have many friends, you will be persecuted by many enemies. The rule, however, does not hold good in all cases. It is fortunate to dream of little pigs, but unfortunate to dream of big bullocks. If you dream you have lost a tooth, you may be sure that you will shortly lose a friend. And if you dream that your house is on fire, you will receive news from a far country. If you dream of vermin, it is a sign that there will be sickness in your family. And if you dream of serpents, you will have friends who, in the course of time, will prove your bitterest enemies. But of all dreams, it is most fortunate if you dream that you are wallowing up to your neck in mud and mire. Clear water is a sign of grief, and great troubles, distress and perplexity are predicted if you dream that you stand naked in the public street and know not where to find a garment to shield you from the gaze of the multitude. In many parts of Great Britain and the continents of Europe and America, there are to be found elderly women in the villages and country places whose interpretations of dreams are looked upon with as much reverence as if they were oracles. In districts remote from towns, it is not uncommon to find the members of a family regularly every morning narrating their dreams at the breakfast table and becoming happy or miserable for the day according to their interpretation. There is not a flower that blossoms or fruit that ripens that dreamed of is not ominous of either good or evil to such people. Every tree of the field or the forest is endowed with a similar influence over the fate of mortals, if seen in the night visions. To dream of the ash is the sign of a long journey, and of an oak prognosticates long life and prosperity. To dream you strip the bark off any tree is a sign to a maiden of an approaching loss of a character, to a married woman of a family bereavement, and to a man of an accession of fortune. To dream of a leafless tree is a sign of great sorrow, and of a branchless trunk a sign of despair and suicide. The elder tree is more auspicious to the sleeper, while the fir tree, better still, betokens all manner of comfort and prosperity. The lime tree predicts a voyage across the ocean, while the yew and the alder are ominous of sickness to the young and of death to the old. Among the flowers and fruits charged with messages for the future, the following is a list of the most important, arranged from approved sources, in alphabetical order. Asparagus, gathered and tied up in bundles, is an omen of tears. If you see it growing in your dreams, it is a sign of good fortune. Aloes, without a flower, betokens long life. In flower, betokens a legacy. Artichokes. This vegetable is a sign that you will receive, in a short time, a favor from the hands of those from whom you would least expect it. Agrimony. This herb denotes that there will be sickness in your house. Anemone predicts love. Auriculas in beds denote luck, in pots marriage, while to gather them foretells widowhood. Bilberries predict a pleasant excursion. Broom flowers an increase of family. Cauliflowers predict that all your friends will slight you, or that you will fall into poverty and find no one to pity you. Dock leaves, a present from the country. Daffodils. Any maiden who dreams of daffodils is warned by her good angel to avoid going into a wood with her lover, or into any dark or retired place where she might not be able to make people hear her if she cried out. Alas for her if she pay no attention to the warning. Never again shall she put garland on. Instead of it, she'll wear sad cypress now and bitter elder broken from the bough. Never again shall she put garland on. Instead of it, she'll wear sad cypress now and bitter elder broken from the bough. Figs, if green, betoken embarrassment, if dried, money to the poor and mirth to the rich. Heart's ease betokens heart's pain. Lilies predict joy. Water lilies, danger from the sea. Lemons betoken a separation. Pomegranates predict happy wedlock to those who are single, and reconciliation to those who are married and have disagreed. Quinces prognosticate pleasant company. Roses denote happy love, not unmixed with sorrow from other sources. Sorrel. To dream of this herb is a sign that you will shortly have occasion to exert all your prudence to overcome some great calamity. Sunflowers show that your pride will be deeply wounded. Violets predict evil to the single and joy to the married. Yellow flowers of any kind predict jealousy. Yewberries predict loss of character to both sexes. It should be observed that the rules for the interpretation of dreams are far from being universal. The cheeks of the peasant girl of England glow with pleasure in the morning after she has dreamed of a rose, while the paysanne of Normandy dreads disappointment and vexation for the very same reason. The Switzer who dreams of an oak tree does not share in the Englishman's joy, for he imagines that the vision was a warning to him that from some trifling cause an overwhelming calamity will burst over him. Thus do the ignorant and the credulous torment themselves. Thus do they spread their nets to catch vexation and pass their lives between hopes which are of no value and fears which are a positive evil. Omens. Among the other means of self-annoyance upon which men have stumbled in their vain hope of discovering the future, signs and omens hold a conspicuous place. There is scarcely an occurrence in nature which, happening at a certain time, is not looked upon by some persons as a prognosticator either of good or evil. The latter are in the greatest number. So much more ingenious are we in tormenting ourselves than in discovering reasons for enjoyment in the things that surround us. We go out of our course to make ourselves uncomfortable. The cup of life is not bitter enough to our palate, and we distill superfluous poison to put into it, or conjure up hideous things to frighten ourselves at, which would never exist if we did not make them. We suffer, says Addison, as much from trifling accidents as from real evils. I have known the shooting of a star spoil a night's rest, and have seen a man in love grow pale and lose his appetite upon the plucking of a merry thought. A screech owl at midnight has alarmed a family more than a band of robbers.
Nay, the voice of a cricket has struck more terror than the roaring of a lion. There is nothing so inconsiderable which may not appear dreadful to an imagination that is filled with omens and prognostics. A rusty nail or a crooked pin shoot up into prodigies.
The century and a quarter that has passed away since Addison wrote has seen the fall of many errors. Many fallacies and delusions have been crushed under the foot of time since then, but this has been left unscathed to frighten the weak-minded and embitter their existence. A belief in omens is not confined to the humble and uninformed. A general who led an army with credit has been known to feel alarmed at a winding sheet in the candle, and learned men who had honourably and fairly earned the highest honours of literature have been seen to gather their little ones around them and fear that one would be snatched away because when stole upon the time the dead of night and heavy sleep had closed up mortal eyes, a dog in the street was howling at the moon. Persons who would acknowledge freely that the belief in omens was unworthy of a man of sense have yet confessed at the same time that, in spite of their reason, they have been unable to conquer their fears of death when they heard the harmless insect called the death watch ticking in the wall, or saw an oblong hollow coal fly out of the fire. Many other evil omens besides those mentioned above alarm the vulgar and the weak. If a sudden shivering comes over such people, they believe that at that instant an enemy is treading over the spot that will one day be their grave. If they meet a sow when they first walk abroad in the morning, it is an omen of evil for that day. To meet an ass is in like manner unlucky. It is also very unfortunate to walk under a ladder, to forget to eat goose on the festival of Saint Michael, to tread upon a beetle, or to eat the twin nuts that are sometimes found in one shell. Woe, in like manner, is predicted to that wight who inadvertently upsets the salt. Each grain that is overthrown will bring to him a day of sorrow. If 13 persons sit at table, one of them will die within the year, and all of them will be unhappy. Of all evil omens, this is the worst. The facetious Dr. Kitchener used to observe that there was one case in which he believed that it was really unlucky for 13 persons to sit down to dinner, and that was when there was only dinner enough for 12. Unfortunately for their peace of mind, the great majority of people do not take this wise view of the matter. In almost every country of Europe, the same superstition prevails, and some carry it so far as to look upon the number 13 as in every way ominous of evil, and if they find 13 coins in their purse, cast away the odd one like a polluted thing. The philosophic Béranger, in his exquisite song 13 at Table, has taken a poetical view of this humiliating superstition, and mingled, as is his wont, a lesson of genuine wisdom in his lay. Being at dinner, he overthrows the salt, and looking round the room, discovers that he is the 13th guest. While he is mourning his unhappy fate and conjuring up visions of disease and suffering and the grave, he is suddenly startled by the apparition of death herself, not in the shape of a grim foe, with skeleton ribs and menacing dart, but of an angel of light, who shows the folly of tormenting ourselves with the dread of her approach, when she is the friend, rather than the enemy, of man, and frees us from the fetters which bind us to the dust. If men could bring themselves to look upon death in this manner, living well and wisely till her inevitable approach, how vast a store of grief and vexation would they spare themselves. Among good omens, one of the most conspicuous is to meet a piebald horse. To meet 2 of these animals is still more fortunate, and if on such an occasion you spit thrice and form any reasonable wish, it will be gratified within 3 days. It is also a sign of good fortune if you inadvertently put on your stocking wrong side out. If you willfully wear your stocking in this fashion, no good will come of it. It is very lucky to sneeze twice. But if you sneeze a 3rd time, the omen loses its power, and your good fortune will be nipped in the bud. If a strange dog follow you and fawn on you and wish to attach itself to you, it is a sign of very great prosperity. Just as fortunate is it if a strange male cat comes to your house and manifests friendly intentions towards your family. If a she-cat, it is an omen, on the contrary, of very great misfortune. If a swarm of bees alight in your garden, some very high honour and great joys await you. Besides these glimpses of the future, you may know something of your fate by a diligent attention to every itching that you may feel in your body. Thus, if the eye or the nose itches, it is a sign you will be shortly vexed. If the foot itches, you will tread upon strange ground, and if the elbow itches, you will change your bedfellow. Itching of the right hand prognosticates that you will soon have a sum of money, and of the left that you will be called upon to disperse it. These are but a few of the omens which are generally credited in modern Europe. A complete list of them would fatigue from its length and sicken from its absurdity. It would be still more unprofitable to attempt to specify the various delusions of the same kind which are believed among Oriental nations. Every reader will remember the comprehensive formula of cursing preserved in Tristram Shandy. Curse a man after any fashion you remember or can invent, you will be sure to find it there. The Oriental creed of omens is not less comprehensive. Every movement of the body, every emotion of the mind, is at certain times an omen. Every form and object in nature, even the shape of the clouds and the changes of the weather, every colour, every sound, whether of men or animals or birds or insects or inanimate things, is an omen. Nothing is too trifling or inconsiderable to inspire a hope which is not worth cherishing, or a fear which is sufficient to embitter existence. From the belief in omens springs the superstition that has, from very early ages, set apart certain days as more favourable than others for prying into the secrets of futurity. The following, copied verbatim from the popular dream and omen book of Mother Bridget, will show the belief of the people of England at the present day. Those who are curious as to the ancient history of these observances will find abundant aliment in the everyday book. The 1st of January. If a young maiden drink on going to bed a pint of cold spring water in which is beat up an amulet, composed of the yolk of a pullet's egg, the legs of a spider, and the skin of an eel pounded, her future destiny will be revealed to her in a dream. This charm fails of its effect if tried any other day of the year. Valentine Day. Let a single woman go out of her own door very early in the morning, and if the first person she meets be a woman, she will not be married that year. If she meet a man, she will be married within 3 months. Lady Day. The following charm may be tried this day with certain success. String 31 nuts on a string composed of red worsted mixed with blue silk, and tie it round your neck on going to bed, repeating these lines. Oh, I wish to see who my true love is to be. Shortly after midnight, you will see your lover in a dream and be informed at the same time of all the principal events of your future life. St. Swithin's Eve. Select 3 things you most wish to know. Write them down with a new pen and red ink on a sheet of fine wove paper, from which you must previously cut off all the corners and burn them. Fold the paper into a true lover's knot and wrap round it 3 hairs from your head. Place the paper under your pillow for 3 successive nights, and your curiosity to know the future will be satisfied. St. Mark's Eve. Repair to the nearest churchyard as the clock strikes 12, and take from a grave on the south side of the church 3 tufts of grass, the longer and ranker the better, and on going to bed place them under your pillow, repeating earnestly 3 several times, the eve of St. Mark by prediction is blessed. Set therefore my hopes and my fears all to rest. Let me know my fate, whether weal or woe, whether my ranks to be high or low, whether to live single or be a bride, and the destiny my star doth provide. Should you have no dream that night, you will be single and miserable all your life. If you dream of thunder and lightning, your life will be one of great difficulty and sorrow. Candlemas Eve. On this night, which is the purification of the Virgin Mary, let 3, 5, 7, or 9 young maidens assemble together in a square chamber. Hang in each corner a bundle of sweet herbs mixed with rue and rosemary. Then mix a cake of flour, olive oil, and white sugar, every maiden having an equal share in the making and the expense of it. Afterwards it must be cut into equal pieces, each one marking the piece as she cuts it with the initials of her name. It is then to be baked 1 hour before the fire, not a word being spoken the whole time, and the maidens sitting with their arms and knees across. Each piece of cake is then to be wrapped up in a sheet of paper on which each maiden shall write the love part of Solomon's songs. If she put this under her pillow, she will dream true. She will see her future husband and every one of her children, and will know besides whether her family will be poor or prosperous, a comfort to her or the contrary. Midsummer. Take 3 roses, smoke them with sulphur, and exactly at 3 in the day bury one of the roses under a yew tree, the second in a newly made grave, and put the third under your pillow for 3 nights, and at the end of that period burn it in a fire of charcoal. Your dreams during that time will be prophetic of your future destiny, and what is still more curious and valuable, says Mother Bridget, the man whom you are to wed will enjoy no peace till he comes and visits you. Besides this, you will perpetually haunt his dreams. St. John's Eve. Make a new pincushion of the very best black velvet. No inferior quality will answer the purpose. and on one side stick your name at full length with the very smallest pins that can be bought. None other will do. On the other side, make a cross with some very large pins and surround it with a circle. Put this into your stocking when you take it off at night and hang it up at the foot of the bed. All your future life will pass before you in a dream. First new moon of the year. On the first new moon in the year, take a pint of clear spring water and infuse into it the white of an egg laid by a white hen, a glass of white wine, 3 almonds peeled white, and a tablespoonful of white rose water. Drink this on going to bed, not making more nor less than 3 draughts of it, repeating the following verses 3 several times in a clear, distinct voice, but not so loud as to be overheard by anybody. If I dream of water pure before the coming morn, 'tis a sign I shall be poor, and unto wealth not born. If I dream of tasting beer, middling then will be my cheer checkered with the good and bad. Sometimes joyful, sometimes sad, but should I dream of drinking wine, wealth and pleasure will be mine. The stronger the drink, the better the cheer. Dreams of my destiny appear. 29th of February. This day, as it only occurs once in 4 years, is peculiarly auspicious to those who desire to have a glance at futurity, especially to young maidens burning with anxiety to know the appearance and complexion of their future lords. The charm to be adopted is the following. Stick 27 of the smallest pins that are made, 3 by 3, into a tallow candle. Light it up at the wrong end, and then place it in a candlestick made out of clay, which must be drawn from a virgin's grave. Place this on the chimney place, in the left-hand corner, exactly as the clock strikes 12, and go to bed immediately. When the candle is burnt out, take the pins and put them into your left shoe, and before 9 nights have elapsed, your fate will be revealed to you. We have now taken a hasty review of the various modes of seeking to discover the future, especially as practiced in modern times. The main features of the folly appear essentially the same in all countries. National character and peculiarities operate some difference of interpretation. The mountaineer makes the natural phenomena which he most frequently witnesses prognosticative of the future. The dweller in the plains, in a similar manner, seeks to know his fate among the signs of the things that surround him, and tints his superstition with the hues of his own clime. The same spirit animates them all, the same desire to know that which infinite mercy has concealed. There is but little probability that the curiosity of mankind in this respect will ever be wholly eradicated. Death and ill fortune are continual bugbears to the weak-minded, the irreligious, and the ignorant, and while such exist in the world, divines will preach upon its impiety, and philosophers discourse upon its absurdity in vain. Still, it is evident that these follies have greatly diminished. Soothsayers and prophets have lost the credit they formerly enjoyed, and skulk in secret now where they once showed their faces in the blaze of day. So far there is manifest improvement. Some deemed them wondrous wise, and some believed them mad. Beattie's Minstrel. The wonderful influence of imagination in the cure of diseases is well known. A motion of the hand, or a glance of the eye, will throw a weak and credulous patient into a fit, and a pill made of bread, if taken with sufficient faith, will operate a cure better than all the drugs in the pharmacopoeia. The Prince of Orange, at the siege of Breda, in 1625, cured all his soldiers who were dying of the scurvy by a philanthropic piece of quackery which he played upon them with the knowledge of the physicians, when all other means had failed. Many hundreds of instances of a similar kind might be related, especially from the history of witchcraft. The mummeries, strange gesticulations and barbarous jargon of witches and sorcerers, which frightened credulous and nervous women, brought on all those symptoms of hysteria and other similar diseases, so well understood now, but which were then supposed to be the work of the devil, not only by the victims and the public in general, but by the operators themselves. In the age when alchemy began to fall into some disrepute and learning to lift up its voice against it, a new delusion based upon this power of imagination suddenly arose and found apostles among all the alchemists. Numbers of them, forsaking their old pursuits, made themselves magnetizers. It appeared first in the shape of mineral and afterwards of animal magnetism, under which latter name it survives to this day and numbers its dupes by thousands. The mineral magnetizers claim the first notice as the worthy predecessors of the quacks of the present day. The honor claimed for Paracelsus of being the first of the Rosicrucians has been disputed, but his claim to be considered the first of the magnetizers can scarcely be challenged. It has been already mentioned of him, in the part of this work which treats of alchemy, that like nearly all the distinguished adepts, he was a physician, and pretended not only to make gold and confer immortality, but to cure all diseases. He was the first who, with the latter view, attributed occult and miraculous powers to the magnet. Animated apparently by a sincere conviction that the magnet was the philosopher's stone which, if it could not transmute metals, could soothe all human suffering and arrest the progress of decay, he travelled for many years in Persia and Arabia in search of the mountain of adamant, so famed in Oriental fables. When he practiced as a physician at Baal, he called one of his nostrums by the name of Azoth, a stone or crystal which he said contained magnetic properties, and cured epilepsy, hysteria, and spasmodic affections. He soon found imitators. His fame spread far and near, and thus were sown the first seeds of that era which has since taken root and flourished so widely. In spite of the denial of modern practitioners, this must be considered the origin of magnetism, for we find that, beginning with Paracelsus, there was a regular succession of mineral magnetizers until Mesmer appeared and gave a new feature to the delusion. Paracelsus boasted of being able to transplant diseases from the human frame into the earth by means of the magnet. He said there were 6 ways by which this might be effected. One of them will be quite sufficient as a specimen. If a person suffer from disease, either local or general, let the following remedy be tried. Take a magnet impregnated with mummy and mixed with rich earth. In this earth sow some seeds that have a congruity or homogeneity with the disease. Then let this earth, well sifted and mixed with mummy, be laid in an earthen vessel, and let the seeds committed to it be watered daily with a lotion in which the diseased limb or body has been washed. Thus will the disease be transplanted from the human body to the seeds which are in the earth. Having done this, transplant the seeds from the earthen vessel to the ground and wait till they begin to sprout into herbs. As they increase, the disease will diminish, and when they have arrived at their full growth, it will disappear altogether. Kircher the Jesuit, whose quarrel with the alchemists was the means of exposing many of their impostures, was a firm believer in the efficacy of the magnet. Having been applied to by a patient afflicted with hernia, he directed the man to swallow a small magnet reduced to powder, while he applied at the same time to the external swelling a poultice made of filings of iron. He expected that by this means the magnet, when it got to the corresponding place inside, would draw in the iron, and with it the tumour, which would thus, he said, be safely and expeditiously reduced. As this new doctrine of magnetism spread, it was found that wounds inflicted with any metallic substance could be cured by the magnet. In process of time, the delusions so increased that it was deemed sufficient to magnetize a sword to cure any hurt which that sword might have inflicted. This was the origin of the celebrated weapon salve, which excited so much attention about the middle of the 17th century. The following was the recipe given by Paracelsus for the cure of any wounds inflicted by a sharp weapon, except such as had penetrated the heart, the brain, or the arteries. Take of moss growing on the head of a thief who has been hanged and left in the air, of real mummy, of human blood still warm, of each 1 ounce, of human suet 2 ounces, of linseed oil, turpentine and Armenian bowl, of each 2 drachms. Mix all well in a mortar and keep the salve in an oblong, narrow urn. With this salve the weapon, after being dipped in the blood from the wound, was to be carefully anointed and then laid by in a cool place. In the meantime, the wound was to be duly washed with fair, clean water, covered with a clean, soft linen rag, and opened once a day to cleanse off purulent or other matter. Of the success of this treatment, says the writer of the able article on animal magnetism in the 12th volume of the Foreign Quarterly Review, there cannot be the least doubt. For surgeons at this moment follow exactly the same method, except anointing the weapon. The weapon salve continued to be much spoken of on the continent, and many eager claimants appeared for the honour of the invention. Dr. Flood, or A. Fluctibus, the Rosicrucian, who has been already mentioned in a previous part of this volume, was very zealous in introducing it into England. He tried it with great success in several cases, and no wonder, for while he kept up the spirits of his patients by boasting of the great efficacy of the salve, he never neglected those common, but much more important remedies of washing, bandaging, etc., which the experience of all ages had declared sufficient for the purpose. Flood moreover declared that the magnet was a remedy for all diseases if properly applied, but that man having, like the Earth, a north and a south pole, magnetism could only take place when his body was in a boreal position. In the midst of his popularity, an attack was made upon him and his favourite remedy, the salve, which, however, did little or nothing to diminish the belief in its efficacy. One Parson Foster wrote a pamphlet entitled Hiplochrysma Spongus, or A Sponge to Wipe Away the Weapon Salve, in which he declared that it was as bad as witchcraft to use or recommend such an unguent, that it was invented by the devil, who at the last day would seize upon every person who had given it the slightest encouragement. In fact, said Parson Foster, the devil himself gave it to Paracelsus, Paracelsus to the emperor to the courtier to Baptista Porta, and Baptista Porta to Dr. Flood, a doctor of physic, yet living and practicing in the famous city of London, who now stands tooth and nail for it. Dr. Flood, thus assailed, took up the pen in defence of his unguent in a reply called The Squeezing of Parson Foster's Sponge, wherein the sponge-bearer's immodest carriage and behaviour towards his brethren is detected. The bitter flames of his slanderous reports are, by the sharp vinegar of truth, corrected and quite extinguished. And lastly, the virtuous validity of his sponge in wiping away the weapon salve is crushed out and clean abolished. Shortly after this dispute, a more distinguished believer in the weapon salve made his appearance in the person of Sir Kenelm Digby, the son of Sir Everard Digby, who was executed for his participation in the gunpowder plot. This gentleman, who, in other respects, was an accomplished scholar and an able man, was imbued with all the extravagant notions of the alchemists. He believed in the philosopher's stone, and wished to engage Descartes to devote his energies to the discovery of the elixir of life, or some other means by which the existence of man might be prolonged to an indefinite period. He gave his wife, the beautiful Venetia Anastasia Stanley, a dish of capons fed upon vipers, according to the plan supposed to have been laid down by Arnold of Villeneuve, in the hope that she might thereby preserve her loveliness for a century. If such a man once took up the idea of the weapon salve, it was to be expected that he would make the most of it. In his hands, however, it was changed from an unguent into a powder, and was called the powder of sympathy. He pretended that he had acquired the knowledge of it from a Carmelite friar who had learned it in Persia or Armenia from an Oriental philosopher of great renown. King James, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Buckingham, and many other noble personages believed in its efficacy. The following remarkable instance of his mode of cure was read by Sir Kenelm to a society of learned men at Montpellier. Mr. James Howell, the well-known author of the Dendrologia and of various letters, coming by chance as two of his best friends were fighting a duel, rushed between them and endeavoured to part them. He seized the sword of one of the combatants by the hilt, while at the same time he grasped the other by the blade. Being transported with fury one against the other, they struggled to rid themselves of the hindrance caused by their friend, and in so doing, the one whose sword was held by the blade by Mr. Howell drew it away roughly and nearly cut his hand off, severing the nerves and muscles and penetrating to the bone. The other, almost at the same instant, disengaged his sword and aimed a blow at the head of his antagonist, which Mr. Howell, observing, raised his wounded hand with the rapidity of thought to prevent the blow. The sword fell on the back of his already wounded hand and cut it severely. It seemed, said Sir Kenelm Digby, as if some unlucky star raged over them, that they should have both shed the blood of that dear friend for whose life they would have given their own if they had been in their proper mind at the time. Seeing Mr. Howell's face all besmeared with blood from his wounded hand, they both threw down their swords and embraced him, and bound up his hand with a garter, to close the veins which were cut and bled profusely. They then conveyed him home and sent for a surgeon. King James, who was much attached to Mr. Howell, afterwards sent his own surgeon to attend him. We must continue the narrative in the words of Sir Kenelm Digby. It was my chance, says he, to be lodged hard by him, and 4 or 5 days after, as I was making myself ready, he came to my house and prayed me to view his wounds. For I understand, said he, that you have extraordinary remedies on such occasions, and my surgeons apprehend some fear that it may grow to a gangrene, and so the hand must be cut off. In effect, his countenance discovered that he was in much pain, which he said was insupportable in regard of the extreme inflammation. I told him I would willingly serve him, but if, haply, he knew the manner how I could cure him, without touching or seeing him, it might be that he would not expose himself to my manner of curing, because he would think it,
peradventure either ineffectual or superstitious. He replied, "The many wonderful things which people have related unto me of your way of medicinement makes me nothing doubt at all of its efficacy, and all that I have to say unto you is comprehended in the Spanish proverb, Hágase el milagro y hágalo Mahoma, let the miracle be done, though Mahomet do it." I asked him then for anything that had the blood upon it, so he presently sent for his garter, wherewith his hand was first bound, and as I called for a basin of water, as if I would wash my hands, I took a handful of powder of vitriol, which I had in my study, and presently dissolved it. As soon as the bloody garter was brought me, I put it in the basin, observing, in the interim, what Mr. Howell did, who stood talking with a gentleman in a corner of my chamber, not regarding at all what I was doing. He started suddenly, as if he had found some strange alteration in himself. I asked him what he ailed. "I know not what ails me, but I find that I feel no more pain. Methinks that a pleasing kind of freshness, as it were a wet cold napkin, did spread over my hand, which hath taken away the inflammation that tormented me before." I replied, "Since then you feel already so much good of my medicament, I advise you to cast away all your plasters, only keep the wound clean, and in a moderate temper betwixt heat and cold." This was presently reported to the Duke of Buckingham, and a little after to the King, who were both very curious to know the circumstances of the business, which was that after dinner I took the garter out of the water and put it to dry before a great fire. It was scarce dry before Mr. Howell's servant came running, and saying that his master felt as much burning as ever he had done, if not more, for the heat was such as if his hand were betwixt coals of fire. I answered that, although that had happened at present, yet he should find ease in a short time, for I knew the reason of this new accident, and would provide accordingly, for his master should be free from that inflammation, it might be before he could possibly return to him. But, in case he found no ease, I wished him to come presently back again. If not, he might forbear coming. Thereupon he went, and at the instant I did put the garter again into the water, thereupon he found his master without any pain at all. To be brief, there was no sense of pain afterwards, but within 5 or 6 days the wounds were cicatrized and entirely healed, such as the marvellous story of Sir Kenelm Digby. Other practitioners of that age were not behind him in their pretensions. It was not always thought necessary to use either the powder of sympathy or the weapon salve to effect a cure. It was sufficient to magnetize the sword with the hand, the first faint dawn of the animal theory, to relieve any pain the same weapon had caused. They asserted that if they stroked the sword upwards with their fingers, the wounded person would feel immediate relief, but if they stroked it downwards, he would feel intolerable pain. Another very singular notion of the power and capabilities of magnetism was entertained at the same time. It was believed that a sympathetic alphabet could be made on the flesh, by means of which persons could correspond with each other and communicate all their ideas with the rapidity of volition, although thousands of miles apart. From the arms of 2 persons, a piece of flesh was cut and mutually transplanted while still warm and bleeding. The piece so severed grew to the new arm on which it was placed, but still retained so close a sympathy with its native limb that its old possessor was always sensible of any injury done to it. Upon these transplanted pieces were tattooed the letters of the alphabet, so that, when a communication was to be made, either of the persons, though the wide Atlantic rolled between them, had only to prick his arm with a magnetic needle, and straightway his friend received intimation that the telegraph was at work. Whatever letter he pricked on his own arm pained the same letter on the arm of his correspondent. Contemporary with Sir Kenelm Digby was the no less famous Mr. Valentine Greatrax, who, without mentioning magnetism, or laying claim to any theory, practiced upon himself and others a deception much more akin to the animal magnetism of the present day than the mineral magnetism it was then so much the fashion to study. He was the son of an Irish gentleman, of good education and property, in the county of Cork. He fell, at an early age, into a sort of melancholy derangement. After some time he had an impulse, or strange persuasion in his mind, which continued to present itself, whether he were sleeping or waking, that God had given him the power of curing the king's evil. He mentioned this persuasion to his wife, who very candidly told him that he was a fool. He was not quite sure of this, notwithstanding the high authority from which it came, and determined to make trial of the power that was in him. A few days afterwards, he went to one William Maher of Saltersbridge in the parish of Lismore, who was grievously afflicted with the king's evil in his eyes, cheek, and throat.
Upon this man, who was of abundant faith, he laid his hands, stroked him, and prayed fervently. He had the satisfaction to see him heal considerably in the course of a few days, and finally, with the aid of other remedies, to be quite cured. This success encouraged him in the belief that he had a divine mission. Day after day, he had further impulses from on high that he was called upon to cure the ague also. In the course of time, he extended his powers to the curing of epilepsy, ulcers, aches, and lameness. All the county of Cork was in a commotion to see this extraordinary physician, who certainly operated some very great benefit in cases where the disease was heightened by hypochondria and depression of spirits. According to his own account, such great multitudes resorted to him from divers places that he had no time to follow his own business or enjoy the company of his family and friends. He was obliged to set aside 3 days in the week, from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, during which time only he laid hands upon all that came. Still, the crowds which thronged around him were so great that the neighbouring towns were not able to accommodate them. He thereupon left his house in the country and went to Youghal, where the resort of sick people, not only from all parts of Ireland, but from England, continued so great that the magistrates were afraid they would infect the place by their diseases. Several of these poor, credulous people no sooner saw him than they fell into fits, and he restored them by waving his hand in their faces and praying over them. Nay, he affirmed that the touch of his glove had driven pains away, and on one occasion cast out from a woman several devils or evil spirits who tormented her day and night. Every one of these devils, says Greatrax, was like to choke her when it came up into her throat. It is evident from this that the woman's complaint was nothing but hysteria. The clergy of the diocese of Lismore, who seemed to have had much clearer notions of Greatrax's pretensions than their parishioners, set their faces against the new prophet and worker of miracles. He was cited to appear in the Dean's Court and prohibited from laying on his hands for the future, but he cared nothing for the church. He imagined that he derived his powers direct from heaven and continued to throw people into fits and bring them to their senses again, as usual, almost exactly after the fashion of modern magnetizers. His reputation became at last so great that Lord Conway sent to him from London, begging that he would come over immediately to cure a grievous headache which his lady had suffered for several years, and which the principal physicians of England had been unable to relieve. Greatrax accepted the invitation and tried his manipulations and prayers upon Lady Conway. He failed, however, in affording any relief. The poor lady's headache was excited by causes too serious to allow her any help, even from faith and a lively imagination. He lived for some months in Lord Conway's house at Ragley in Warwickshire, operating cures similar to those he had performed in Ireland. He afterwards removed to London and took a house in Lincoln's Inn Fields, which soon became the daily resort of all the nervous and credulous women of the metropolis. A very amusing account of Greatrax at this time, 1665, is given in the second volume of the Miscellanies of St. Fair, Evremond, under the title of The Irish Prophet. It is the most graphic sketch ever made of this early magnetizer. Whether his pretensions were more or less absurd than those of some of his successors, who have lately made their appearance among us, would be hard to say. When Monsieur de Comminges, says Saint Evremond, was ambassador from his most Christian Majesty to the King of Great Britain, there came to London an Irish prophet, who passed himself off as a great worker of miracles. Some persons of quality having begged Monsieur de Comminges to invite him to his house, that they might be witnesses of some of his miracles, the ambassador promised to satisfy them, as much to gratify his own curiosity as from courtesy to his friends, and gave notice to Greatrax that he would be glad to see him. A rumour of the prophet's coming soon spread all over the town, and the hotel of Monsieur de Comminges was crowded by sick persons who came full of confidence in their speedy cure. The Irishman made them wait a considerable time for him, but came at last, in the midst of their impatience, with a grave and simple countenance that showed no signs of his being a cheat. Monsieur de Comminges prepared to question him strictly, hoping to discourse with him on the matters that he had read of in Van Helmont and Bodinus. But he was not able to do so, much to his regret, for the crowd became so great, and cripples and others pressed around so impatiently to be the first cured, that the servants were obliged to use threats and even force before they could establish order among them or place them in proper ranks. The prophet affirmed that all diseases were caused by evil spirits. Every infirmity was with him a case of diabolical possession. The first that was presented to him was a man suffering from gout and rheumatism, and so severely that the physicians had been unable to cure him. "Ah," said the miracle worker. "I have seen a good deal of this sort of spirits when I was in Ireland. They are watery spirits who bring on cold shivering and excite an overflow of aqueous humours in our poor bodies." Then addressing the man, he said, "Evil spirit, who hast quitted thy dwelling in the waters to come and afflict this miserable body, I command thee to quit thy new abode and to return to thine ancient habitation." This said, the sick man was ordered to withdraw, and another was brought forward in his place. This newcomer said he was tormented by the melancholy vapours. In fact, he looked like a hypochondriac, one of those persons diseased in imagination and who but too often become so in reality. "Aerial spirit," said the Irishman, "return, I command thee, into the air. Exercise thy natural vocation of raising tempests, and do not excite any more wind in this sad, unlucky body." This man was immediately turned away to make room for a third patient, who, in the Irishman's opinion, was only tormented by a little bit of a sprite who could not withstand his command for an instant. He pretended that he recognized this sprite by some marks which were invisible to the company, to whom he turned with a smile and said, "This sort of spirit does not often do much harm, and is always very diverting." To hear him talk, one would have imagined that he knew all about spirits, their names, their rank, their numbers, their employment, and all the functions they were destined to. And he boasted of being much better acquainted with the intrigues of demons than he was with the affairs of men. You can hardly imagine what a reputation he gained in a short time. Catholics and Protestants visited him from every part, all believing that power from heaven was in his hands. After relating a rather equivocal adventure of a husband and wife who implored Greatrix to cast out the devil of dissension which had crept in between them, St. Evremond thus sums up the effect he produced on the popular mind. "So great was the confidence in him, that the blind fancied they saw the light which they did not see. The deaf imagined that they heard, the lame that they walked straight, and the paralytic that they had recovered the use of their limbs. An idea of health made the sick forget for a while their maladies, and imagination, which was not less active in those merely drawn by curiosity than in the sick, gave a false view to the one class from the desire of seeing, as it operated a false cure on the other from the strong desire of being healed. Such was the power of the Irishman over the mind, and such was the influence of the mind upon the body. Nothing was spoken of in London but his prodigies, and these prodigies were supported by such great authorities that the bewildered multitude believed them almost without examination, while more enlightened people did not dare to reject them from their own knowledge. The public opinion, timid and enslaved, respected this imperious and apparently well-authenticated error. Those who saw through the delusion kept their opinion to themselves, knowing how useless it was to declare their disbelief to a people filled with prejudice and admiration. About the same time that Valentine Greatrax was thus magnetizing the people of London, an Italian enthusiast named Francisco Bagnone was performing the same tricks in Italy, and with as great success. He had only to touch weak women with his hands, or sometimes, for the sake of working more effectively upon their fanaticism, with a relic to make them fall into fits and manifest all the symptoms of magnetism. Besides these, several learned men in different parts of Europe directed their attention to the study of the magnet, believing that it might be rendered efficacious in many diseases. Van Helmont, in particular, published a work on the effects of magnetism on the human frame, and Balthazar Gracian, a Spaniard, rendered himself famous for the boldness of his views on the subject. "The magnet," said the latter, "attracts iron. Iron is found everywhere. Everything, therefore, is under the influence of magnetism. It is only a modification of the general principle, which establishes harmony or foments divisions among men. It is the same agent that gives rise to sympathy, antipathy, and the passions." Baptista Porter, who, in the whimsical genealogy of the weapon salve, given by Parson Foster in his attack upon Dr. A. Fluctibus, is mentioned as one of its fathers, had also great faith in the efficacy of the magnet, and operated upon the imagination of his patients in a manner which was then considered so extraordinary that he was accused of being a magician and prohibited from practicing by the court of Rome. Among others who distinguished themselves by their faith in magnetism, Sebastian Weerdig and William Maxwell claim especial notice. Weerdig was professor of medicine at the University of Rostock in Mecklenburg and wrote a treatise called The New Medicine of the Spirits, which he presented to the Royal Society of London. An edition of this work was printed in 1673, in which the author maintained that a magnetic influence took place, not only between the celestial and terrestrial bodies, but between all living things. The whole world, he said, was under the influence of magnetism. Life was preserved by magnetism. Death was the consequence of magnetism. Maxwell, the other enthusiast, was an admiring disciple of Paracelsus and boasted that he had irradiated the obscurity in which too many of the wonder-working recipes of that great philosopher were enveloped. His works were printed at Frankfurt in 1679. It would seem from the following passage that he was aware of the great influence of imagination, as well in the production as in the cure of diseases. "If you wish to work prodigies," says he, "abstract from the materiality of beings, increase the sum of spirituality in bodies, rouse the spirit from its slumbers. Unless you do one or other of these things, unless you can bind the idea, you can never perform anything good or great. Here, in fact, lies the whole secret of magnetism, and all delusions of a similar kind. Increase the spirituality, rouse the spirit from its slumbers, or in other words, work upon the imagination, induce belief and blind confidence, and you may do anything." This passage, which is quoted with approbation by M. Dupotet in a work, as strongly corroborative of the theory now advanced by the animal magnetists, is just the reverse. If they believe they can work all their wonders by the means so dimly shadowed forth by Maxwell, what becomes of the universal fluid pervading all nature and which they pretend to pour into weak and diseased bodies from the tips of their fingers? Early in the 18th century, the attention of Europe was directed to a very remarkable instance of fanaticism, which has been claimed by the animal magnetists as a proof of their science. The convulsionaries of Saint Médard, as they were called, assembled in great numbers round the tomb of their favourite saint, the Jansenist priest Paris, and taught one another how to fall into convulsions. They believed that Saint Paris would cure all their infirmities, and the number of hysterical women and weak-minded persons of all descriptions that flocked to the tomb from far and near was so great as daily to block up all the avenues leading to it. Working themselves up to a pitch of excitement, they went off one after the other into fits, while some of them, still in apparent possession of all their faculties, voluntarily exposed themselves to sufferings which on ordinary occasions would have been sufficient to deprive them of life. The scenes that occurred were a scandal to civilization and to religion, a strange mixture of obscenity, absurdity, and superstition. While some were praying on bended knees at the shrine of St. Paris, others were shrieking and making the most hideous noises. The women especially exerted themselves. On one side of the chapel there might be seen a score of them, all in convulsions, while at another as many more, excited to a sort of frenzy, yielded themselves up to gross indecencies. Some of them took an insane delight in being beaten and trampled upon. One in particular, according to Montegray, whose account we quote, was so enraptured with this ill usage that nothing but the hardest blows would satisfy her. While a fellow of Herculean strength was beating her with all his might with a heavy bar of iron, she kept continually urging him to renewed exertion. The harder he struck, the better she liked it, exclaiming all the while, "Well done, brother, well done! Oh, how pleasant it is! What good you are doing me! Courage, my brother, courage! Strike harder still!" Another of these fanatics had, if possible, a still greater love for a beating. Carré de Montgeron, who relates the circumstance, was unable to satisfy her with 60 blows of a large sledgehammer. He afterwards used the same weapon with the same degree of strength, for the sake of experiment, and succeeded in battering a hole in a stone wall at the 25th stroke. Another woman named Sonnet laid herself down on a red-hot brazier without flinching and acquired for herself the nickname of the Salamander, while others, desirous of a more illustrious martyrdom, attempted to crucify themselves. M. Deleuze, in his critical history of animal magnetism, attempts to prove that this fanatical frenzy was produced by magnetism and that these mad enthusiasts magnetized each other without being aware of it. As well might he insist that the fanaticism which tempts the Hindu bigot to keep his arms stretched in a horizontal position till the sinews wither, or his fingers closed upon his palms till the nails grow out of the backs of his hands, is also an effect of magnetism. For a period of 60 or 70 years, magnetism was almost wholly confined to Germany. Men of sense and learning devoted their attention to the properties of the lodestone, and one Father Hell, a Jesuit and professor of astronomy at the University of Vienna, rendered himself famous by his magnetic cures. About the year 1771 or 1772, he invented steel plates of a peculiar form, which he applied to the naked body as a cure for several diseases. In the year 1774, he communicated his system to Anthony Mesmer. The latter improved upon the ideas of Father Hell,
constructed a new theory of his own, and became the founder of animal magnetism. It has been the fashion among the enemies of the new delusion to decry Mesmer as an unprincipled adventurer, while his disciples have extolled him to the skies as a regenerator of the human race. In nearly the same words as the Rosicrucians applied to their founders, he has been called the discoverer of the secret, which brings man into more intimate connection with his creator, the deliverer of the soul from the debasing trammels of the flesh, the man who enables us to set time at defiance and conquer the obstructions of space. A careful sifting of his pretensions and examination of the evidence brought forward to sustain them will soon show which opinion is the more correct. That the writer of these pages considers him in the light of a man who, deluding himself, was the means of deluding others, may be inferred from his finding a place in these volumes and figuring among the Flamels, the Agrippas, the Boris, the Bowmans, and the Cagliostros. He was born in May 1734 at Mersburg in Swabia and studied medicine at the University of Vienna. He took his degrees in 1766 and chose the influence of the planets on the human body as the subject of his inaugural dissertation. Having treated the matter quite in the style of the old astrological physicians, he was exposed to some ridicule both then and afterwards. Even at this early period, some faint ideas of his great theory were germinating in his mind. He maintained in his dissertation that the sun, moon, and fixed stars mutually affect each other in their orbits, that they cause and direct in our Earth a flux and reflux not only in the sea, but in the atmosphere, and affect in a similar manner all organized bodies through the medium of a subtile and mobile fluid which pervades the universe and associates all things together in mutual intercourse and harmony. This influence, he said, was particularly exercised on the nervous system and produced two states, which he called intention and remission, which seemed to him to account for the different periodical revolutions observable in several maladies. When in afterlife he met with Father Hell, he was confirmed by that person's observations in the truth of many of his own ideas. Having caused Hell to make him some magnetic plates, he determined to try experiments with them himself for his further satisfaction. He tried accordingly and was astonished at his success. The faith of their wearers operated wonders with the metallic plates. Mesmer made due reports to Father Hell of all he had done, and the latter published them as the results of his own happy invention, and speaking of Mesmer as a physician whom he had employed to work under him. Mesmer took offence at being thus treated, considering himself a far greater personage than Father Hell. He claimed the invention as his own, accused Hell of a breach of confidence, and stigmatized him as a mean person, anxious to turn the discoveries of others to his own account. Hell replied, and a very pretty quarrel was the result, which afforded small talk for months to the literati of Vienna. Hell ultimately gained the victory. Mesmer, nothing daunted, continued to promulgate his views till he stumbled at last upon the animal theory. One of his patients was a young lady named Oesterline, who suffered under a convulsive malady. Her attacks were periodical and attended by a rush of blood to the head, followed by delirium and syncope. These symptoms he soon succeeded in reducing under his system of planetary influence, and imagined he could foretell the periods of accession and remission. Having thus accounted satisfactorily to himself for the origin of the disease, the idea struck him that he could operate a certain cure if he could ascertain beyond doubt what he had long believed, that there existed between the bodies which compose our globe an action equally reciprocal and similar to that of the heavenly bodies, by means of which he could imitate artificially the periodical revolutions of the flux and reflux before mentioned. He soon convinced himself that this action did exist. When trying the metallic plates of Father Hell, he thought their efficacy depended on their form, but he found afterwards that he could produce the same effects without using them at all, merely by passing his hands downwards towards the feet of the patient, even when at a considerable distance. This completed the theory of Mesmer. He wrote an account of his discovery to all the learned societies of Europe, soliciting their investigation. The Academy of Sciences at Berlin was the only one that answered him, and their answer was anything but favourable to his system or flattering to himself. Still, he was not discouraged. He maintained to all who would listen to him that the magnetic matter or fluid pervaded all the universe, that every human body contained it, and could communicate the superabundance of it to another by an exertion of the will. Writing to a friend from Vienna, he said, "I have observed that the magnetic is almost the same thing as the electric fluid, and that it may be propagated in the same manner by means of intermediate bodies.
Steel is not the only substance adapted to this purpose. I have rendered paper, bread, wool, silk, stones, leather, glass, wood, men and dogs. In short, everything I touched, magnetic to such a degree that these substances produced the same effects as the lodestone on diseased persons. I have charged jars with magnetic matter in the same way as is done with electricity. Mesmer did not long find his residence at Vienna as agreeable as he wished. His pretensions were looked upon with contempt or indifference, and the case of Mademoiselle Oesterline brought him less fame than notoriety. He determined to change his sphere of action and travelled into Swabia and Switzerland. In the latter country he met with the celebrated Father Gassner, who, like Valentine Greatrax, amused himself by casting out devils and healing the sick by merely laying hands upon them. At his approach, delicate girls fell into convulsions and hypochondriacs fancied themselves cured. His house was daily besieged by the lame, the blind, and the hysteric. Mesmer at once acknowledged the efficacy of his cures and declared that they were the obvious result of his own newly discovered power of magnetism. A few of the father's patients were forthwith subjected to the manipulations of Mesmer, and the same symptoms were induced. He then tried his hand upon some paupers in the hospitals of Bern and Zurich, and succeeded, according to his own account, but no other persons, in curing an ophthalmia and a gutta serena. With memorials of these achievements, he returned to Vienna in the hope of silencing his enemies, or at least forcing them to respect his newly acquired reputation and to examine his system more attentively. His second appearance in that capital was not more auspicious than the first. He undertook to cure a Mademoiselle Paradis, who was quite blind and subject to convulsions. He magnetized her several times and then declared that she was cured. At least if she was not, it was her fault and not his. An eminent oculist of that day, named Barth, went to visit her and declared that she was as blind as ever, while her family said she was as much subject to convulsions as before. Mesmer persisted that she was cured. Like the French philosopher, he would not allow facts to interfere with his theory. He declared that there was a conspiracy against him, and that Mademoiselle Paradis, at the instigation of her family, feigned blindness in order to injure his reputation. The consequences of this pretended cure taught Mesmer that Vienna was not the sphere for him. Paris, the idle, the debauched, the pleasure-hunting, the novelty-loving, was the scene for a philosopher like him, and thither he repaired accordingly. He arrived at Paris in 1778 and began modestly by making himself and his theory known to the principal physicians. At first, his encouragement was but slight. He found people more inclined to laugh at than to patronize him, but he was a man who had great confidence in himself and of a perseverance which no difficulties could overcome. He hired a sumptuous apartment, which he opened to all comers who chose to make trial of the new power of nature. Monsieur Deslon, a physician of great reputation, became a convert, and from that time, animal magnetism, or as some called it, mesmerism, became the fashion in Paris. The women were quite enthusiastic about it, and their admiring tattle wafted its fame through every grade of society. Mesmer was the rage, and high and low, rich and poor, credulous and unbelieving, all hastened to convince themselves of the power of this mighty magician who made such magnificent promises. Mesmer, who knew as well as any man living the influence of the imagination, determined that on that score nothing should be wanting to heighten the effect of the magnetic charm. In all Paris there was not a house so charmingly furnished as Monsieur Mesmer's. Richly stained glass shed a dim religious light on his spacious saloons, which were almost covered with mirrors. Orange blossoms scented all the air of his corridors. Incense of the most expensive kinds burned in antique vases on his chimney-pieces. Aeolian harps sighed melodious music from distant chambers, while sometimes a sweet female voice from above or below stole softly upon the mysterious silence that was kept in the house and insisted upon from all visitors. "Was ever anything so delightful?" cried all the Mrs. Wittitterleys of Paris as they thronged to his house in search of pleasant excitement. "So wonderful," said the pseudo-philosophers, who would believe anything if it were the fashion. "So amusing," said the worn-out debauches, who had drained the cup of sensuality to its dregs and who longed to see lovely women in convulsions with the hope that they might gain some new emotions from the sight. The following was the mode of operation. In the centre of the saloon was placed an oval vessel, about 4 feet in its longest diameter and 1 foot deep. In this were laid a number of wine bottles filled with magnetized water, well corked up and disposed in radii with their necks outwards. Water was then poured into the vessel so as just to cover the bottles, and filings of iron were thrown in occasionally to heighten the magnetic effect. The vessel was then covered with an iron cover, pierced through with many holes, and was called the Mackay. From each hole issued a long movable rod of iron, which the patients were to apply to such parts of their bodies as were afflicted. Around this Mackay, the patients were directed to sit, holding each other by the hand and pressing their knees together as closely as possible to facilitate the passage of the magnetic fluid from one to the other. Then came in the assistant magnetizers, generally strong, handsome young men, to pour into the patient from their fingertips fresh streams of the wondrous fluid. They embraced the patient between the knees, rubbed them gently down the spine and the course of the nerves, using gentle pressure upon the breasts of the ladies and staring them out of countenance to magnetize them by the eye. All this time the most rigorous silence was maintained, with the exception of a few wild notes on the harmonica or the pianoforte, or the melodious voice of a hidden opera singer swelling softly at long intervals. Gradually the cheeks of the ladies began to glow, their imaginations to become inflamed, and off they went, one after the other, in convulsive fits. Some of them sobbed and tore their hair, others laughed till the tears ran from their eyes, while others shrieked and screamed and yelled till they became insensible altogether. This was the crisis of the delirium. In the midst of it, the chief actor made his appearance, waving his wand like Prospero to work new wonders. Dressed in a long robe of lilac-coloured silk richly embroidered with gold flowers, bearing in his hand a white magnetic rod, and with a look of dignity which would have sat well on an Eastern caliph, he marched with solemn strides into the room. He awed the still sensible by his eye, and the violence of their symptoms diminished. He stroked the insensible with his hands upon the eyebrows and down the spine, traced figures upon their breast and abdomen with his long white wand, and they were restored to consciousness. They became calm, acknowledged his power, and said they felt streams of cold or burning vapour passing through their frames, according as he waved his wand or his fingers before them. It is impossible, says Monsieur Dupotet, to conceive the sensation which Mesmer's experiments created in Paris. No theological controversy in the earlier ages of the Catholic Church was ever conducted with greater bitterness. His adversaries denied the discovery, some calling him a quack, others a fool, and others again like the Abbé Fiard, a man who had sold himself to the devil. His friends were as extravagant in their praise as his foes were in their censure. Paris was inundated with pamphlets upon the subject, as many defending as attacking the doctrine. At court, the Queen expressed herself in favour of it, and nothing else was to be heard of in society. By the advice of Monsieur Deslons, Mesmer challenged an examination of his doctrine by the Faculty of Medicine. He proposed to select 24 patients, 12 of whom he would treat magnetically, leaving the other 12 to be treated by the faculty according to the old and approved methods. He also stipulated that, to prevent disputes, the government should nominate certain persons who were not physicians to be present at the experiments, and that the object of the inquiry should be not how these effects were produced, but whether they were really efficacious in the cure of any disease. The faculty objected to limit the inquiry in this manner, and the proposition fell to the ground. Mesmer now wrote to Marie Antoinette with the view of securing her influence in obtaining for him the protection of government. He wished to have a chateau and its lands given to him, with a handsome yearly income, that he might be enabled to continue his experiments at leisure, untroubled by the persecution of his enemies. He hinted the duty of governments to support men of science, and expressed his fear that if he met no more encouragement, he should be compelled to carry his great discovery to some other land more willing to appreciate him. "In the eyes of your Majesty," said he, 400,000 or 500,000 francs, applied to a good purpose, are of no account. The welfare and happiness of your people are everything. My discovery ought to be received and rewarded with a munificence worthy of the monarch to whom I shall attach myself. The government at last offered him a pension of 20,000 francs and the cross of the Order of St. Michael if he had made any discovery in medicine and would communicate it to physicians nominated by the king. The latter part of the proposition was not agreeable to Mesmer. He feared the unfavourable report of the king's physicians, and breaking off the negotiation, spoke of his disregard of money and his wish to have his discovery at once recognised by the government. He then retired to Spa in a fit of disgust, upon pretence of drinking the waters for the benefit of his health. After he had left Paris, the Faculty of Medicine called upon Monsieur Deslons, for the third and last time, to renounce the doctrine of animal magnetism or be expelled from their body. Monsieur Deslons, so far from doing this, declared that he had discovered new secrets and solicited further examination. A royal commission of the Faculty of Medicine was, in consequence, appointed on the 12th of March 1784, seconded by another commission of the Académie des Sciences, to investigate the phenomena and report upon them. The first commission was composed of the principal physicians of Paris, while among the eminent men comprised in the latter were Benjamin Franklin, Lavoisier, and Bailly, the historian of astronomy. Mesmer was formally invited to appear before this body, but absented himself from day to day, upon one pretence or another. Monsieur Deslons was more honest, because he thoroughly believed in the phenomena, which it is to be questioned if Mesmer ever did, and regularly attended the sittings and performed experiments. Bailly has thus described the scenes of which he was a witness in the course of this investigation. The sick persons, arranged in great numbers and in several rows around the Mackay, receive the magnetism by all these means, by the iron rods which convey it to them from the Mackay, by the cords wound round their bodies, by the connection of the thumb, which conveys to them the magnetism of their neighbours, and by the sounds of a pianoforte, or of an agreeable voice, diffusing the magnetism in the air. The patients were also directly magnetized by means of the finger and wand of the magnetizer, moved slowly before their faces, above or behind their heads, and on the diseased parts, always observing the direction of the holes. The magnetizer acts by fixing his eyes on them, but above all, they are magnetized by the application of his hands and the pressure of his fingers on the hypochondries and on the regions of the abdomen, an application often continued for a long time, sometimes for several hours. Meanwhile, the patients in their different conditions present a very varied picture. Some are calm, tranquil, and experience no effect. Others cough, spit, feel slight pains, local or general heat, and have sweatings. Others again are agitated and tormented with convulsions. These convulsions are remarkable in regard to the number affected with them, to their duration and force. As soon as one begins to be convulsed, several others are affected. The commissioners have observed some of these convulsions last more than 3 hours. They are accompanied with expectorations of a muddy viscous water, brought away by violent efforts. Sometimes streaks of blood have been observed in this fluid. These convulsions are characterized by the precipitous, involuntary motion of all the limbs and of the whole body, by the contraction of the throat, by the leaping motions of the hypochondria and the epigastrium, by the dimness and wandering of the eyes, by piercing shrieks, tears, sobbing, and immoderate laughter. They are preceded or followed by a state of languor or reverie, a kind of depression and sometimes drowsiness. The smallest sudden noise occasions a shuddering, and it was remarked that the change of measure in the airs played on the pianoforte had a great influence on the patients. A quicker motion, a livelier melody, agitated them more and renewed the vivacity of their convulsions. Nothing is more astonishing than the spectacle of these convulsions. One who has not seen them can form no idea of them. The spectator is as much astonished at the profound repose of one portion of the patients as at the agitation of the rest, at the various accidents which are repeated, and at the sympathies which are exhibited. Some of the patients may be seen devoting their attention exclusively to one another, rushing towards each other with open arms, smiling, soothing, and manifesting every symptom of attachment and affection. All are under the power of the magnetizer. It matters not in what state of drowsiness they may be, the sound of his voice, a look, a motion of his hand, brings them out of it. Among the patients in convulsions there are always observed a great many women and very few men. These experiments lasted for about 5 months. They had hardly commenced before Mesmer, alarmed at the loss both of fame and profit, determined to return to Paris. Some patients of rank and fortune, enthusiastic believers in his doctrine, had followed him to Spa. One of them, named Bergasse, proposed to open a subscription for him of 100 shares at 100 louis each, on condition that he would disclose his secret to the subscribers, who were to be permitted to make whatever use they pleased of it. Mesmer readily embraced the proposal, and such was the infatuation that the subscription was not only filled in a few days, but exceeded by no less a sum than 140,000 francs. With this fortune he returned to Paris and recommenced his experiments, while the Royal Commission continued theirs. His admiring pupils, who had paid him so handsomely for his instructions, spread his fame over the country and established in all the principal towns of France societies of harmony for trying experiments and curing all diseases by means of magnetism. Some of these societies were a scandal to morality, being joined by profligate men of depraved appetites who took a disgusting delight in witnessing young girls in convulsions. Many of the pretended magnetizers were asserted at the time to be notorious libertines who took that opportunity of gratifying their passions. At last, the commissioners published their report, which was drawn up by the illustrious and unfortunate Bailly. For clearness of reasoning and strict impartiality, it has never been surpassed. After detailing the various experiments made and their results, they came to the conclusion that the only proof advanced in support of animal magnetism was the effects it produced on the human body, that those effects could be produced without passes or other magnetic manipulations, that all these manipulations and passes and ceremonies never produce any effect at all if employed without the patient's knowledge, and that therefore imagination did, and animal magnetism did not, account for the phenomena. This report was the ruin of Mesmer's reputation in France. He quitted Paris shortly after, with the 340,000 francs which had been subscribed by his admirers, and retired to his own country, where he died in 1815, at the advanced age of 81. But the seeds he had sown fructified of themselves, nourished and brought to maturity by the kindly warmth of popular credulity. Imitators sprang up in France, Germany, and England, more extravagant than their master, and claiming powers for the new science which its founder had never dreamt of. Among others, Cagliostro made good use of the delusion in extending his claims to be considered a master of the occult sciences, but he made no discoveries worthy to be compared to those of the Marquis de Puysegur and the Chevalier Barbarin, honest men who began by deceiving themselves before they deceived others. The Marquis de Puysegur, the owner of a considerable estate at Beaugency, was one of those who had entered into the subscription for Mesmer. After that individual had quitted France, he retired to Beaugency with his brother to try animal magnetism upon his tenants and cure the country people of all manner of diseases. He was a man of great simplicity and much benevolence, and not only magnetized but fed the sick that flocked around him. In all the neighborhood, and indeed within a circumference of 20 miles, he was looked upon as endowed with a power almost divine. His great discovery, as he called it, was made by chance. One day he had magnetized his gardener, and observing him to fall into a deep sleep, it occurred to him that he would address a question to him, as he would have done to a natural somnambulist. He did so, and the man replied with much clearness and precision. Monsieur de Puysegur was agreeably surprised. He continued his experiments and found that, in this state of magnetic somnambulism, the soul of the sleeper was enlarged and brought into more intimate communion with all nature, and more especially with him, Monsieur de Puysegur. He found that all further manipulations were unnecessary, that without speaking or making any sign, he could convey his will to the patient, that he could, in fact, converse with him, soul to soul, without the employment of any physical operation whatever. Simultaneously with this marvelous discovery he made another, which reflects equal credit upon his understanding. Like Valentine Greatrax, he found it hard work to magnetize all that came, that he had not even time to take the repose and relaxation which were necessary for his health. In this emergency he hit upon a clever expedient. He had heard Mesmer say that he could magnetize bits of wood. Why should he not be able to magnetize a whole tree? It was no sooner thought than done. There was a large elm on the village green at Beaugency, under which the peasant girls used to dance on festive occasions, and the old men to sit, drinking their vin du pays, on the fine summer evenings. Monsieur de Puysegur proceeded to this tree and magnetized it, by first touching it with his hands, and then retiring a few steps from it, all the while directing streams of the magnetic fluid from the branches toward the trunk, and from the trunk toward the root. This done, he caused circular seats to be erected round it, and cords suspended from it in all directions. When the patients had seated themselves, they twisted the cords round the diseased parts of their bodies, and held one another firmly by their thumbs to form a direct channel of communication for the passage of the fluid. Monsieur de Puysegur had now two hobbies, the man with the enlarged soul and the magnetic elm. The infatuation of himself and his patients cannot be better expressed than in his own words. Writing to his brother on the 17th of May, 1784, he says, "If you do not come, my dear friend, you will not see my extraordinary man, for his health is now almost quite restored. I continue to make use of the happy power for which I am indebted to Monsieur Mesmer. Every day I bless his name, for I am very useful and produce many salutary effects on all the sick poor in the neighborhood. They flock around my tree. There were more than 130 of them this morning. It is the best Mackay possible. Not a leaf of it, but communicates health. All feel more or less the good effects of it. You will be delighted to see the charming picture of humanity which this presents. I have only one regret. It is that I cannot touch all who come. But my magnetized man, my intelligence, sets me at ease. He teaches me what conduct I should adopt. According to him, it is not at all necessary that I should touch everyone. A look, a gesture, even a wish is sufficient. And it is one of the most ignorant peasants of the country that teaches me this. When he is in a crisis, I know of nothing more profound, more prudent, more clear-sighted, clairvoyant than he is. In another letter, describing his first experiment with the magnetic tree, he says, "Yesterday evening I brought my first patient to it. As soon as I had put the cord round him, he gazed at the tree, and with an air of astonishment which I cannot describe, exclaimed, 'What is it that I see there?' His head then sunk down, and he fell into a perfect fit of somnambulism. At the end of an hour, I took him home to his house again, when I restored him to his senses. Several men and women came to tell him what he had been doing. He maintained it was not true, that weak as he was and scarcely able to walk, it would have been scarcely possible for him to have gone downstairs and walked to the tree. Today, I have repeated the experiment on him, and with the same success. I own to you that my head turns round with pleasure to think of the good I do. Madame de Puisegur, the friends she has with her, my servants, and, in fact, all who are near me, feel an amazement mingled with admiration which cannot be described, but they do not experience the half of my sensations. Without my tree, which gives me rest, and which will give me still more, I should be in a state of agitation, inconsistent, I believe, with my health. I exist too much, if I may be allowed to use the expression." In another letter, he descants still more poetically upon his gardener with the enlarged soul. He says, "It is from this simple man, this tall and stout rustic, 23 years of age, enfeebled by disease or rather by sorrow, and therefore the more predisposed to be affected by any great natural agent, it is from this man, I repeat, that I derive instruction and knowledge. When in the magnetic state, he is no longer a peasant who can hardly utter a single sentence. He is a being to describe whom I cannot find a name. I need not speak. I have only to think before him, when he instantly understands and answers me. Should anybody come into the room, he sees him, if I desire it, but not else, and addresses him, and says what I wish to say, not indeed exactly as I dictate to him, but as truth requires. When he wants to add more than I deem it prudent strangers should hear, I stop the flow of his ideas and of his conversation in the middle of a word and give it quite a different turn." Among other persons attracted to Busancy by the report of these extraordinary occurrences was Monsieur Cloquet, the receiver of finance. His appetite for the marvellous being somewhat insatiable, he readily believed all that was told him by Monsieur de Puisegur. He also has left a record of what he saw and what he credited, which throws a still clearer light upon the progress of the delusion. He says that the patients he saw in the magnetic state had an appearance of deep sleep, during which all the physical faculties were suspended, to the advantage of the intellectual faculties. The eyes of the patients were closed, the sense of hearing was abolished, and they awoke only at the voice of their magnetizer. If anyone touched a patient during a crisis, or even the chair on which he was seated, says Monsieur Cloquet, it would cause him much pain and suffering and throw him into convulsions. During the crisis, they possess an extraordinary and supernatural power, by which, on touching a patient presented to them, they can feel what part of his body is diseased, even by merely passing their hand over the clothes. Another singularity was that these sleepers who could thus discover diseases, see into the interior of other men's stomachs, and point out remedies, remembered absolutely nothing after the magnetizer thought proper to disenchant them. The time that elapsed between their entering the crisis and their coming out of it was obliterated. Not only had the magnetizer the power of making himself heard by the somnambulists, but he could make them follow him by merely pointing his finger at them from a distance, though they had their eyes the whole time completely closed. Such was animal magnetism under the auspices of the Marquis de Puisegur. While he was exhibiting these phenomena around his elm tree, a magnetizer of another class appeared in Lyon, in the person of the Chevalier de Barbarin. This gentleman thought the effort of the will, without any of the paraphernalia of wands or Mackays, was sufficient to throw patients into the magnetic sleep. He tried it and succeeded. By sitting at the bedside of his patients and praying that they might be magnetized, they went off into a state very similar to that of the persons who fell under the notice of Monsieur de Puysegur. In the course of time, a very considerable number of magnetizers, acknowledging Barbarin for their model and called after him Barbarinists, appeared in different parts and were believed to have effected some remarkable cures. In Sweden and Germany, this sect of fanatics increased rapidly and were called spiritualists, to distinguish them from the followers of Monsieur de Puysegur, who were called experimentalists. They maintained that all the effects of animal magnetism, which Mesmer believed to be producible by a magnetic fluid dispersed through nature, were produced by the mere effort of one human soul acting upon another. That when a connection had once been established between a magnetizer and his patient, the former could communicate his influence to the latter from any distance, even hundreds of miles, by the will. One of them thus described the blessed state of a magnetic patient. In such a man, animal instinct ascends to the highest degree admissible in this world. The clairvoyant is then a pure animal, without any admixture of matter. His observations are those of a spirit. He is similar to God. His eye penetrates all the secrets of nature. When his attention is fixed on any of the objects of this world, on his disease, his death, his well-beloved, his friends, his relations, his enemies, in spirit he sees them acting. He penetrates into the causes and the consequences of their actions. He becomes a physician, a prophet, a divine. Let us now see what progress these mysteries made in England. In the year 1788, Dr. Maynarduk, who had been a pupil, first of Mesmer and afterwards of Deslom, arrived in Bristol and gave public lectures upon magnetism. His success was quite extraordinary. People of rank and fortune hastened from London to Bristol to be magnetized or to place themselves under his tuition. Dr. George Winter, in his History of Animal Magnetism, gives the following list of them. They amounted to 127, among whom there were 1 duke, 1 duchess, 1 marchioness, 2 countesses, 1 earl, 1 baron, 3 baronesses, 1 bishop, 5 right honourable gentlemen and ladies, 2 baronets, 7 members of Parliament, 1 clergyman, 2 physicians, 7 surgeons, besides 92 gentlemen and ladies of respectability. He afterwards established himself in London, where he performed with equal success. He began by publishing proposals to the ladies for the formation of a Hygiene Society. In this paper, he vaunted highly the curative effects of animal magnetism and took great credit to himself for being the first person to introduce it into England, and thus concluded, "As this method of cure is not confined to sex or college education, and the fair sex being in general the most sympathizing part of the creation and most immediately concerned in the health and care of its offspring, I think myself bound in gratitude to you ladies for the partiality you have shown me in midwifery, to contribute, as far as lies in my power, to render you additionally useful and valuable to the community. With this view I propose forming my Hygiene Society, to be incorporated with that of Paris. As soon as 20 ladies have given in their names, the day shall be appointed for the first meeting at my house, when they are to pay 15 guineas, which will include the whole expense." Hannah More, in a letter addressed to Horace Walpole in September 1788, speaks of the demoniacal mummeries of Dr. Maynarduk, and says he was in a fair way of gaining £100,000 by them, as Mesmer had done by his exhibitions in Paris. So much curiosity was excited by the subject, that about the same time a man named Holloway gave a course of lectures on animal magnetism in London at the rate of 5 guineas for each pupil, and realized a considerable fortune. Louderbourg, the painter, and his wife followed the same profitable trade, and such was the infatuation of the people to be witnesses of their strange manipulations that at times upwards of 3,000 persons crowded around their house at Hammersmith, unable to gain admission. The tickets sold at prices varying from 1 to 3 guineas. Louderbourg performed his cures by the touch, after the manner of Valentine Greatrex, and finally pretended to a divine mission. An account of his miracles, as they were called, was published in 1789, entitled A List of New Cures Performed by Mr. and Mrs. de Louderbourg of Hammersmith Terrace, without medicine, by a lover of the Lamb of God, dedicated to His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury. This lover of the Lamb of God was a half-crazy old woman named Mary Pratt, who conceived for Mr. and Mrs. de Loutherbourg a veneration which almost prompted her to worship them. She chose for the motto of her pamphlet a verse in the 13th chapter of the Acts of the Apostles. "Behold ye despisers, and wonder and perish, for I will work a work in your days which ye shall not believe, though a man declare it unto you." Attempting to give a religious character to the cures of the painter, she thought a woman was the proper person to make them known, since the apostle had declared that a man should not be able to conquer the incredulity of the people. She stated that from Christmas 1788 to July 1789, de Loutherbourg and his wife had cured 2,000 people, having been made proper recipients to receive divine manuductions, which heavenly and divine influx, coming from the radix God, his divine majesty had most graciously bestowed upon them to diffuse healing to all, be they deaf, dumb, blind, lame, or halt. In her dedication to the Archbishop of Canterbury, she implored him to compose a new form of prayer, to be used in all churches and chapels, that nothing might impede this inestimable gift from having its due course. She further entreated all the magistrates and men of authority in the land to wait on Mr. and Mrs. de Loutherbourg, to consult with them on the immediate erection of a large hospital, with a pool of Bethesda attached to it. All the magnetizers were scandalized at the preposterous jabber of this old woman, and de Loutherbourg appears to have left London to avoid her, continuing, however, in conjunction with his wife, the fantastic tricks which had turned the brain of this poor fanatic, and deluded many others who pretended to more sense than she had. From this period until 1798, magnetism excited little or no attention in England. An attempt to revive the belief in it was made in that year, but it was in the shape of mineral rather than of animal magnetism. One Benjamin Douglas Perkins, an American practicing as a surgeon in Leicester Square, invented and took out a patent for the celebrated metallic tractors. He pretended that these tractors, which were two small pieces of metal strongly magnetized, something resembling the steel plates which were first brought into notice by Father Hell, would cure gout, rheumatism, palsy, and, in fact, almost every disease the human frame was subject to, if applied externally to the afflicted part and moved about gently, touching the surface only. The most wonderful stories soon obtained general circulation, and the press groaned with pamphlets, all vaunting the curative effects of the tractors, which were sold at 5 guineas the pair. Perkins gained money rapidly. Gouty subjects forgot their pains in the presence of this new remedy. The rheumatism fled at its approach, and toothache, which is often cured by the mere sight of a dentist, vanished before Perkins and his marvellous steel plates. The Benevolent Society of Friends, of whose body he was a member, warmly patronized the invention. Desirous that the poor, who could not afford to pay Mr. Perkins 5 guineas or even 5 shillings for his tractors, should also share in the benefits of that sublime discovery, they subscribed a large sum and built an hospital, called the Perkinian Institution, in which all comers might be magnetized free of cost. In the course of a few months they were in very general use, and their lucky inventor in possession of £5,000. Dr. Haygarth, an eminent physician at Bath, recollecting the influence of imagination in the cure of disease, hit upon an expedient to try the real value of the tractors. Perkins's cures were too well established to be doubted, and Dr. Haygarth, without gainsaying them, quietly, but in the face of numerous witnesses, exposed the delusion under which people laboured with respect to the curative medium. He suggested to Dr. Falconer that they should make wooden tractors, paint them to resemble the steel ones, and see if the very same effects would not be produced. 5 patients were chosen from the hospital in Bath upon whom to operate. 4 of them suffered severely from chronic rheumatism in the ankle, knee, wrist, and hip, and the 5th had been afflicted for several months with the gout. On the day appointed for the experiments, Dr. Haygarth and his friends assembled at the hospital, and with much solemnity brought forth the fictitious tractors. 4 out of the 5 patients said their pains were immediately relieved, and 3 of them said they were not only relieved, but very much benefited. One felt his knee warmer and said he could walk across the room. He tried and succeeded, although on the previous day he had not been able to stir. The gouty man felt his pains diminish rapidly, and was quite easy for 9 hours until he went to bed, when the twitching began again. On the following day, the real tractors were applied to all the patients when they described their symptoms in nearly the same terms. To make still more sure, the experiment was tried in the Bristol Infirmary a few weeks afterwards, on a man who had a rheumatic affection in the shoulder, so severe as to incapacitate him from lifting his hand from his knee. The fictitious tractors were brought and applied to the afflicted part, one of the physicians, to add solemnity to the scene, drawing a stopwatch from his pocket to calculate the time exactly, while another, with a pen in his hand, sat down to write the change of symptoms from minute to minute as they occurred. In less than 4 minutes, the man felt so much relieved that he lifted his hand several inches without any pain in the shoulder. An account of these matters was published by Dr. Haygarth in a small volume entitled Of the Imagination as a Cause and Cure of Disorders, exemplified by fictitious tractors. The exposure was a coup de grace to the system of Mr. Perkins. His friends and patrons, still unwilling to confess that they had been deceived, tried the tractors upon sheep, cows, and horses, alleging that the animals received benefit from the metallic plates, but none at all from the wooden ones. But they found nobody to believe them. The Perkinian institution fell into neglect, and Perkins made his exit from England, carrying with him about £10,000 to soothe his declining years in the good city of Pennsylvania. Thus was magnetism laughed out of England for a time. In France, the Revolution left men no leisure for studying it. The Société de l'Harmonie of Strasbourg and other great towns lingered for a while, till sterner matters occupying men's attention, they were one after the other abandoned, both by pupils and professors. The system, thus driven from the first 2 nations of Europe, took refuge among the dreamy philosophers of Germany. There the wonders of the magnetic sleep grew more and more wonderful every day. The patients acquired the gift of prophecy. Their vision extended over all the surface of the globe. They could hear and see with their toes and fingers and read unknown languages and understand them too by merely having the book placed on their stomachs. Ignorant peasants, when once entranced by the grand mesmeric fluid, could spout philosophy diviner than Plato ever wrote, descant upon the mysteries of the mind with more eloquence and truth than the profoundest metaphysicians the world ever saw, and solve knotty points of divinity with as much ease as waking men could undo their shoe buckles. During the first 12 years of the present century, little was heard of animal magnetism in any country of Europe. Even the Germans forgot their airy fancies, recalled to the knowledge of this everyday world by the roar of Napoleon's cannon and the fall or the establishment of kingdoms. During this period, a cloud of obscurity hung over the science, which was not dispersed until M. Deleuze published in 1813 his Histoire critique du magnétisme animal. This work gave a new impulse to the half-forgotten fancy. Newspapers, pamphlets, and books again waged war upon each other on the question of its truth or falsehood, and many eminent men in the profession of medicine recommenced inquiry with an earnest design to discover the truth. The assertions made in the celebrated treatise of Deleuze are thus summed up. There is a fluid continually escaping from the human body, and forming an atmosphere around us, which, as it has no determined current, produces no sensible effects on surrounding individuals. It is, however, capable of being directed by the will, and, when so directed, is sent forth in currents, with a force corresponding to the energy we possess. Its motion is similar to that of the rays from burning bodies. It possesses different qualities in different individuals. It is capable of a high degree of concentration, and exists also in trees. The will of the magnetizer, guided by a motion of the hand, several times repeated in the same direction, can fill a tree with this fluid. Most persons, when this fluid is poured into them from the body and by the will of the magnetizer, feel a sensation of heat or cold when he passes his hand before them without even touching them. Some persons, when sufficiently charged with this fluid, fall into a state of somnambulism or magnetic ecstasy, and when in this state, they see the fluid encircling the magnetizer like a halo of light and issuing in luminous streams from his mouth and nostrils, his head and hands, possessing a very agreeable smell and communicating a particular taste to food and water. One would think that these notions were quite enough to be insisted upon by any physician who wished to be considered sane, but they form only a small portion of the wondrous things related by M. Deleuze. He further said, when magnetism produces somnambulism, the person who is in this state acquires a prodigious extension of all his faculties. Several of his external organs, especially those of sight and hearing, become inactive, but the sensations which depend upon them take place internally. Seeing and hearing are carried on by the magnetic fluid, which transmits the impressions immediately, and without the intervention of any nerves or organs directly to the brain. Thus, the somnambulist, though his eyes and ears are closed, not only sees and hears, but sees and hears much better than he does when awake. In all things he feels the will of the magnetizer, although that will be not expressed. He sees into the interior of his own body, and the most secret organization of the bodies of all those who may be put en rapport, or in magnetic connection, with him. Most commonly, he only sees those parts which are diseased and disordered, and intuitively prescribes a remedy for them. He has prophetic visions and sensations which are generally true, but sometimes erroneous. He expresses himself with astonishing eloquence and facility. He is not free from vanity. He becomes a more perfect being of his own accord for a certain time, if guided wisely by the magnetizer, but wanders if he is ill-directed. According to Monsieur Deleuze, any person could become a magnetizer and produce these effects by conforming to the following conditions and acting upon the following rules. Forget for a while all your knowledge of physics and metaphysics. Remove from your mind all objections that may occur. Imagine that it is in your power to take the malady in hand and throw it on one side. Never reason for 6 weeks after you have commenced the study. Have an active desire to do good, a firm belief in the power of magnetism, and an entire confidence in employing it. In short, repel all doubts, desire success, and act with simplicity and attention. That is to say, be very credulous, be very persevering, reject all past experience and do not listen to reason. And you are a magnetizer after Monsieur Deleuze's own heart. Having brought yourself into this edifying state, remove from the patient all persons who might be troublesome to you. Keep with you only the necessary witnesses, a single person if need be. Desire them not to occupy themselves in any way with the processes you employ and the effects which result from them, but to join with you in the desire of doing good to your patient. Arrange yourself so as neither to be too hot nor too cold, and in such a manner that nothing may obstruct the freedom of your motions, and take precautions to prevent interruption during the sitting. Make your patient then sit as commodiously as possible and place yourself opposite to him on a seat a little more elevated, in such a manner that his knees may be betwixt yours and your feet at the side of his. First, request him to resign himself, to think of nothing, not to perplex himself by examining the effects which may be produced, to banish all fear, to surrender himself to hope, and not to be disturbed or discouraged if the action of magnetism should cause in him momentary pains. After having collected yourself, take his thumbs between your fingers in such a way that the internal part of your thumbs may be in contact with the internal part of his, and then fix your eyes upon him. You must remain from 2 to 5 minutes in this situation, or until you feel an equal heat between your thumbs and his. This done, you will withdraw your hands, removing them to the right and left, and at the same time turning them till their internal surface be outwards, and you will raise them to the height of the head. You will now place them upon the 2 shoulders, and let them remain there about a minute, afterwards drawing them gently along the arms to the extremities of the fingers, touching very slightly as you go. You will renew this pass 5 or 6 times, always turning your hands and removing them a little from the body before you lift them. You will then place them above the head, and after holding them there for an instant, lower them, passing them before the face, at the distance of 1 or 2 inches, down to the pit of the stomach. There you will stop them 2 minutes also, putting your thumbs upon the pit of the stomach and the rest of your fingers below the ribs. You will then descend slowly along the body to the knees, or rather, if you can do so without deranging yourself, to the extremity of the feet. You will repeat the same processes several times during the remainder of the sitting. You will also occasionally approach your patient so as to place your hands behind his shoulders in order to descend slowly along the spine of the back and the thighs, down to the knees or the feet. After the first passes, you may dispense with putting your hands upon the head, and may make the subsequent passes upon the arms, beginning at the shoulders, and upon the body, beginning at the stomach. Such was the process of magnetizing recommended by Deleuze. That delicate, fanciful, and nervous women, when subjected to it, should have worked themselves into convulsions, will be readily believed by the sturdiest opponent of animal magnetism. To sit in a constrained posture, be stared out of countenance by a fellow who enclosed her knees between his, while he made passes upon different parts of her body, was quite enough to throw any weak woman into a fit, especially if she were predisposed to hysteria and believed in the efficacy of the treatment. It is just as evident that those of stronger minds and healthier bodies should be sent to sleep by the process. That these effects have been produced by these means, there are thousands of instances to show. But are they testimony in favor of animal magnetism? do they prove the existence of the magnetic fluid. It needs neither magnetism nor ghost from the grave to tell us that silence, monotony, and long recumbency in one position must produce sleep, or that excitement, imitation, and a strong imagination acting upon a weak body will bring on convulsions. Monsieur Deleuze's book produced quite a sensation in France. The study was resumed with redoubled vigor. In the following year, a journal was established devoted exclusively to the science under the title of Annales du magnétisme animal, and shortly afterwards appeared the Bibliothèque du magnétisme animal and many others. About the same time, the Abbé Faria, the man of wonders, began to magnetize, and the belief being that he had more of the mesmeric fluid about him and a stronger will than most men, he was very successful in his treatment. His experiments afford a convincing proof that imagination can operate all, and the supposed fluid none, of the results so confidently claimed as evidence of the new science. He placed his patients in an armchair, told them to shut their eyes, and then, in a loud, commanding voice, pronounced the single word, "Sleep." He used no manipulations whatever, had no bouquet or conductor of the fluid, but he nevertheless succeeded in causing sleep in hundreds of patients. He boasted of having in his time produced 5,000 somnambulists by this method. It was often necessary to repeat the command 3 or 4 times, and if the patient still remained awake, the abbé got out of the difficulty by dismissing him from the chair and declaring that he was incapable of being acted on. And it should be especially remarked that the magnetizers do not lay claim to universal efficacy for their fluid. The strong and the healthy cannot be magnetized. The incredulous cannot be magnetized. Those who reason upon it cannot be magnetized. Those who firmly believe in it can be magnetized. The weak in body can be magnetized, and the weak in mind can be magnetized. And lest from some cause or other individuals of the latter classes should resist the magnetic charm, the apostles of the science declare that there are times when even they cannot be acted upon. The presence of one scorner or unbeliever may weaken the potency of the fluid and destroy its efficacy. In Monsieur Deleuze's instructions to a magnetizer, he expressly says, "Never magnetize before inquisitive persons." Here we conclude the subject, as it would serve no good purpose to extend to greater length the history of animal magnetism, especially at a time when many phenomena, the reality of which it is impossible to dispute, are daily occurring to startle and perplex the most learned, impartial, and truth-loving of mankind. Enough, however, has been stated to show that if there be some truth in magnetism, there has been much error, misconception, and exaggeration. Taking its history from the commencement, it can hardly be said to have been without its uses. To quote the words of Bailey in 1784, magnetism has not been altogether unavailing to the philosophy which condemns it. It is an additional fact to record among the errors of the human mind, and a great experiment on the strength of the imagination. Over that vast inquiry of the influence of mind over matter, an inquiry which the embodied intellect of mankind will never be able to fathom completely, it will at least have thrown a feeble and imperfect light. It will have afforded an additional proof of the strength of the unconquerable will and the weakness of matter as compared with it. Another illustration of the words of the inspired psalmist that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Speak with respect and honor, both of the beard and the beard's owner. Hudibras. The famous declaration of St. Paul, that long hair was a shame unto a man, has been made the pretext for many singular enactments, both of civil and ecclesiastical governments. The fashion of the hair and the cut of the beard were state questions in France and England, from the establishment of Christianity until the 15th century. We find, too, that in much earlier times, men were not permitted to do as they liked with their own hair. Alexander the Great thought that the beards of the soldiery afforded convenient handles for the enemy to lay hold of, preparatory to cutting off their heads, and, with a view of depriving them of this advantage, he ordered the whole of his army to be closely shaven. His notions of courtesy towards an enemy were quite different from those entertained by the North American Indians, and amongst whom it is held a point of honor to allow one chivalrous lock to grow, that the foe, in taking the scalp, may have something to catch hold of. At one time, long hair was the symbol of sovereignty in Europe. We learn from Gregory of Tours that among the successors of Clovis, it was the exclusive privilege of the royal family to have their hair long and curled. The nobles, equal to kings in power, would not show any inferiority in this respect, and wore not only their hair, but their beards of an enormous length. This fashion lasted with but slight changes till the time of Louis the Debonair, but his successors, up to Hugh Capet, wore their hair short, by way of distinction. Even the serfs had set all regulation at defiance and allowed their locks and beards to grow. At the time of the invasion of England by William the Conqueror, the Normans wore their hair very short. Harold, in his progress towards Hastings, sent forward spies to view the strength and number of the enemy. They reported, amongst other things, on their return, that the host did almost seem to be priests, because they had all their face and both their lips shaven. The fashion among the English at the time was to wear the hair long upon the head and the upper lip, but to shave the chin. When the haughty victors had divided the broad lands of the Saxon thanes and franklins among them, when tyranny of every kind was employed to make the English feel that they were indeed a subdued and broken nation, the latter encouraged the growth of their hair, that they might resemble as little as possible their cropped and shaven masters. This fashion was exceedingly displeasing to the clergy, and prevailed to a considerable extent in France and Germany. Towards the end of the 11th century, it was decreed by the Pope, and zealously supported by the ecclesiastical authorities all over Europe, that such persons as wore long hair should be excommunicated while living and not be prayed for when dead. William of Malmesbury relates that the famous Saint Wulstan, Bishop of Worcester, was peculiarly indignant whenever he saw a man with long hair. He declaimed against the practice as one highly immoral, criminal, and beastly. He continually carried a small knife in his pocket, and whenever anybody offending in this respect knelt before him to receive his blessing, he would whip it out slyly and cut off a handful, and then, throwing it in his face, tell him to cut off all the rest, or he would go to hell. But fashion, which at times it is possible to move with a wisp, stands firm against a lever, and men preferred to run the risk of damnation to parting with the superfluity of their hair. In the time of Henry I, Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, found it necessary to republish the famous decree of excommunication and outlawry against the offenders. But, as the court itself had begun to patronize curls, the fulminations of the church were unavailing. Henry I and his nobles wore their hair in long ringlets down their backs and shoulders, and became a scandalum magnatum in the eyes of the godly. One Serlo, the king's chaplain, was so grieved in spirit at the impiety of his master that he preached a sermon from the well-known text of St. Paul before the assembled court, in which he drew so dreadful a picture of the torments that awaited them in the other world that several of them burst into tears and wrung their hair as if they would have pulled it out by the roots. Henry himself was observed to weep. The priest, seeing the impression he had made, determined to strike while the iron was hot, and pulling a pair of scissors from his pocket, cut the king's hair in presence of them all. Several of the principal courtiers consented to do the like, and for a short time long hair appeared to be going out of fashion. But the courtiers thought, after the first glow of their penitence had been cooled by reflection, that the clerical Delilah had shorn them of their strength, and in less than 6 months they were as great sinners as ever. Anselm, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had been a monk of Bec in Normandy, and who had signalized himself at Rouen by his fierce opposition to long hair, was still anxious to work a reformation in this matter. But his pertinacity was far from pleasing to the king, who had finally made up his mind to wear ringlets. There were other disputes of a more serious nature between them, so that when the archbishop died, the king was so glad to be rid of him that he allowed the see to remain vacant for 5 years. Still the cause had other advocates, and every pulpit in the land resounded with anathemas against that disobedient and long-haired generation. But all was of no avail. Stowe, in writing of this period, asserts on the authority of some more ancient chronicler that men, forgetting their birth, transformed themselves by the length of their hairs into the semblance of womankind, and that when their hair decayed from age or other causes, they knit about their heads certain rolls and braidings of false hair. At last accident turned the tide of fashion. A knight of the court, who was exceedingly proud of his beauteous locks, dreamed one night that as he lay in bed, the devil sprang upon him and endeavoured to choke him with his own hair. He started in a fright, and actually found that he had a great quantity of hair in his mouth. Sorely stricken in conscience, and looking upon the dream as a warning from heaven, he set about the work of reformation, and cut off his luxuriant tresses the same night. The story was soon bruited abroad. Of course, it was made the most of by the clergy, and the knight being a man of influence and consideration, and the acknowledged leader of the fashion, his example, aided by priestly exhortations, was very generally imitated. Men appeared almost as decent as St. Wulstan himself could have wished. the dream of a dandy having proved more efficacious than the entreaties of a saint. But as Stowe informs us, scarcely was 1 year past when all that thought themselves courtiers fell into the former vice and contended with women in their long hairs. Henry the King appears to have been quite uninfluenced by the dreams of others, for even his own would not induce him a second time to undergo a cropping from priestly shears. It is said that he was much troubled at this time by disagreeable visions. Having offended the church in this and other respects, he could get no sound, refreshing sleep, and used to imagine that he saw all the bishops, abbots, and monks of every degree standing around his bedside and threatening to belabor him with their pastoral staves. Which sight, we are told, so frightened him that he often started naked out of his bed and attacked the phantom sword in hand. Grimbalder, his physician, who, like most of his fraternity at that day, was an ecclesiastic, never hinted that his dreams were the result of a bad digestion, but told him to shave his head, be reconciled to the church, and reform himself with alms and prayer. But he would not take this good advice, and it was not until he had been nearly drowned a year afterwards, in a violent storm at sea, that he repented of his evil ways, cut his hair short, and paid proper deference to the wishes of the clergy. In France, the thunders of the Vatican with regard to long curly hair were hardly more respected than in England. Louis VII, however, was more obedient than his brother king, and cropped himself as closely as a monk, to the great sorrow of all the gallants of his court. His queen, the gay, haughty, and pleasure-seeking Eleanor of Guienne, never admired him in this trim, and continually reproached him with imitating not only the headdress, but the asceticism of the monks. From this cause, a coldness arose between them. The lady proving at last unfaithful to her shaven and indifferent lord, they were divorced, and the kings of France lost the rich provinces of Guienne and Poitou, which were her dowry. She soon after bestowed her hand and her possessions upon Henry, Duke of Normandy, afterwards Henry II of England, and thus gave the English sovereigns that strong footing in France which was for so many centuries the cause of such long and bloody wars between the nations. When the Crusades had drawn all the smart young fellows into Palestine, the clergy did not find it so difficult to convince the staid burghers who remained in Europe of the enormity of long hair. During the absence of Richard Coeur de Lion, his English subjects not only cut their hair close but shaved their faces. William Fitz-Osbert, or Longbeard, the great demagogue of that day, reintroduced among the people who claimed to be of Saxon origin the fashion of long hair. He did this with the view of making them as unlike as possible to the citizens and the Normans. He wore his own beard hanging down to his waist, from whence the name by which he is best known to posterity. The church never showed itself so great an enemy to the beard as to long hair on the head. It generally allowed fashion to take its own course, both with regard to the chin and the upper lip. This fashion varied continually, for we find that in little more than a century after the time of Richard I, when beards were short, that they had again become so long as to be mentioned in the famous epigram made by the Scots who visited London in 1327, when David, son of Robert Bruce, was married to Joan, the sister of King Edward. This epigram, which was stuck on the church door of St. Peter Stangate, ran as follows: "Long beards heartless, painted hoods wheatless, grey coats graceless, make England thriftless." When the Emperor Charles V ascended the throne of Spain, he had no beard. It was not to be expected that the obsequious parasites who always surround a monarch could presume to look more virile than their master. Immediately all the courtiers appeared beardless, with the exception of such few grave old men as had outgrown the influence of fashion, and who had determined to die bearded as they had lived. Sober people in general saw this revolution with sorrow and alarm, and thought that every manly virtue would be banished with the beard. It became at the time a common saying, "Desde que no hay barba, no hay más alma." We have no longer souls since we have lost our beards. In France also the beard fell into disrepute after the death of Henry IV, from the mere reason that his successor was too young to have one. Some of the more immediate friends of the great Béarnais, and his minister Sully among the rest, refused to part with their beards, notwithstanding the jeers of the new generation. Who does not remember the division of England into the two great parties of Roundheads and Cavaliers? In those days, every species of vice and iniquity was thought by the Puritans to lurk in the long curly tresses of the monarchists, while the latter imagined that their opponents were as destitute of wit, of wisdom, and of virtue as they were of hair. A man's locks were the symbol of his creed, both in politics and religion. The more abundant the hair, the more scant the faith, and the balder the head, the more sincere the piety. But among all the instances of the interference of governments with men's hair, the most extraordinary, not only for its daring, but for its success, is that of Peter the Great in 1705. By this time, fashion had condemned the beard in every other country in Europe, and with a voice more potent than popes or emperors, had banished it from civilized society. But this only made the Russians cling more fondly to their ancient ornament as a mark to distinguish them from foreigners whom they hated. Peter, however, resolved that they should be shaven. If he had been a man deeply read in history, he might have hesitated before he attempted so despotic an attack upon the time-hallowed customs and prejudices of his countrymen, but he was not. He did not know or consider the danger of the innovation. He only listened to the promptings of his own indomitable will, and his fiat went forth that not only the army, but all ranks of citizens, from the nobles to the serfs, should shave their beards. A certain time was given that people might get over the first throes of their repugnance, after which every man who chose to retain his beard was to pay a tax of 100 rubles. The priests and the serfs were put on a lower footing, and allowed to retain theirs upon payment of a kopeck every time they passed the gate of a city. Great discontent existed in consequence, but the dreadful fate of the Strelitzes was too recent to be forgotten, and thousands who had the will had not the courage to revolt. As is well remarked by a writer in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, they thought it wiser to cut off their beards than to run the risk of incensing a man who would make no scruple in cutting off their heads. Wiser, too, than the popes and bishops of a former age, he did not threaten them with eternal damnation, but made them pay in hard cash the penalty of their disobedience. For many years, a very considerable revenue was collected from this source. The collectors gave in receipt for its payment a small copper coin, struck expressly for the purpose, and called the borodovaya, or the bearded. On one side it bore the figure of a nose, mouth, and moustaches, with a long bushy beard, surmounted by the words doye viate, money received, the whole encircled by a wreath and stamped with the black eagle of Russia. On the reverse it bore the date of the year. Every man who chose to wear a beard was obliged to produce this receipt on his entry into a town. Those who were refractory and refused to pay the tax were thrown into prison. Since that day, the rulers of modern Europe have endeavored to persuade rather than to force in all matters pertaining to fashion. The Vatican troubles itself no more about beards or ringlets, and men may become hairy as bears, if such is their fancy, without fear of excommunication or deprivation of their political rights. Folly has taken a new start, and cultivates the moustache. Even upon this point, governments will not let men alone. Religion as yet has not meddled with it, but perhaps it will, and politics already influence it considerably. Before the Revolution of 1830,
neither the French nor Belgian citizens were remarkable for their moustaches. But after that event, there was hardly a shopkeeper either in Paris or Brussels whose upper lip did not suddenly become hairy with real or mock moustaches. During a temporary triumph gained by the Dutch soldiers over the citizens of Louvain in October 1830,
it became a standing joke against the patriots that they shaved their faces clean immediately, and the wits of the Dutch army asserted that they had gathered moustaches enough from the denuded lips of the Belgians to stuff mattresses for all the sick and wounded in their hospital. The last folly of this kind is still more recent. In the German newspapers of August 1838 appeared an ordonnance signed by the King of Bavaria, forbidding civilians on any pretense whatever to wear moustaches and commanding the police and other authorities to arrest and cause to be shaved the offending parties. Strange to say, adds Le Droit, the journal from which this account is taken, moustaches disappeared immediately, like leaves from the trees in autumn. Everybody made haste to obey the royal order, and not one person was arrested. The King of Bavaria, a rhymester of some celebrity, has taken a good many poetical licenses in his time. His license in this matter appears neither poetical nor reasonable. It is to be hoped that he will not take it into his royal head to make his subjects shave theirs. Nothing but that is wanting to complete their degradation. They heard, and up they sprang upon the wing, innumerable, as when the potent rod of Amram's son, in Egypt's evil day, waved round the coast, up called a pitchy cloud of locusts, warping on the eastern wind, that o'er the realm of impious Pharaoh hung like night, and darkened all the realm of Nile, so numberless were they. All in a moment through the gloom were seen 10,000 banners rise into the air, with orient colours waving. With them rose a forest huge of spears, and thronging helms appeared, and serried shields in thick array, of depth immeasurable, paradise lost. Every age has its peculiar folly, some scheme, project, or fantasy into which it plunges, spurred on either by the love of gain, the necessity of excitement, or the mere force of imitation. Failing in these, it has some madness to which it is goaded by political or religious causes, or both combined. Every one of these causes influenced the Crusades and conspired to render them the most extraordinary instance upon record of the extent to which popular enthusiasm can be carried. History in her solemn page informs us that the Crusaders were but ignorant and savage men, that their motives were those of bigotry unmitigated, and that their pathway was one of blood and tears. Romance, on the other hand, dilates upon their piety and heroism, and portrays in her most glowing and impassioned hues their virtue and magnanimity, the imperishable honour they acquired for themselves, and the great services they rendered to Christianity. In the following pages we shall ransack the stores of both, to discover the true spirit that animated the motley multitude who took up arms in the service of the cross, leaving history to vouch for facts, but not disdaining the aid of contemporary poetry and romance to throw light upon feelings, motives, and opinions. In order to understand thoroughly the state of public feeling in Europe at the time when Peter the Hermit preached the Holy War, it will be necessary to go back for many years anterior to that event. We must make acquaintance with the pilgrims of the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries and learn the tales they told of the dangers they had passed and the wonders they had seen. Pilgrimages to the Holy Land seem at first to have been undertaken by converted Jews and by Christian devotees of lively imagination, pining with a natural curiosity to visit the scenes which of all others were most interesting in their eyes. The pious and the impious alike flocked to Jerusalem, the one class to feast their sight on the scenes hallowed by the life and sufferings of their Lord, and the other because it soon became a generally received opinion that such a pilgrimage was sufficient to rub off the long score of sins, however atrocious. Another and very numerous class of pilgrims were the idle and roving, who visited Palestine then as the moderns visit Italy or Switzerland now, because it was the fashion, and because they might please their vanity by retailing, on their return, the adventures they had met with. But the really pious formed the great majority. Every year their numbers increased until at last they became so numerous as to be called the armies of the Lord. Full of enthusiasm, they set the dangers and difficulties of the way at defiance, and lingered with holy rapture on every scene described by the evangelists. To them it was bliss indeed to drink the clear waters of the Jordan, or be baptized in the same stream where John had baptized the Saviour. They wandered with awe and pleasure in the purlieus of the temple, on the solemn Mount of Olives, or the awful Calvary, where a God had bled for sinful men. To these pilgrims every object was precious. Relics were eagerly sought after. Flagons of water from Jordan, or panniers of mould from the hill of the crucifixion were brought home and sold at extravagant prices to churches and monasteries. More apocryphal relics, such as the wood of the true cross, the tears of the Virgin Mary, the hems of her garments, the toenails and hair of the apostles, even the tents that Paul had helped to manufacture, were exhibited for sale by the knavish in Palestine and brought back to Europe with wondrous cost and care. A grove of 100 oaks would not have furnished all the wood sold in little morsels as remnants of the true cross. And the tears of Mary, if collected together, would have filled a cistern. For upwards of 200 years the pilgrims met with no impediment in Palestine. The enlightened Harun al-Rashid and his more immediate successors encouraged the stream which brought so much wealth into Syria and treated the wayfarers with the utmost courtesy. The race of Fatimite caliphs, who, although in other respects as tolerant, were more distressed for money or more unscrupulous in obtaining it than their predecessors of the House of Abbas, imposed a tax of a bezant for each pilgrim that entered Jerusalem. This was a serious hardship upon the poorer sort, who had begged their weary way across Europe and arrived at the bourne of all their hopes without a coin. A great outcry was immediately raised, but still the tax was rigorously levied. The pilgrims unable to pay were compelled to remain at the gate of the holy city until some rich devotee arriving with his train paid the tax and let them in. Robert of Normandy, father of William the Conqueror, who, in common with many other nobles of the highest rank, undertook the pilgrimage, found on his arrival scores of pilgrims at the gate, anxiously expecting his coming to pay the tax for them. Upon no occasion was such a boon refused. The sums drawn from this source were a mine of wealth to the Moslem governors of Palestine, imposed as the tax had been at a time when pilgrimages had become more numerous than ever. A strange idea had taken possession of the popular mind at the close of the 10th and commencement of the 11th century. It was universally believed that the end of the world was at hand, that the 1,000 years of the apocalypse were near completion, and that Jesus Christ would descend upon Jerusalem to judge mankind. All Christendom was in commotion. A panic terror seized upon the weak, the credulous, and the guilty, who in those days formed more than 19/20ths of the population. Forsaking their homes, kindred, and occupation, they crowded to Jerusalem to await the coming of the Lord, lightened, as they imagined, of a load of sin by their weary pilgrimage. To increase the panic, the stars were observed to fall from heaven, earthquakes to shake the land, and violent hurricanes to blow down the forests. All these, and more especially the meteoric phenomena, were looked upon as the forerunners of the approaching judgments. Not a meteor shot athwart the horizon that did not fill a district with alarm and send away to Jerusalem a score of pilgrims, with staff in hand and wallet on their back, praying as they went for the remission of their sins. Men, women, and even children trudged in droves to the holy city in expectation of the day when the heavens would open and the Son of God descend in his glory. This extraordinary delusion, while it augmented the numbers, increased also the hardships of the pilgrims. Beggars became so numerous on all the highways between the west of Europe and Constantinople that the monks, the great almsgivers upon these occasions, would have brought starvation within sight of their own doors if they had not economized their resources and left the devotees to shift for themselves as they could. Hundreds of them were glad to subsist upon the berries that ripened by the road, who, before this great flux, might have shared the bread and flesh of the monasteries, but this was not the greatest of their difficulties. On their arrival in Jerusalem, they found that a sterner race had obtained possession of the Holy Land. The caliphs of Baghdad had been succeeded by the harsh Turks of the race of Seljuk, who looked upon the pilgrims with contempt and aversion. The Turks of the 11th century were more ferocious and less scrupulous than the Saracens of the 10th. They were annoyed at the immense number of pilgrims who overran the country, and still more so because they showed no intention of quitting it. The hourly expectation of the Last Judgment kept them waiting, and the Turks, apprehensive of being at last driven from the soil by the swarms that were still arriving, heaped up difficulties in their way. Persecution of every kind awaited them. They were plundered and beaten with stripes and kept in suspense for months at the gates of Jerusalem, unable to pay the golden bezant that was to procure them admission. When the first epidemic terror of the Day of Judgment began to subside, a few pilgrims ventured to return to Europe, their hearts big with indignation at the insults they had suffered. Everywhere as they passed, they related to a sympathizing auditory the wrongs of Christendom. Strange to say, even these recitals increased the mania for pilgrimage. The greater the dangers of the way, the fairer chance that sins of deep dye would be atoned for. Difficulty and suffering only heightened the merit, and fresh hordes issued from every town and village to win favor in the sight of heaven by a visit to the Holy Sepulchre. Thus did things continue during the whole of the 11th century. The train that was to explode so fearfully was now laid, and there wanted but the hand to apply the torch. At last the man appeared upon the scene. Like all who have ever achieved so great an end, Peter the Hermit was exactly suited to the age, neither behind it nor in advance of it, but acute enough to penetrate its mystery ere it was discovered by any other. Enthusiastic, chivalrous, bigoted, and, if not insane, not far removed from insanity, he was the very prototype of the time. True enthusiasm is always persevering and always eloquent, and these two qualities were united in no common degree in the person of this extraordinary preacher. He was a monk of Amiens, and ere he assumed the hood had served as a soldier. He is represented as having been ill-favoured and low in stature, but with an eye of surpassing brightness and intelligence. Having been seized with the mania of the age, he visited Jerusalem, and remained there till his blood boiled to see the cruel persecution heaped upon the devotees. On his return home he shook the world by the eloquent story of their wrongs. Before entering into any further details of the marvelous results of his preaching, it will be advisable to cast a glance at the state of the mind of Europe, that we may understand all the better the causes of his success. First of all, there was the priesthood, which, exercising as it did the most conspicuous influence upon the fortunes of society, claims the largest share of attention. Religion was the ruling idea of that day and the only civilizer capable of taming such wolves as then constituted the flock of the faithful. The clergy were all in all, and though they kept the popular mind in the most slavish subjection with regard to religious matters, they furnished it with the means of defense against all other oppression except their own. In the ecclesiastical ranks were concentrated all the true piety, all the learning, all the wisdom of the time, and as a natural consequence, a great portion of power, which their very wisdom perpetually incited them to extend. The people knew nothing of kings and nobles, except in the way of injuries inflicted. The first ruled for, or more properly speaking against, the barons, and the barons only existed to brave the power of the kings, or to trample with their iron heels upon the neck of prostrate democracy. The latter had no friend but the clergy, and these, though they necessarily instilled the superstition from which they themselves were not exempt, yet taught the cheering doctrine that all men were equal in the sight of heaven. Thus, while feudalism told them they had no rights in this world, religion told them they had every right in the next. With this consolation they were for the time content, for political ideas had as yet taken no root. When the clergy, for other reasons, recommended the crusade, the people joined in it with enthusiasm. The subject of Palestine filled all minds. The pilgrims' tales of 2 centuries warmed every imagination, and when their friends, their guides, and their instructors preached a war so much in accordance with their own prejudices and modes of thinking, the enthusiasm rose into a frenzy. But while religion inspired the masses, another agent was at work upon the nobility. These were fierce and lawless, tainted with every vice, endowed with no virtue, and redeemed by one good quality alone, that of courage. The only religion they felt was the religion of fear. That and their overboiling turbulence alike combined to guide them to the Holy Land. Most of them had sins enough to answer for. They lived with their hand against every man, and with no law but their own passions. They set at defiance the secular power of the clergy, but their hearts quailed at the awful denunciations of the pulpit with regard to the life to come. War was the business and the delight of their existence, and when they were promised remission of all their sins upon the easy condition of following their favourite bent, it is not to be wondered at that they rushed with enthusiasm to the onslaught, and became as zealous in the service of the cross as the great majority of the people, who were swayed by more purely religious motives. Fanaticism and the love of battle alike impelled them to the war, while the kings and princes of Europe had still another motive for encouraging their zeal. Policy opened their eyes to the great advantages which would accrue to themselves by the absence of so many restless, intriguing, and bloodthirsty men, whose insolence it required more than the small power of royalty to restrain within due bounds. Thus every motive was favourable to the Crusades. Every class of society was alike incited to join or encourage the war. Kings and the clergy by policy, the nobles by turbulence and the love of dominion, and the people by religious zeal and the concentrated enthusiasm of 2 centuries, skillfully directed by their only instructors. It was in Palestine itself that Peter the Hermit first conceived the grand idea of rousing the powers of Christendom to rescue the Christians of the East from the thraldom of the Mussulmans, and the sepulchre of Jesus from the rude hands of the infidel. The subject engrossed his whole mind. Even in the visions of the night he was full of it. One dream made such an impression upon him that he devoutly believed the Saviour of the world himself appeared before him and promised him aid and protection in his holy undertaking. If his zeal had ever wavered before, this was sufficient to fix it forever. Peter, after he had performed all the penances and duties of his pilgrimage, demanded an interview with Simeon, the patriarch of the Greek church at Jerusalem. Though the latter was a heretic in Peter's eyes, yet he was still a Christian, and felt as acutely as himself for the persecutions heaped by the Turks upon the followers of Jesus. The good prelate entered fully into his views, and, at his suggestion, wrote letters to the Pope and to the most influential monarchs of Christendom, detailing the sorrows of the faithful, and urging them to take up arms in their defence. Peter was not a laggard in the work. Taking an affectionate farewell of the patriarch, he returned in all haste to Italy. Pope Urban II occupied the apostolic chair, It was at that time far from being an easy seat. His predecessor Gregory had bequeathed him a host of disputes with the Emperor Henry IV of Germany, and he had converted Philip I of France into an enemy by his strenuous opposition to an adulterous connection formed by that monarch. So many dangers encompassed him that the Vatican was no secure abode, and he had taken refuge in Apulia under the protection of the renowned Robert Guiscard. Thither Peter appears to have followed him, though in what spot their meeting took place is not stated with any precision by ancient chroniclers or modern historians. Urban received him most kindly, read with tears in his eyes the epistle from the patriarch Simeon, and listened to the eloquent story of the hermit with an attention which showed how deeply he sympathized with the woes of the Christian Church. Enthusiasm is contagious, and the Pope appears to have caught it instantly from one whose zeal was so unbounded. Giving the hermit full powers, he sent him abroad to preach the holy war to all the nations and potentates of Christendom. The hermit preached, and countless thousands answered to his call. France, Germany, and Italy started at his voice and prepared for the deliverance of Zion. One of the early historians of the Crusade, who was himself an eyewitness of the rapture of Europe, describes the personal appearance of the hermit at this time. He says that there appeared to be something of divine in everything which he said or did. The people so highly reverenced him that they plucked hairs from the mane of his mule that they might keep them as relics. While preaching, he wore in general a woolen tunic with a dark-coloured mantle, which fell down to his heels. His arms and feet were bare, and he ate neither flesh nor bread, supporting himself chiefly upon fish and wine. "He set out," says the chronicler, "from whence I know not, but we saw him passing through the towns and villages, preaching everywhere, and the people surrounding him in crowds, loading him with offerings, and celebrating his sanctity with such great praises that I never remember to have seen such honours bestowed upon anyone." Thus he went on, untired, inflexible, and full of devotion, communicating his own madness to his hearers until Europe was stirred from its very depths. While the hermit was appealing with such signal success to the people, the Pope appealed with as much success to those who were to become the chiefs and leaders of the expedition. His first step was to call a council at Placentia in the autumn of the year 1095. Here, in the assembly of the clergy, the Pope debated the grand scheme and gave audience to emissaries who had been sent from Constantinople by the Emperor of the East to detail the progress made by the Turks in their design of establishing themselves in Europe. The clergy were, of course, unanimous in support of the crusade, and the council separated, each individual member of it being empowered to preach it to his people. But Italy could not be expected to furnish all the aid required, and the Pope crossed the Alps to inspire the fierce and powerful nobility and chivalrous population of Gaul. His boldness in entering the territory and placing himself in the power of his foe, King Philip of France, is not the least surprising feature of his mission. Some have imagined that cool policy alone actuated him, while others assert that it was mere zeal, as warm and as blind as that of Peter the Hermit. The latter opinion seems to be the true one. Society did not calculate the consequences of what it was doing. Every man seemed to act from impulse only, and the Pope, in throwing himself into the heart of France, acted as much from impulse as the thousands who responded to his call. A council was eventually summoned to meet him at Clermont, in Auvergne, to consider the state of the church, reform abuses, and above all, make preparations for the war. It was in the midst of an extremely cold winter, and the ground was covered with snow. During 7 days the council sat with closed doors, while immense crowds from all parts of France flocked into the town, in expectation that the Pope himself would address the people. All the towns and villages for miles around were filled with the multitude. Even the fields were encumbered with people who, unable to procure lodging, pitched their tents under the trees and by the wayside. All the neighbourhood presented the appearance of a vast camp. During the 7 days' deliberation, a sentence of excommunication was passed upon King Philip for adultery with Bertrade de Montfort, Countess of Anjou, and for disobedience to the supreme authority of the Apostolic See. This bold step impressed the people with reverence for so stern a church, which in the discharge of its duty showed itself no respecter of persons. Their love and their fear were alike increased, and they were prepared to listen with more intense devotion to the preaching of so righteous and inflexible a pastor. The great square before the cathedral church of Clermont became every instant more densely crowded as the hour drew nigh when the Pope was to address the populace. Issuing from the church in his full canonicals, surrounded by his cardinals and bishops in all the splendor of Romish ecclesiastical costume, the Pope stood before the populace on a high scaffolding erected for the occasion and covered with scarlet cloth. A brilliant array of bishops and cardinals surrounded him, and among them, humbler in rank but more important in the world's eye, the hermit Peter, dressed in his simple and austere habiliments. Historians differ as to whether or not Peter addressed the crowd, but as all agree that he was present, it seems reasonable to suppose that he spoke. But it was the oration of the Pope that was most important. As he lifted up his hands to ensure attention, every voice immediately became still. He began by detailing the miseries endured by their brethren in the Holy Land, how the plains of Palestine were desolated by the outrageous heathen, who with the sword and the firebrand carried wailing into the dwellings and flames into the possessions of the faithful. How Christian wives and daughters were defiled by pagan lust. How the altars of the true God were desecrated and the relics of the saints trodden underfoot. You, continued the eloquent pontiff, and Urban II was one of the most eloquent men of the day, you who hear me and who have received the true faith and been endowed by God with power and strength and greatness of soul, whose ancestors have been the prop of Christendom and whose kings have put a barrier against the progress of the infidel, I call upon you to wipe off these impurities from the face of the earth and lift your oppressed fellow Christians from the depths into which they have been trampled. The sepulchre of Christ is possessed by the heathen, the sacred place is dishonored by their vileness. O brave knights and faithful people, offspring of invincible fathers, ye will not degenerate from your ancient renown. You will not be restrained from embarking in this great cause by the tender ties of wife or little ones, but will remember the words of the Saviour of the world himself, whosoever loves father and mother more than me is not worthy of me. Whosoever shall abandon for my name's sake his house, or his brethren, or his sisters, or his father, or his mother, or his wife, or his children, or his lands, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit eternal life. The warmth of the pontiff communicated itself to the crowd, and the enthusiasm of the people broke out several times ere he concluded his address. He went on to portray not only the spiritual but the temporal advantages that would accrue to those who took up arms in the service of the cross. Palestine was, he said, a land flowing with milk and honey, and precious in the sight of God, as the scene of the grand events which had saved mankind. That land, he promised, should be divided among them. Moreover, they should have full pardon for all their offences, either against God or man. Go then, he added, in expiation of your sins, and go assured that after this world shall have passed away, imperishable glory shall be yours in the world which is to come. The enthusiasm was no longer to be restrained, and loud shouts interrupted the speaker, the people exclaiming as if with one voice, Dieu le veut, Dieu le veut! With great presence of mind, Urban took advantage of the outburst, and as soon as silence was obtained, continued, Dear brethren, today is shown forth in you that which the Lord has said by his evangelist, when 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there will I be in the midst of them to bless them. If the Lord God had not been in your souls, you would not all have pronounced the same words, or rather God himself pronounced them by your lips, for it was he that put them in your hearts. Be they then your war cry in the combat, for those words came forth from God. Let the army of the Lord, when it rushes upon his enemies, shout but that one cry, Dieu le veut, Dieu le veut. Let whoever is inclined to devote himself to this holy cause make it a solemn engagement, and bear the cross of the Lord either on his breast or his brow till he set out. And let him who is ready to begin his march place the holy emblem on his shoulders in memory of that precept of our Saviour. He who does not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. The news of this council spread to the remotest parts of Europe in an incredibly short space of time. Long before the fleetest horseman could have brought the intelligence, it was known by the people in distant provinces, a fact which was considered as nothing less than supernatural. But the subject was in everybody's mouth, and the minds of men were prepared for the result. The enthusiastic merely asserted what they wished, and the event tallied with their prediction. This was, however, quite enough in those days for a miracle, and as a miracle everyone regarded it. For several months after the Council of Clermont, France and Germany presented a singular spectacle. The pious, the fanatic, the needy, the dissolute, the young and the old, even women and children, and the halt and lame, enrolled themselves by hundreds. In every village, the clergy were busied in keeping up the excitement, promising eternal rewards to those who assumed the Red Cross, and fulminating the most awful denunciations against all the worldly minded who refused or even hesitated. Every debtor who joined the crusade was freed by the papal edict from the claims of his creditors. Outlaws of every grade were made equal with the honest upon the same conditions. The property of those who went was placed under the protection of the Church, and St. Paul and St. Peter themselves were believed to descend from their high abode to watch over the chattels of the absent pilgrims. Signs and portents were seen in the air to increase the fervour of the multitude. An aurora borealis of unusual brilliancy appeared, and thousands of the crusaders came out to gaze upon it, prostrating themselves upon the earth in adoration. It was thought to be a sure prognostic of the interposition of the Most High, and a representation of his armies fighting with and overthrowing the infidels. Reports of wonders were everywhere rife. A monk had seen two gigantic warriors on horseback, the one representing a Christian and the other a Turk, fighting in the sky with flaming swords, the Christian, of course, overcoming the Paynim. Myriads of stars were said to have fallen from heaven, each representing the fall of a pagan foe. It was believed at the same time that the Emperor Charlemagne would rise from the grave and lead on to victory the embattled armies of the Lord. A singular feature of the popular madness was the enthusiasm of the women. Everywhere they encouraged their lovers and husbands to forsake all things for the holy war. Many of them burned the sign of the cross upon their breasts and arms and coloured the wound with a red dye as a lasting memorial of their zeal. Others, still more zealous, impressed the mark by the same means upon the tender limbs of young children and infants at the breast. Guibert de Nogent tells of a monk who made a large incision upon his forehead in the form of a cross, which he coloured with some powerful ingredient, telling the people that an angel had done it when he was asleep. This monk appears to have been more of a rogue than a fool, for he contrived to fare more sumptuously than any of his brother pilgrims upon the strength of his sanctity. The crusaders everywhere gave him presents of food and money, and he became quite fat ere he arrived at Jerusalem, notwithstanding the fatigues of the way. If he had acknowledged in the first place that he had made the wound himself, he would not have been thought more holy than his fellows, but the story of the angel was a clincher. All those who had property of any description rushed to the mart to change it into hard cash. Lands and houses could be had for a quarter of their value, while arms and accoutrements of war rose in the same proportion. Corn, which had been excessively dear in anticipation of a year of scarcity, suddenly became plentiful, and such was the diminution in the value of provisions that 7 sheep were sold for 5 deniers. The nobles mortgaged their estates for mere trifles to Jews and unbelievers, or conferred charters of immunity upon the towns and communes within their fiefs for sums which, a few years previously, they would have rejected with disdain. The farmer endeavoured to sell his plough and the artisan his tools to purchase a sword for the deliverance of Jerusalem. Women disposed of their trinkets for the same purpose. During the spring and summer of this year, 1096, the roads teemed with crusaders, all hastening to the towns and villages appointed as the rendezvous of the district. Some were on horseback, some in carts, and some came down the rivers in boats and rafts, bringing their wives and children, all eager to go to Jerusalem. Very few knew where Jerusalem was. Some thought it 50,000 miles away, and others imagined that it was but a month's journey, while at sight of every town or castle the children exclaimed, "Is that Jerusalem? Is that the city?" Parties of knights and nobles might be seen travelling eastward and amusing themselves as they went with the nightly diversion of hawking to lighten the fatigues of the way. Guibert de Nogent, who did not write from hearsay, but from actual observation, says the enthusiasm was so contagious that when anyone heard the orders of the pontiff, he went instantly to solicit his neighbours and friends to join with him in the way of God, for so they called the proposed expedition. The Counts Palatine were full of the desire to undertake the journey, and all the inferior knights were animated with the same zeal. Even the poor caught the flame so ardently that no one paused to think of the inadequacy of his means, or to consider whether he ought to yield up his farm, his vineyard, or his fields. Each one set about selling his property at as low a price as if he had been held in some horrible captivity, and sought to pay his ransom without loss of time. Those who had not determined upon the journey joked and laughed at those who were thus disposing of their goods at such ruinous prices, prophesying that the expedition would be miserable and their return worse. But they held this language only for a day. The next they were suddenly seized with the same frenzy as the rest. Those who had been loudest in their jeers gave up all their property for a few crowns and set out with those they had so laughed at a few hours before. In most cases, the laugh was turned against them, for when it became known that a man was hesitating, his more zealous neighbours sent him a present of a knitting needle or a distaff
to show their contempt of him. There was no resisting this, so that the fear of ridicule contributed its fair contingent to the armies of the Lord. Another effect of the crusade was the religious obedience with which it inspired the people and the nobility for that singular institution, the truce of God. At the commencement of the 11th century, the clergy of France, sympathizing for the woes of the people, but unable to diminish them by repressing the rapacity and insolence of the feudal chiefs, endeavored to promote universal goodwill by the promulgation of the famous peace of God. All who conformed to it bound themselves by oath not to take revenge for any injury, not to enjoy the fruits of property usurped from others, nor to use deadly weapons, in reward of which they would receive remission of all their sins. However benevolent the intention of this peace, it led to nothing but perjury, and violence reigned as uncontrolled as before. In the year 1041, another attempt was made to soften the angry passions of the semi-barbarous chiefs, and the truce of God was solemnly proclaimed. The truce lasted from the Wednesday evening to the Monday morning of every week, in which interval it was strictly forbidden to recur to violence on any pretext, or to seek revenge for any injury. It was impossible to civilize men by these means. Few even promised to become peaceable for so unconscionable a period as 5 days a week, or if they did, they made ample amends on the 2 days left open to them. The truce was afterwards shortened from the Saturday evening to the Monday morning, but little or no diminution of violence and bloodshed was the consequence. At the Council of Clermont, Urban II again solemnly proclaimed the truce. So strong was the religious feeling that everyone hastened to obey. All minor passions disappeared before the grand passion of crusading. The feudal chief ceased to oppress, the robber to plunder, the people to complain. But one idea was in all hearts, and there seemed to be no room for any other. The encampments of these heterogeneous multitudes offered a singular aspect. Those vassals who ranged themselves under the banners of their lord erected tents around his castle, while those who undertook the war on their own account constructed booths and huts in the neighbourhood of the towns or villages preparatory to their joining some popular leader of the expedition. The meadows of France were covered with tents, as the belligerents were to have remission of all their sins on their arrival in Palestine. Hundreds of them gave themselves up to the most unbounded licentiousness. The courtesan, with the red cross upon her shoulders, plied her shameless trade with sensual pilgrims without scruple on either side. The lover of good cheer gave loose rein to his appetite, and drunkenness and debauchery flourished. Their zeal in the service of the Lord was to wipe out all faults and follies, and they had the same surety of salvation as the rigid anchorite. This reasoning had charms for the ignorant, and the sounds of lewd revelry and the voice of prayer rose at the same instant from the camp. It is now time to speak of the leaders of the expedition. Great multitudes ranged themselves under the command of Peter the Hermit, whom, as the originator, they considered the most appropriate leader of the war. Others joined the banner of a bold adventurer, whom history has dignified with no other name than that of Gautier sans avoir, or Walter the Penniless, but who is represented as having been of noble family, and well skilled in the art of war. A third multitude from Germany flocked around the standard of a monk named Gottschalk, of whom nothing is known except that he was a fanatic of the deepest dye. All these bands, which together are said to have amounted to 300,000 men, women and children, were composed of the vilest rascality of Europe. Without discipline, principle, or true courage, they rushed through the nations like a pestilence, spreading terror and death wherever they went. The first multitude that set forth was led by Walter the Penniless early in the spring of 1096, within a very few months after the Council of Clermont. Each man of that irregular host aspired to be his own master. Like their nominal leader, each was poor to penury and trusted for subsistence on his journey to the chances of the road. Rolling through Germany like a tide, they entered Hungary, where at first they were received with some degree of kindness by the people. The latter had not yet caught sufficient of the fire of enthusiasm to join the crusade themselves, but were willing enough to forward the cause by aiding those embarked in it.
Unfortunately, this good understanding did not last long. The swarm were not contented with food for their necessities, but craved for luxuries also. They attacked and plundered the dwellings of the country people and thought nothing of murder where resistance was offered. On their arrival before Semlin, the outraged Hungarians collected in large numbers, and attacking the rear of the crusading host, slew a great many of the stragglers, and taking away their arms and crosses, affixed them as trophies to the walls of the city. Walter appears to have been in no mood or condition to make reprisals, for his army, destructive as a plague of locusts when plunder urged them on, were useless against any regular attack from a determined enemy. Their rear continued to be thus harassed by the wrathful Hungarians until they were fairly out of their territory. On his entrance into Bulgaria, Walter met with no better fate. The cities and towns refused to let him pass, the villages denied him provisions, and the citizens and country people uniting, slaughtered his followers by hundreds. The progress of the army was more like a retreat than an advance. But as it was impossible to stand still, Walter continued his course till he arrived at Constantinople with a force which famine and the sword had diminished to 1/3 of its original number. The greater multitude, led by the enthusiastic hermit, followed close upon his heels with a bulky train of baggage, and women and children sufficient to form a host of themselves. If it were possible to find a rabble more vile than the army of Walter the Penniless, it was that led by Peter the Hermit. Being better provided with means, they were not reduced to the necessity of pillage in their progress through Hungary, and had they taken any other route than that which led through Semlin, might perhaps have traversed the country without molestation. On their arrival before that city, their fury was raised at seeing the arms and red crosses of their predecessors hanging as trophies over the gates. Their pent-up ferocity exploded at the sight. The city was tumultuously attacked, and the besiegers entering, not by dint of bravery but of superior numbers, it was given up to all the horrors which follow when victory, brutality, and licentiousness are linked together. Every evil passion was allowed to revel with impunity and revenge, lust and avarice. Each had its hundreds of victims in unhappy Semlin. Any maniac can kindle a conflagration, but it may require many wise men to put it out. Peter the Hermit had blown the popular fury into a flame, but to cool it again was beyond his power. His followers rioted unrestrained until the fear of retaliation warned them to desist. When the King of Hungary was informed of the disasters of Semlin, he marched with a sufficient force to chastise the hermit, who, at the news, broke up his camp and retreated towards the Morava, a broad and rapid stream that joins the Danube a few miles to the eastward of Belgrade. Here a party of indignant Bulgarians awaited him, and so harassed him, as to make the passage of the river a task both of difficulty and danger. Great numbers of his infatuated followers perished in the waters, and many fell under the swords of the Bulgarians. The ancient chronicles do not mention the amount of the hermit's loss at this passage, but represent it in general terms as very great. At Nissa, the Duke of Bulgaria fortified himself in fear of an assault, but Peter, having learned a little wisdom from experience, thought it best to avoid hostilities. He passed 3 nights in quietness under the walls, and the Duke, not wishing to exasperate unnecessarily so fierce and rapacious a host, allowed the townspeople to supply them with provisions. Peter took his departure peaceably on the following morning, but some German vagabonds, falling behind the main body of the army, set fire to the mills and house of a Bulgarian, with whom, it appears, they had had some dispute on the previous evening. The citizens of Nissa, who had throughout mistrusted the Crusaders and were prepared for the worst, sallied out immediately and took signal vengeance. The spoilers were cut to pieces, and the townspeople pursuing the hermit captured all the women and children who had lagged in the rear and a great quantity of baggage. Peter hereupon turned round and marched back to Nissa to demand explanation of the Duke of Bulgaria. The latter fairly stated the provocation given, and the hermit could urge nothing in palliation of so gross an outrage. A negotiation was entered into, which promised to be successful, and the Bulgarians were about to deliver up the women and children, when a party of undisciplined crusaders, acting solely upon their own suggestion, endeavoured to scale the walls and seize upon the town. Peter in vain exerted his authority. The confusion became general, and after a short but desperate battle, the crusaders threw down their arms and fled in all directions. Their vast host was completely routed, the slaughter being so great among them as to be counted, not by hundreds, but by thousands. It is said that the hermit fled from this fatal field to a forest a few miles from Nissa, abandoned by every human creature. It would be curious to know whether, after so dire a reverse, his impierced breast sharp sorrow did in 1,000 pieces rive, or whether his fiery zeal still rose superior to calamity, and pictured the eventual triumph of his cause. He, so lately the leader of 100,000 men, was now a solitary skulker in the forests, liable at every instant to be discovered by some pursuing Bulgarian and cut off in mid-career. Chance at last brought him within sight of an eminence, where 2 or 3 of his bravest knights had collected 500 of the stragglers. These gladly received the hermit, and a consultation having taken place, it was resolved to gather together the scattered remnants of the army. Fires were lighted on the hill, and scouts sent out in all directions for the fugitives. Horns were sounded at intervals to make known that friends were near, and before nightfall the hermit saw himself at the head of 7,000 men. During the succeeding day, he was joined by 20,000 more, and with this miserable remnant of his force, he pursued his route towards Constantinople. The bones of the rest mouldered in the forests of Bulgaria. On his arrival at Constantinople, where he found Walter the Penniless awaiting him, he was hospitably received by the Emperor Alexius. It might have been expected that the sad reverses they had undergone would have taught his followers common prudence, but unhappily for them, their turbulence and love of plunder was not to be restrained. Although they were surrounded by friends, by whom all their wants were liberally supplied, they could not refrain from rapine. In vain, the hermit exhorted them to tranquillity. He possessed no more power over them in subduing their passions than the obscurest soldier of the host. They set fire to several public buildings in Constantinople out of pure mischief, and stripped the lead from the roofs of the churches, which they afterwards sold for old metal in the purlieus of the city. From this time may be dated the aversion which the Emperor Alexius entertained for the Crusaders, and which was afterwards manifested in all his actions, even when he had to deal with the chivalrous and more honourable armies which arrived after the hermit. He seems to have imagined that the Turks themselves were enemies less formidable to his power than these outpourings of the refuse of Europe. He soon found a pretext to hurry them into Asia Minor. Peter crossed the Bosphorus with Walter, but the excesses of his followers were such that, despairing of accomplishing any good end by remaining at their head, he left them to themselves and returned to Constantinople on the pretext of making arrangements with the government of Alexius for a proper supply of provisions. The Crusaders, forgetting that they were in the enemy's country, and that union, above all things, was desirable, gave themselves up to dissensions. Violent disputes arose between the Lombards and Normans commanded by Walter the Penniless, and the Franks and Germans led out by Peter. The latter separated themselves from the former, and choosing for their leader one Reynaldo or Reinhold, marched forward and took possession of the fortress of Exorogorgon. The Sultan Solimon was on the alert, with a superior force. A party of crusaders, which had been detached from the fort and stationed at a little distance as an ambuscade, were surprised and cut to pieces, and Exorogorgon invested on all sides. The siege was protracted for 8 days, during which the Christians suffered the most acute agony from the want of water. It is hard to say how long the hope of succour or the energy of despair would have enabled them to hold out. Their treacherous leader cut the matter short by renouncing the Christian faith and delivering up the fort into the hands of the Sultan. He was followed by 2 or 3 of his officers. All the rest, refusing to become Mahometans, were ruthlessly put to the sword. Thus perished the last wretched remnant of the vast multitude which had traversed Europe with Peter the Hermit. Walter the Penniless and his multitude met as miserable a fate. On the news of the disasters of Exorogorgon, they demanded to be led instantly against the Turks. Walter, who only wanted good soldiers to have made a good general, was cooler of head and saw all the dangers of such a step. His force was wholly insufficient to make any decisive movement in a country where the enemy was so much superior and where, in case of defeat, he had no secure position to fall back upon, and he therefore expressed his opinion against advancing until the arrival of reinforcements. This prudent counsel found no favour. The army loudly expressed their dissatisfaction at their chief and prepared to march forward without him. Upon this, the brave Walter put himself at their head and rushed to destruction. Proceeding towards Nice, the modern Iznik, he was intercepted by the army of the Sultan. A fierce battle ensued, in which the Turks made fearful havoc. Out of 25,000 Christians, 22,000 were slain, and among them Gautier himself, who fell pierced by 7 mortal wounds. The remaining 3,000 retreated upon Civito, where they entrenched themselves. Disgusted as was Peter the Hermit at the excesses of the multitude, who at his call had forsaken Europe, his heart was moved with grief and pity at their misfortunes. All his former zeal revived. Casting himself at the feet of the Emperor Alexius, he implored him with tears in his eyes to send relief to the few survivors at Civito. The emperor consented, and a force was sent, which arrived just in time to save them from destruction. The Turks had beleaguered the place, and the Crusaders were reduced to the last extremity. Negotiations were entered into, and the last 3,000 were conducted in safety to Constantinople. Alexius had suffered too much by their former excesses to be very desirous of retaining them in his capital. He therefore caused them all to be disarmed, and furnishing each with a sum of money, he sent them back to their own country. While these events were taking place, fresh hordes were issuing from the woods and wilds of Germany, all bent for the Holy Land. They were commanded by a fanatical priest named Gottschalk, who, like Gautier and Peter the Hermit, took his way through Hungary. History is extremely meagre in her details of the conduct and fate of this host, which amounted to at least 100,000 men. Robbery and murder seem to have journeyed with them, and the poor Hungarians were rendered almost desperate by their numbers and rapacity. Carloman, the king of the country, made a bold effort to get rid of them, for the resentment of his people had arrived at such a height that nothing short of the total extermination of the Crusaders would satisfy them. Gottschalk had to pay the penalty, not only for the ravages of his own bands, but for those of the swarms that had come before him. He and his army were induced by some means or other to lay down their arms. The savage Hungarians, seeing them thus defenseless, set upon them and slaughtered them in great numbers. How many escaped their arrows we are not informed, but not one of them reached Palestine. Other swarms under nameless leaders issued from Germany and France, more brutal and more frantic than any that had preceded them. Their fanaticism surpassed by far the wildest freaks of the followers of the hermit. In bands varying in numbers from 1 to 5,000, they traversed the country in all directions, bent upon plunder and massacre. They wore the symbol of the Crusade upon their shoulders, but inveighed against the folly of proceeding to the Holy Land to destroy the Turks, while they left behind them so many Jews, the still more inveterate enemies of Christ. They swore fierce vengeance against this unhappy race, and murdered all the Hebrews they could lay their hands on, first subjecting them to the most horrible mutilation. According to the testimony of Albert Aquensis, they lived among each other in the most shameless profligacy, and their vice was only exceeded by their superstition. Whenever they were in search of Jews, they were preceded by a goose and goat, which they believed to be holy, and animated with divine power to discover the retreats of the unbelievers. In Germany alone they slaughtered more than 1,000 Jews, notwithstanding all the efforts of the clergy to save them. So dreadful was the cruelty of their tormentors, that great numbers of Jews committed self-destruction to avoid falling into their hands. Again it fell to the lot of the Hungarians to deliver Europe from these pests. When there were no more Jews to murder, the bands collected in one body and took the old route to the Holy Land, a route stained with the blood of 300,000 who had gone before, and destined also to receive theirs. The number of these swarms has never been stated, but so many of them perished in Hungary that contemporary writers, despairing of giving any adequate idea of their multitudes, state that the fields were actually heaped with their corpses, and that for miles in its course the waters of the Danube were dyed with their blood. It was at Mersburg on the Danube that the greatest slaughter took place, a slaughter so great as to amount almost to extermination. The Hungarians for a while disputed the passage of the river, but the Crusaders forced their way across, and attacking the city with the blind courage of madness, succeeded in making a breach in the walls. At this moment of victory, an unaccountable fear came over them. Throwing down their arms, they fled panic-stricken. No one knew why, and no one knew whither. The Hungarians followed, sword in hand, and cut them down without remorse, and in such numbers that the stream of the Danube is said to have been choked up by their unburied bodies. This was the worst paroxysm of the madness of Europe, and this past, her chivalry stepped upon the scene. Men of cool heads, mature plans, and invincible courage stood forward to lead and direct the grand movement of Europe upon Asia. It is upon these men that romance has lavished her most admiring epithets, leaving to the condemnation of history the vileness and brutality of those who went before. Of these leaders, the most distinguished were Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, and Raymond, Count of Toulouse. 4 other chiefs of the royal blood of Europe also assumed the cross and led each his army to the Holy Land. Hugh, Count of Vermandois, brother of the King of France, Robert, Duke of Normandy, the elder brother of William Rufus, Robert, Count of Flanders, and Bohemond, Prince of Tarentum, eldest son of the celebrated Robert Guiscard. These men were all tinged with the fanaticism of the age, but none of them acted entirely from religious motives. They were neither utterly reckless like Gautier sans avoir, crazy like Peter the Hermit, nor brutal like Gottschalk the monk, but possessed each of these qualities in a milder form, their valour being tempered by caution, their religious zeal by worldly views, and their ferocity by the spirit of chivalry. They saw whither led the torrent of the public will, and it being neither their wish nor their interest to stem it, they allowed themselves to be carried with it, in the hope that it would lead them at last to a haven of aggrandizement. Around them congregated many minor chiefs, the flower of the nobility of France and Italy, with some few from Germany, England, and Spain. It was wisely conjectured that armies so numerous would find a difficulty in procuring provisions if they all journeyed by the same road. They therefore resolved to separate, Godfrey de Bouillon proceeding through Hungary and Bulgaria, the Count of Toulouse through Lombardy and Dalmatia, and the other leaders through Apulia to Constantinople, where the several divisions were to reunite. The forces under these leaders have been variously estimated. The Princess Anna Komnena talks of them as having been as numerous as the sands on the seashore or the stars in the firmament. Fulcher of Chartres is more satisfactory and exaggerates less magnificently when he states that all the divisions, when they had sat down before Nice in Bithynia, amounted to 100,000 horsemen and 600,000 men on foot, exclusive of the priests, women, and children. Gibbon is of opinion that this amount is exaggerated, but thinks the actual numbers did not fall very far short of the calculation. The Princess Anna afterwards gives the number of those under Godfrey of Bouillon as 80,000 foot and horse, and supposing that each of the other chiefs led an army as numerous, the total would be near 500,000. This must be over rather than under the mark, as the army of Godfrey of Bouillon was confessedly the largest when it set out, and suffered less by the way than any other. The Count of Vermandois was the first who set foot on the Grecian territory. On his arrival at Durazzo, he was received with every mark of respect and courtesy by the agents of the emperor, and his followers were abundantly supplied with provisions. Suddenly, however, and without cause assigned, the count was arrested by order of the Emperor Alexius and conveyed a close prisoner to Constantinople. Various motives have been assigned by different authors as having induced the emperor to this treacherous and imprudent proceeding. By every writer he has been condemned for so flagrant a breach of hospitality and justice. The most probable reason for his conduct appears to be that suggested by Gibbet of Nogent, who states that Alexius, fearful of the designs of the Crusaders upon his throne, resorted to this extremity in order afterwards to force the count to take the oath of allegiance to him as the price of his liberation. The example of a prince so eminent as the brother of the King of France would, he thought, be readily followed by the other chiefs of the crusade. In the result, he was woefully disappointed, as every man deserves to be who commits positive evil that doubtful good may ensue. But this line of policy accorded well enough with the narrow-mindedness of the emperor, who, in the enervating atmosphere of his highly civilized and luxurious court, dreaded the influx of the hardy and ambitious warriors of the West, and strove to nibble away by unworthy means the power which he had not energy enough to confront. If danger to himself had existed from the residence of the chiefs in his dominions, he might easily have averted it, by the simple means of placing himself at the head of the European movement and directing its energies to their avowed object, the conquest of the Holy Land. But the emperor, instead of being, as he might have been, the lord and leader of the Crusades, which he had himself aided in no inconsiderable degree to suscitate by his embassies to the Pope, became the slave of men who hated and despised him. No doubt the barbarous excesses of the followers of Gautier and Peter the Hermit made him look upon the whole body of them with disgust, but it was the disgust of a little mind, which is glad of any excuse to palliate or justify its own irresolution and love of ease. Godfrey of Bouillon traversed Hungary in the most quiet and orderly manner. On his arrival at Mersburg, he found the country strewed with the mangled corpses of the Jew killers, and demanded of the king of Hungary for what reason his people had set upon them. The latter detailed the atrocities they had committed, and made it so evident to Godfrey that the Hungarians had only acted in self-defense that the high-minded leader declared himself satisfied and passed on without giving or receiving molestation. On his arrival at Philippopoli, he was informed for the first time of the imprisonment of the Count of Vermandois. He immediately sent messengers to the emperor demanding the count's release and threatening, in case of refusal, to lay waste the country with fire and sword. After waiting a day at Philippopoli, he marched on to Adrianople, where he was met by his messengers returning with the emperor's refusal. Godfrey, the bravest and most determined of the leaders of the crusade, was not a man to swerve from his word, and the country was given up to pillage. Alexius here committed another blunder. No sooner did he learn from dire experience that the crusader was not an utterer of idle threats than he consented to the release of the prisoner. As he had been unjust in the first instance, he became cowardly in the second, and taught his enemies, for so the crusaders were forced to consider themselves, a lesson which they took care to remember to his cost, that they could hope nothing from his sense of justice, but everything from his fears. Godfrey remained encamped for several weeks in the neighbourhood of Constantinople, to the great annoyance of Alexius, who sought by every means to extort from him the homage he had extorted from Vermandois. Sometimes he acted as if at open and declared war with the Crusaders and sent his troops against them. Sometimes he refused to supply them with food and ordered the markets to be shut against them, while at other times he was all for peace and goodwill and sent costly presents to Godfrey. The honest, straightforward crusader was at last so wearied by his false kindness and so pestered by his attacks that, allowing his indignation to get the better of his judgment, he gave up the country around Constantinople to be plundered by his soldiers. For 6 days the flames of the farmhouses around struck terror into the heart of Alexius, but as Godfrey anticipated, they convinced him of his error. Fearing that Constantinople itself would be the next object of attack, he sent messengers to demand an interview with Godfrey, offering at the same time to leave his son as a hostage for his good faith. Godfrey agreed to meet him, and, whether to put an end to these useless dissensions or for some other unexplained reason, he rendered homage to Alexius as his liege lord. He was thereupon loaded with honours, and according to a singular custom of that age, underwent the ceremony of the adoption of honour as son to the emperor. Godfrey and his brother Baudouin de Bouillon conducted themselves with proper courtesy on this occasion, but were not able to restrain the insolence of their followers, who did not conceive themselves bound to keep any terms with a man so insincere as he had shown himself. One barbarous chieftain, Count Robert of Paris, carried his insolence so far as to seat himself upon the throne, an insult which Alexius merely resented with a sneer, but which did not induce him to look with less mistrust upon the hordes that were still advancing. It is impossible, notwithstanding his treachery, to avoid feeling some compassion for the emperor, whose life at this time was rendered one long scene of misery by the presumption of the Crusaders, and his not altogether groundless fears of the evil they might inflict upon him should any untoward circumstance force the current of their ambition to the conquest of his empire. His daughter Anna Komnena feelingly deplores his state of life at this time, and a learned German, in a recent work, describes it, on the authority of the princess, in the following manner. To avoid all occasion of offence to the Crusaders, Alexius complied with all their whims and their, on many occasions, unreasonable demands, even at the expense of great bodily exertion, at a time when he was suffering severely under the gout, which eventually brought him to his grave. No Crusader who desired an interview with him was refused access. He listened with the utmost patience to the long-winded harangues which their loquacity or zeal continually wearied him with. He endured, without expressing any impatience, the unbecoming and haughty language which they permitted themselves to employ towards him, and severely reprimanded his officers when they undertook to defend the dignity of the imperial station from these rude assaults, for he trembled with apprehension at the slightest disputes, lest they might become the occasion of greater evil. Though the counts often appeared before him with trains altogether unsuitable to their dignity, and to his, sometimes with an entire troop, which completely filled the royal apartment, the emperor held his peace. He listened to them at all hours. He often seated himself on his throne at daybreak to attend to their wishes and requests, and the evening twilight saw him still in the same place. Very frequently he could not snatch time to refresh himself with meat and drink. During many nights he could not obtain any repose, and was obliged to indulge in an unrefreshing sleep upon his throne with his head resting on his hands. Even this slumber was continually disturbed by the appearance and harangues of some newly arrived rude knights. When all the courtiers, wearied out by the efforts of the day and by night watching, could no longer keep themselves on their feet and sank down exhausted, some upon benches and others on the floor, Alexius still rallied his strength to listen with seeming attention to the wearisome chatter of the Latins, that they might have no occasion or pretext for discontent. In such a state of fear and anxiety, how could Alexius comport himself with dignity and like an emperor? Alexius, however, had himself to blame, in a great measure, for the indignities he suffered. Owing to his insincerity, the Crusaders mistrusted him so much that it became at last a common saying that the Turks and Saracens were not such inveterate foes to the Western or Latin Christians as the Emperor Alexius and the Greeks. It would be needless in this sketch, which does not profess to be so much a history of the Crusades as of the madness of Europe, from which they sprang, to detail the various acts of bribery and intimidation, cajolery and hostility by which Alexius contrived to make each of the leaders in succession, as they arrived, take the oath of allegiance to him as their suzerain. One way or another, he exacted from each the barren homage on which he had set his heart, and they were then allowed to proceed into Asia Minor. One only, Raymond de Saint-Gilles, Count of Toulouse, obstinately refused the homage. Their residence in Constantinople was productive of no good to the armies of the Cross. Bickerings and contentions on the one hand, and the influence of a depraved and luxurious court on the other, destroyed the elasticity of their spirits and cooled the first ardour of their enthusiasm. At one time, the army of the Count of Toulouse was on the point of disbanding itself, and had not their leader energetically removed them across the Bosphorus, this would have been the result. Once in Asia, their spirits in some degree revived, and the presence of danger and difficulty nerved them to the work they had undertaken. The first operation of the war was the siege of Nice, to gain possession of which all their efforts were directed. Godfrey of Bouillon and the Count of Vermandois were joined under its walls by each host in succession as it left Constantinople. Among the celebrated Crusaders who fought at this siege we find, besides the leaders already mentioned, the brave and generous Tancred, whose name and fame have been immortalized in the Gerusalemme Liberata, the valorous Bishop of Puy Baldwin, afterwards King of Jerusalem, and Peter the Hermit, now an almost solitary soldier, shorn of all the power and influence he had formerly possessed. Kilij Aslaun, the Sultan of Rum and chief of the Seljukian Turks, whose deeds, surrounded by the false halo of romance, are familiar to the readers of Tasso, under the name of Solomon, marched to defend this city, but was defeated after several obstinate engagements, in which the Christians showed a degree of heroism that quite astonished him. The Turkish chief had expected to find a wild, undisciplined multitude like that under Peter the Hermit, without leaders capable of enforcing obedience, instead of which he found the most experienced leaders of the age at the head of armies that had just fanaticism enough to be ferocious, but not enough to render them ungovernable. In these engagements many hundreds fell on both sides, and on both sides the most revolting barbarity was practiced. The Crusaders cut off the heads of the fallen Mussulmans and sent them in panniers to Constantinople as trophies of their victory. After the temporary defeat of Kilij Aslaun, the siege of Nice was carried on with redoubled vigour. The Turks defended themselves with the greatest obstinacy and discharged showers of poisoned arrows upon the Crusaders. When any unfortunate wretch was killed under the walls, they let down iron hooks from above and drew the body up, which, after stripping and mutilating, they threw back again at the besiegers. The latter were well supplied with provisions, and for 36 days the siege continued without any relaxation of the efforts on either side. Many tales are told of the almost superhuman heroism of the Christian leaders, how one man put 1,000 to flight, and how the arrows of the faithful never missed their mark. One anecdote of Godfrey of Bouillon, related by Albert of Aix, is worth recording, not only as showing the high opinion entertained of his valour, but as showing the contagious credulity of the armies, a credulity which has often led them to the very verge of defeat, as it incited them to victory. One Turk of gigantic stature took his station day by day on the battlements of Nice, and bearing an enormous bow, committed great havoc among the Christian host. Not a shaft he sped, but bore death upon its point, and although the Crusaders aimed repeatedly at his breast, and he stood in the most exposed position, their arrows fell harmless at his feet.
He seemed to be invulnerable to attack, and a report was soon spread abroad
that he was no other than the archfiend himself, and that mortal hand could not prevail against him. Godfrey of Bouillon, who had no faith in the supernatural character of the Mussulman, determined, if possible, to put an end to the dismay which was rapidly paralyzing the exertions of his best soldiers. Taking a huge crossbow, he stood forward in front of the army to try the steadiness of his hand against the much-dreaded archer. The shaft was aimed directly at his heart and took fatal effect. The Moslem fell amid the groans of the besieged and the shouts of Deus adjuva, Deus adjuva, the war cry of the besiegers. At last the Crusaders imagined that they had overcome all obstacles and were preparing to take possession of the city, when, to their great astonishment, they saw the flag of the Emperor Alexius flying from the battlements. An emissary of the emperor named Fatitius or Tatine had contrived to gain admission with a body of Greek troops at a point which the Crusaders had left unprotected and had persuaded the Turks to surrender to him rather than to the crusading forces. The greatest indignation prevailed in the army when this stratagem was discovered, and the soldiers were, with the utmost difficulty, prevented from renewing the attack and besieging the Greek emissary. The army, however, continued its march, and, by some means or other, was broken into two divisions, some historians say accidentally, while others affirm by mutual consent and for the convenience of obtaining provisions on the way. The one division was composed of the forces under Bohemond, Tancred, and the Duke of Normandy, while the other, which took a route at some distance on the right, was commanded by Godfrey of Bouillon and the other chiefs. The Sultan of Roum, who, after his losses at Nice, had been silently making great efforts to crush the Crusaders at one blow, collected in a very short time all the multitudinous tribes that owed him allegiance, and with an army which, according to a moderate calculation, amounted to 200,000 men, chiefly cavalry, he fell upon the first division of the Christian host in the valley of Dorylaeum. It was early in the morning of the 1st of July 1097, when the Crusaders saw the first companies of the Turkish horsemen pouring down upon them from the hills. Bohemond had hardly time to set himself in order and transport his sick and helpless to the rear, when the overwhelming force of the Orientals was upon him. The Christian army, composed principally of men on foot, gave way on all sides, and the hoofs of the Turkish steeds and the poisoned arrows of their bowmen mowed them down by hundreds. After having lost the flower of their chivalry, the Christians retreated upon their baggage, when a dreadful slaughter took place. Neither women nor children nor the sick were spared. Just as they were reduced to the last extremity, Godfrey of Bouillon and the Count of Toulouse made their appearance on the field and turned the tide of battle. After an obstinate engagement, the Turks fled, and their rich camp fell into the hands of the enemy. The loss of the Crusaders amounted to about 4,000 men, with several chiefs of renown, among whom were Count Robert of Paris and William the brother of Tancred. The loss of the Turks, which did not exceed this number, taught them to pursue a different mode of warfare. The Sultan was far from being defeated. With his still gigantic army, he laid waste all the country on either side of the Crusaders. The latter, who were unaware of the tactics of the enemy, found plenty of provisions in the Turkish camp, but so far from economizing these resources, they gave themselves up for several days to the most unbounded extravagance. They soon paid dearly for their heedlessness. In the ravaged country of Phrygia, through which they advanced towards Antiochetta, they suffered dreadfully for want of food for themselves and pasture for their cattle. Above them was a scorching sun, almost sufficient of itself to dry up the freshness of the land, a task which the firebrands of the Sultan had but too surely effected, and water was not to be had after the first day of their march. The pilgrims died at the rate of 500 a day. The horses of the knights perished on the road, and the baggage which they had aided to transport was either placed upon dogs, sheep, and swine, or abandoned altogether. In some of the calamities that afterwards befell them, the Christians gave themselves up to the most reckless profligacy, but upon this occasion the dissensions which prosperity had engendered were all forgotten. Religion, often disregarded, arose in the stern presence of misfortune, and cheered them as they died by the promises of eternal felicity. At length they reached Antiochetta, where they found water in abundance and pastures for their expiring cattle. Plenty once more surrounded them, and here they pitched their tents. Untaught by the bitter experience of famine, they again gave themselves up to luxury and waste. On the 18th of October, they sat down before the strong city of Antioch, the siege of which, and the events to which it gave rise, are among the most extraordinary incidents of the Crusade. The city, which is situated on an eminence and washed by the river Orontes, is naturally a very strong position, and the Turkish garrison were well supplied with provisions to endure a long siege. In this respect, the Christians were also fortunate, but unluckily for themselves, unwise. Their force amounted to 300,000 fighting men, and we are informed by Raymond d'Argil that they had so much provision that they threw away the greater part of every animal they killed, being so dainty that they would only eat particular parts of the beast. So insane was their extravagance that in less than 10 days famine began to stare them in the face. After making a fruitless attempt to gain possession of the city by a coup de main, they, starving themselves, sat down to starve out the enemy. But with want came a cooling of enthusiasm. The chiefs began to grow weary of the expedition. Baldwin had previously detached himself from the main body of the army, and proceeding to Edessa, had intrigued himself into the supreme power in that little principality. The other leaders were animated with less zeal than heretofore. Stephen of Chartres and Hugh of Vermandois began to waver, unable to endure the privations which their own folly and profusion had brought upon them. Even Peter the Hermit became sick at heart ere all was over. When the famine had become so urgent that they were reduced to eat human flesh in the extremity of their hunger, Bohemond and Robert of Flanders set forth on an expedition to procure a supply. They were in a slight degree successful, but the relief they brought was not economized, and in 2 days they were as destitute as before. Faticius, the Greek commander and representative of Alexius, deserted with his division under pretence of seeking for food, and his example was followed by various bodies of crusaders. Misery was rife among those who remained, and they strove to alleviate it by a diligent attention to signs and omens. These, with extraordinary visions seen by the enthusiastic, alternately cheered and depressed them according as they foretold the triumph or pictured the reverses of the cross. At one time a violent hurricane arose, levelling great trees with the ground and blowing down the tents of the Christian leaders. At another time an earthquake shook the camp and was thought to prognosticate some great impending evil to the cause of Christendom. But a comet which appeared shortly afterwards raised them from the despondency into which they had fallen, their lively imaginations making it assume the form of a flaming cross leading them on to victory. Famine was not the least of the evils they endured. Unwholesome food and the impure air from the neighbouring marshes engendered pestilential diseases which carried them off more rapidly than the arrows of the enemy. 1,000 of them died in a day, and it became at last a matter of extreme difficulty to afford them burial. To add to their misery, each man grew suspicious of his neighbour, for the camp was infested by Turkish spies, who conveyed daily to the besieged intelligence of the movements and distresses of the enemy. With a ferocity engendered by despair, Bohemond caused 2 spies, whom he had detected, to be roasted alive in presence of the army, and within sight of the battlements of Antioch. But even this example failed to reduce their numbers, and the Turks continued to be as well informed as the Christians themselves of all that was passing in the camp. The news of the arrival of a reinforcement of soldiers from Europe with an abundant stock of provisions came to cheer them when reduced to the last extremity. The welcome succour landed at St. Simeon, the port of Antioch, and about 6 miles from that city. Thitherwards the famishing crusaders proceeded in tumultuous bands, followed by Bohemond and the Count of Toulouse, with strong detachments of their retainers and vassals, to escort the supplies in safety to the camp. The garrison of Antioch, forewarned of this arrival, was on the alert, and a corps of Turkish archers was dispatched to lie in ambuscade among the mountains and intercept their return. Bohemond, laden with provisions, was encountered in the rocky passes by the Turkish host. Great numbers of his followers were slain, and he himself had just time to escape to the camp with the news of his defeat. Godfrey of Bouillon, the Duke of Normandy, and the other leaders had heard the rumour of this battle, and were at that instant preparing for the rescue. The army was immediately in motion, animated both by zeal and by hunger, and marched so rapidly as to intercept the victorious Turks before they had time to reach Antioch with their spoil. A fierce battle ensued, which lasted from noon till the going down of the sun. The Christians gained and maintained the advantage, each man fighting as if upon himself alone had depended the fortune of the day. Hundreds of Turks perished in the Orontes, and more than 2,000 were left dead upon the field of battle. All the provision was recaptured and brought in safety to the camp, whither the Crusaders returned singing Alleluia, or shouting Deus adjuva,
Deus adjuva. This relief lasted for some days, and, had it been duly economized, would have lasted much longer, but the chiefs had no authority and were unable to exercise any control over its distribution. Famine again approached with rapid strides, and Stephen Count of Blois, not liking the prospect, withdrew from the camp with 4,000 of his retainers and established himself at Alexandretta. The moral influence of this desertion was highly prejudicial upon those who remained, and Bohemond, the most impatient and ambitious of the chiefs, foresaw that, unless speedily checked, it would lead to the utter failure of the expedition. It was necessary to act decisively. The army murmured at the length of the siege, and the Sultan was collecting his forces to crush them. Against the efforts of the Crusaders, Antioch might have held out for months, but treason within effected that which courage without might have striven for in vain. Bagassi Khan, the Turkish prince or emir of Antioch, had under his command an Armenian of the name of Firuz, whom he had entrusted with the defence of a tower on that part of the city wall which overlooked the passes of the mountains. Bohemond, by means of a spy who had embraced the Christian religion and to whom he had given his own name at baptism, kept up a daily communication with this captain and made him the most magnificent promises of reward if he would deliver up his post to the Crusaders. Whether the proposal was first made by Bohemond or by the Armenian is uncertain, but that a good understanding soon existed between them is undoubted, and a night was fixed for the execution of the project. Bohemond communicated the scheme to Godfrey and the Count of Toulouse, with the stipulation that, if the city were won, he, as the soul of the enterprise, should enjoy the dignity of Prince of Antioch. The other leaders hesitated. Ambition and jealousy prompted them to refuse their aid in furthering the views of the intriguer. More mature consideration decided them to acquiesce, and 700 of the bravest knights were chosen for the expedition, the real object of which, for fear of spies, was kept a profound secret from the rest of the army. When all was ready, a report was promulgated that the 700 were intended to form an ambuscade for a division of the Sultan's army, which was stated to be approaching. Everything favoured the treacherous project of the Armenian captain, who, on his solitary watchtower, received due intimation of the approach of the Crusaders. The night was dark and stormy, not a star was visible above, and the wind howled so furiously as to overpower all other sounds. The rain fell in torrents, and the watchers on the towers adjoining to that of Firuz could not hear the tramp of the armed knights for the wind, nor see them for the obscurity of the night and the dismalness of the weather. When within shot of the walls, Bohemond sent forward an interpreter to confer with the Armenian. The latter urged them to make haste and seize the favourable interval as armed men with lighted torches patrolled the battlements every half hour, and at that instant they had just passed. The chiefs were instantly at the foot of the wall. Firuz let down a rope. Bohemond attached it to the end of a ladder of hides, which was then raised by the Armenian and held while the knights mounted. A momentary fear came over the spirits of the adventurers, and everyone hesitated. At last Bohemond, encouraged by Firuz from above, ascended a few steps on the ladder and was followed by Godfrey, Count Robert of Flanders, and a number of other knights. As they advanced, others pressed forward until their weight became too great for the ladder, which, breaking, precipitated about a dozen of them to the ground, where they fell one upon the other, making a great clatter with their heavy coats of mail. For a moment they thought that all was lost, but the wind made so loud a howling as it swept in fierce gusts through the mountain gorges, and the Orontes, swollen by the rain, rushed so noisily along that the guards heard nothing. The ladder was easily repaired, and the knights ascended two at a time and reached the platform in safety. When 60 of them had thus ascended, the torch of the coming patrol was seen to gleam at the angle of the wall. Hiding themselves behind a buttress, they awaited his coming in breathless silence. As soon as he arrived at arm's length, he was suddenly seized, and before he could open his lips to raise an alarm, the silence of death closed them up forever. They next descended rapidly the spiral staircase of the tower, and opening the portal, admitted the whole of their companions. Raymond of Toulouse, who, cognizant of the whole plan, had been left behind with the main body of the army, heard at this instant the signal horn, which announced that an entry had been effected, and, leading on his legions, the town was attacked from within and without. Imagination cannot conceive a scene more dreadful than that presented by the devoted city of Antioch on that night of horror. The Crusaders fought with a blind fury which fanaticism and suffering alike incited.
Men, women, and children were indiscriminately slaughtered till the streets ran with blood. Darkness increased the destruction, for when morning dawned, the Crusaders found themselves with their swords at the breasts of their fellow soldiers, whom they had mistaken for foes. The Turkish commander fled, first to the citadel, and that becoming insecure to the mountains, whither he was pursued and slain, and his grey head brought back to Antioch as a trophy. At daylight the massacre ceased, and the Crusaders gave themselves up to plunder. They found gold and jewels and silks and velvets in abundance, but of provisions, which were of more importance to them, they found but little of any kind. Corn was excessively scarce, and they discovered to their sorrow that in this respect the besieged had been but little better off than the besiegers. Before they had time to install themselves in their new position and take the necessary measures for procuring a supply, the city was invested by the Turks. The Sultan of Persia had raised an immense army, which he entrusted to the command of Kerboga, the emir of Mosul, with instructions to sweep the Christian locusts from the face of the land. The emir effected a junction with Kilij Aslaun, and the two armies surrounded the city. Discouragement took complete possession of the Christian host, and numbers of them contrived to elude the vigilance of the besiegers and escape to Count Stephen of Blois at Alexandretta, to whom they related the most exaggerated tales of the misery they had endured and the utter hopelessness of continuing the war. Stephen forthwith broke up his camp and retreated towards Constantinople. On his way he was met by the Emperor Alexius at the head of a considerable force, hastening to take possession of the conquests made by the Christians in Asia. As soon as he heard of their woeful plight, he turned back and proceeded with the Count of Blois to Constantinople, leaving the remnant of the Crusaders to shift for themselves. The news of this defection increased the discouragement at Antioch. All the useless horses of the army had been slain and eaten, and dogs, cats, and rats were sold at enormous prices. Even vermin were becoming scarce. With increasing famine came a pestilence, so that in a short time but 60,000 remained of the 300,000 that had originally invested Antioch. But this bitter extremity, while it annihilated the energy of the host, only served to knit the leaders more firmly together, and Bohemond, Godfrey, and Tancred swore never to desert the cause as long as life lasted. The former strove in vain to reanimate the courage of his followers. They were weary and sick at heart, and his menaces and promises were alike thrown away. Some of them had shut themselves up in the houses and refused to come forth. Bohemond, to drive them to their duty, set fire to the whole quarter, and many of them perished in the flames, while the rest of the army looked on with the utmost indifference. Bohemond, animated himself by a worldly spirit, did not know the true character of the Crusaders, nor understand the religious madness which had brought them in such shoals from Europe. A priest, more clear-sighted, devised a scheme which restored all their confidence and inspired them with a courage so wonderful as to make the poor 60,000 emaciated, sick, and starving zealots put to flight the well-fed and 6 times as numerous legions of the Sultan of Persia. This priest, a native of Provence, was named Peter Barthélemy, and whether he were a knave or an enthusiast or both, a principal or a tool in the hands of others, will ever remain a matter of doubt. Certain it is, however, that he was the means of raising the siege of Antioch and causing the eventual triumph of the armies of the Cross. When the strength of the Crusaders was completely broken by their sufferings, and hope had fled from every bosom, Peter came to Count Raymond of Toulouse and demanded an interview on matters of serious moment. He was immediately admitted. He said that some weeks previously, at the time the Christians were besieging Antioch, he was reposing alone in his tent when he was startled by the shock of the earthquake, which had so alarmed the whole host. Through violent terror of the shock, he could only ejaculate, "God help me!" When turning round, he saw 2 men standing before him, whom he at once recognized by the halo of glory around them as beings of another world. One of them appeared to be an aged man, with reddish hair sprinkled with grey-black eyes, and a long flowing grey beard. The other was younger, larger, and handsomer, and had something more divine in his aspect. The elderly man alone spoke, and informed him that he was the holy apostle St. Andrew, and desired him to seek out the Count Raymond, the Bishop of Piri, and Raymond of Altapulto, and ask them why the bishop did not exhort the people and sign them with the cross which he bore. The apostle then took him, naked in his shirt as he was, and transported him through the air into the heart of the city of Antioch, where he led him into the church of St. Peter, at that time a Saracen mosque.
The apostle made him stop by the pillar close to the steps by which they ascend on the south side to the altar, where hung 2 lamps, which gave out a light brighter than that of the noonday sun. The younger man, whom he did not at that time know, standing afar off, near the steps of the altar. The apostle then descended into the ground and brought up a lance, which he gave into his hand, telling him that it was the very lance that had opened the side whence had flowed the salvation of the world. With tears of joy he held the holy lance, and implored the apostle to allow him to take it away and deliver it into the hands of Count Raymond. The apostle refused, and buried the lance again in the ground, commanding him, when the city was won from the infidels, to go with 12 chosen men and dig it up again in the same place. The apostle then transported him back to his tent, and the 2 vanished from his sight. He had neglected, he said, to deliver this message, afraid that his wonderful tale would not obtain credence from men of such high rank. After some days he again saw the holy vision, as he was gone out of the camp to look for food. This time the divine eyes of the younger looked reproachfully upon him. He implored the apostle to choose someone else more fitted for the mission, but the apostle refused, and smote him with a disorder of the eyes as a punishment for his disobedience. With an obstinacy unaccountable even to himself, he had still delayed. A 3rd time the apostle and his companion had appeared to him, as he was in a tent with his master William at St. Simeon. On that occasion, St. Andrew told him to bear his command to the Count of Toulouse, not to bathe in the waters of the Jordan when he came to it, but to cross over in a boat, clad in a shirt and breeches of linen, which he should sprinkle with the sacred waters of the river. These clothes he was afterwards to preserve along with the holy lance. His master William, although he could not see the saint, distinctly heard the voice giving orders to that effect. Again he neglected to execute the commission, and again the saints appeared to him when he was at the port of Mamistra, about to sail for Cyprus, and St. Andrew threatened him with eternal perdition if he refused longer. Upon this he made up his mind to divulge all that had been revealed to him. The Count of Toulouse, who, in all probability, concocted this tale with the priest, appeared struck with the recital and sent immediately for the Bishop of Puy and Raymond of Altapulto. The bishop at once expressed his disbelief of the whole story and refused to have anything to do in the matter. The Count of Toulouse, on the contrary, saw abundant motives, if not for believing, for pretending to believe. And in the end, he so impressed upon the mind of the bishop the advantage that might be derived from it in working up the popular mind to its former excitement, that the latter reluctantly agreed to make search in due form for the holy weapon. The day after the morrow was fixed upon for the ceremony, and in the meantime Peter was consigned to the care of Raymond, the count's chaplain, in order that no profane curiosity might have an opportunity of cross-examining him and putting him to a nonplus. 12 devout men were forthwith chosen for the undertaking, among whom were the Count of Toulouse and his chaplain. They began digging at sunrise and continued unwearied till near sunset, without finding the lance. They might have dug till this day with no better success, had not Peter himself sprung into the pit, praying to God to bring the lance to light for the strengthening and victory of his people. Those who hide know where to find, and so it was with Peter, for both he and the lance found their way into the hole at the same time. On a sudden, he and Raymond the chaplain beheld its point in the earth, and Raymond, drawing it forth, kissed it with tears of joy, in sight of the multitude which had assembled in the church. It was immediately enveloped in a rich purple cloth, already prepared to receive it, and exhibited in this state to the faithful, who made the building resound with their shouts of gladness. Peter had another vision the same night, and became from that day forth dreamer of dreams in general to the army. He stated on the following day that the Apostle Andrew and the youth with the divine aspect appeared to him again, and directed that the Count of Toulouse, as a reward for his persevering piety, should carry the holy lance at the head of the army, and that the day on which it was found should be observed as a solemn festival throughout Christendom. St. Andrew showed him at the same time the holes in the feet and hands of his benign companion, and he became convinced that he stood in the awful presence of the Redeemer. Peter gained so much credit by his visions that dreaming became contagious. Other monks beside himself were visited by the saints who promised victory to the host if it would valiantly hold out to the last, and crowns of eternal glory to those who fell in the fight. 2 deserters, wearied of the fatigues and privations of the war, who had stealthily left the camp, suddenly returned, and seeking Bohemond, told him that they had been met by 2 apparitions, who, with great anger, had commanded them to return. The one of them said that he recognized his brother, who had been killed in battle some months before, and that he had a halo of glory around his head. The other, still more hardy, asserted that the apparition which had spoken to him was the Saviour himself, who had promised eternal happiness as his reward if he returned to his duty, but the pains of eternal fire if he rejected the cross. No one thought of disbelieving these men. The courage of the army immediately revived. Despondency gave way to hope. Every arm grew strong again, and the pangs of hunger were for a time disregarded. The enthusiasm which had led them from Europe burned forth once more as brightly as ever, and they demanded with loud cries to be led against the enemy. The leaders were not unwilling. In a battle lay their only chance of salvation, and although Godfrey, Bohemond, and Tancred received the story of the lance with much suspicion, they were too wise to throw discredit upon an imposture which bade fair to open the gates of victory. Peter the Hermit was previously sent to the camp of Kaboga to propose that the quarrel between the 2 religions should be decided by a chosen number of the bravest soldiers of each army. Kaboga turned from him with a look of contempt and said he could agree to no proposals from a set of such miserable beggars and robbers. With this uncourteous answer, Peter returned to Antioch. Preparations were immediately commenced for an attack upon the enemy. The latter continued to be perfectly well informed of all the proceedings of the Christian camp. The citadel of Antioch, which remained in their possession, overlooked the town, and the commander of the fortress could distinctly see all that was passing within. On the morning of the 28th of June, 1098, a black flag, hoisted from its highest tower, announced to the besieging army that the Christians were about to sally forth. The Moslem leaders knew the sad inroads that famine and disease had made upon the numbers of the foe. They knew that not above 200 of the knights had horses to ride upon, and that the foot soldiers were sick and emaciated. But they did not know the almost incredible valor which superstition had infused into their hearts. The story of the lance they treated with the most supreme contempt, and secure of an easy victory, they gave themselves no trouble in preparing for the onslaught. It is related that Kaboga was playing a game at chess when the black flag on the citadel gave warning of the enemy's approach, and that, with true oriental coolness, he insisted upon finishing the game ere he bestowed any of his attention upon a foe so unworthy. The defeat of his advanced post of 2,000 men aroused him from his apathy. The Crusaders, after this first victory, advanced joyfully towards the mountains, hoping to draw the Turks to a place where their cavalry would be unable to maneuver. Their spirits were light and their courage high, as, led on by the Duke of Normandy, Count Robert of Flanders, and Hugh of Vermandois, they came within sight of the splendid camp of the enemy. Godfrey of Bouillon and Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, followed immediately after these leaders, the latter clad in complete armour and bearing the Holy Lance within sight of the whole army. Bohemond and Tancred brought up the rear. Kaboga, aware at last that his enemy was not so despicable, took vigorous measures to remedy his mistake, and preparing himself to meet the Christians in front, he dispatched the Sultan Solomon of Rum to attack them in the rear. To conceal this movement, he set fire to the dried weeds and grass with which the ground was covered, and Solomon, taking a wide circuit with his cavalry, succeeded under cover of the smoke in making good his position in the rear. The battle raged furiously in front. The arrows of the Turks fell thick as hail, and their well-trained squadrons trod the Crusaders under their hooves like stubble. Still the affray was doubtful, for the Christians had the advantage of the ground, and were rapidly gaining upon the enemy, when the overwhelming forces of Solomon arrived in the rear. Godfrey and Tancred flew to the rescue of Bohemond, spreading dismay in the Turkish ranks by their fierce impetuosity. The Bishop of Puy was left almost alone with the Provençals to oppose the legions commanded by Kaboga in person. But the presence of the Holy Lance made a hero of the meanest soldier in his train. Still, however, the numbers of the enemy seemed interminable. The Christians, attacked on every side, began at last to give way, and the Turks made sure of victory. At this moment a cry was raised in the Christian host that the saints were fighting on their side. The battlefield was clear of the smoke from the burning weeds, which had curled away and hung in white clouds of fantastic shape on the brow of the distant mountains. Some imaginative zealot, seeing this dimly through the dust of the battle, called out to his fellows to look at the army of saints clothed in white and riding upon white horses that were pouring over the hills to the rescue. All eyes were immediately turned to the distant smoke. Faith was in every heart, and the old battle cry, "God wills it! God wills it!" resounded through the field, as every soldier, believing that God was visibly sending his armies to his aid, fought with an energy unfelt before. A panic seized the Persian and Turkish hosts, and they gave way in all directions. In vain, Kerbogha tried to rally them. Fear is more contagious than enthusiasm, and they fled over the mountains like deer pursued by the hounds. The two leaders, seeing the uselessness of further efforts, fled with the rest, and that immense army was scattered over Palestine, leaving nearly 70,000 of its dead upon the field of battle. Their magnificent camp fell into the hands of the enemy, with its rich stores of corn and its droves of sheep and oxen. Jewels, gold, and rich velvets in abundance were distributed among the army. Tancred followed the fugitives over the hills and reaped as much plunder as those who had remained in the camp. The way, as they fled, was covered with valuables, and horses of the finest breed of Arabia became so plentiful that every knight of the Christians was provided with a steed. The Crusaders, in this battle, acknowledged to have lost nearly 10,000 men. Their return to Antioch was one of joy indeed. The citadel was surrendered at once, and many of the Turkish garrison embraced the Christian faith, and the rest were suffered to depart. A solemn thanksgiving was offered up by the Bishop of Puy, in which the whole army joined, and the Holy Lance was visited by every soldier. The enthusiasm lasted for some days, and the army loudly demanded to be led forward to Jerusalem, the grand goal of all their wishes, but none of their leaders was anxious to move. The more prudent among them, such as Godfrey and Tancred, for reasons of expediency, and the more ambitious, such as the Count of Toulouse and Bohemond, for reasons of self-interest. Violent dissensions sprang up again between all the chiefs. Raymond of Toulouse, who was left at Antioch to guard the town, had summoned the citadel to surrender as soon as he saw that there was no fear of any attack upon the part of the Persians, and the other chiefs found, upon their return, his banner waving on its walls. This had given great offence to Bohemond, who had stipulated the Principality of Antioch as his reward for winning the town in the first instance. Godfrey and Tancred supported his claim, and, after a great deal of bickering, the flag of Raymond was lowered from the tower, and that of Bohemond hoisted in its stead, who assumed from that time the title of Prince of Antioch. Raymond, however, persisted in retaining possession of one of the city gates and its adjacent towers, which he held for several months to the great annoyance of Bohemond and the scandal of the army. The Count became in consequence extremely unpopular, although his ambition was not a whit more unreasonable than that of Bohemond himself, nor of Baldwin, who had taken up his quarters at Edessa, where he exercised the functions of a petty sovereign. The fate of Peter Barthélemy deserves to be recorded. Honours and consideration had come thick upon him after the affair of the lance, and he consequently felt bound in conscience to continue the dreams which had made him a personage of so much importance. The mischief of it was that, like many other liars, he had a very bad memory, and he contrived to make his dreams contradict each other in the most palpable manner. St. John one night appeared to him and told one tale, while a week after St. Paul told a totally different story and held out hopes quite incompatible with those of his apostolic brother. The credulity of that age had a wide maw, and Peter's visions must have been absurd and outrageous indeed when the very men who had believed in the lance refused to swallow any more of his wonders. Bohemond at last, for the purpose of annoying the Count of Toulouse, challenged poor Peter to prove the truth of his story of the lance by the fiery ordeal. Peter could not refuse a trial so common in that age, and being besides encouraged by the Count and his chaplain Raymond, an early day was appointed for the ceremony. The previous night was spent in prayer and fasting, according to custom, and Peter came forth in the morning bearing the lance in his hand, and walked boldly up to the fire. The whole army gathered round, impatient for the result, many thousands still believing that the lance was genuine and Peter a holy man. Prayers having been said by Raymond d'Aguil, Peter walked into the flames and had got nearly through, when pain caused him to lose his presence of mind. The heat too affected his eyes, and in his anguish he turned round unwittingly and passed through the fire again instead of stepping out of it, as he should have done. The result was that he was burned so severely that he never recovered, and after lingering for some days, he expired in great agony. Most of the soldiers were suffering either from wounds, disease, or weariness, and it was resolved by Godfrey, the tacitly acknowledged chief of the enterprise, that the army should have time to refresh itself ere they advanced upon Jerusalem. It was now July, and he proposed that they should pass the hot months of August and September within the walls of Antioch, and march forward in October with renewed vigour and numbers increased by fresh arrivals from Europe. This advice was finally adopted, although the enthusiasts of the army continued to murmur at the delay. In the meantime, the Count of Vermandois was sent upon an embassy to the Emperor Alexius at Constantinople to reproach him for his base desertion of the cause and urge him to send the reinforcements he had promised. The Count faithfully executed his mission, of which, by the way, Alexius took no notice whatever, and remained for some time at Constantinople till his zeal, never very violent, totally evaporated. He then returned to France, sick of the crusade, and determined to intermeddle with it no more. The chiefs, though they had determined to stay at Antioch for 2 months, could not remain quiet for so long a time. They would, in all probability, have fallen upon each other had there been no Turks in Palestine upon whom they might vent their impetuosity. Godfrey proceeded to Edessa to aid his brother Baldwin in expelling the Saracens from his principality, and the other leaders carried on separate hostilities against them as caprice or ambition dictated. At length, the impatience of the army to be led against Jerusalem became so great that the chiefs could no longer delay, and Raymond, Tancred, and Robert of Normandy marched forward with their divisions and laid siege to the small but strong town of Mara. With their usual improvidence, they had not food enough to last a beleaguering army for a week. They suffered great privations in consequence, till Bohemond came to their aid and took the town by storm. In connection with this siege, the chronicler, Raymond d'Agiles, the same Raymond the chaplain who figured in the affair of the Holy Lance, relates a legend in the truth of which he devoutly believed, and upon which Tasso has founded one of the most beautiful passages of his poem. It is worth preserving, as showing the spirit of the age and the source of the extraordinary courage manifested by the Crusaders on occasions of extreme difficulty. One day, says Raymond, Anselme de Ribeaumont beheld young Engelram, the son of the Count de Saint Paul, who had been killed at Mara, enter his tent. "How is it," said Anselme to him, "that you, whom I saw lying dead on the field of battle, are full or life?" "You must know," replied Engelram, "that those who fight for Jesus Christ never die." "But whence," resumed Anselme, "comes that strange brightness that surrounds you?" Upon this, Engelram pointed to the sky, where Anselme saw a palace of diamond and crystal. "It is thence," said he, "that I derive the beauty which surprises you. My dwelling is there, a still finer one is prepared for you, and you shall soon come to inhabit it. Farewell, we shall meet again tomorrow." With these words, Engelram returned to heaven. Anselme, struck by the vision, sent the next morning for the priests, received the sacrament, and although full of health, took a last farewell of all his friends, telling them that he was about to leave this world. A few hours afterwards, the enemy having made a sortie, Anselme went out against them sword in hand, and was struck on the forehead by a stone from a Turkish sling, which sent him to heaven, to the beautiful palace that was prepared for him. New disputes arose between the Prince of Antioch and the Count of Toulouse with regard to the capture of this town, which were with the utmost difficulty appeased by the other chiefs. Delays also took place in the progress of the army, especially before Arcus, and the soldiery was so exasperated that they were on the point of choosing new leaders to conduct them to Jerusalem. Godfrey, upon this, set fire to his camp at Arcus and marched forward. He was immediately joined by hundreds of the Provençals of the Count of Toulouse. The latter, seeing the turn affairs were taking, hastened after them, and the whole host proceeded towards the holy city, so long desired amid sorrow and suffering and danger. At Emmaus, they were met by a deputation from the Christians of Bethlehem, praying for immediate aid against the oppression of the infidels. The very name of Bethlehem, the birthplace of the Saviour, was music to their ears, and many of them wept with joy to think they were approaching a spot so hallowed. Albert of Aix informs us that their hearts were so touched that sleep was banished from the camp, and that instead of waiting till the morning's dawn to recommence their march, they set out shortly after midnight, full of hope and enthusiasm. For upwards of 4 hours the mail-clad legions tramped steadfastly forward in the dark, and when the sun arose in unclouded splendor, the towers and pinnacles of Jerusalem gleamed upon their sight. All the tender feelings of their nature were touched. No longer brutal fanatics, but meek and humble pilgrims, they knelt down upon the sod, and with tears in their eyes exclaimed to one another, "Jerusalem! Jerusalem!" Some of them kissed the holy ground, others stretched themselves at full length upon it, in order that their bodies might come in contact with the greatest possible extent of it, and others prayed aloud. The women and children who had followed the camp from Europe
and shared in all its dangers, fatigues, and privations were more boisterous in their joy, the former from long-nourished enthusiasm, and the latter from mere imitation, and prayed, and wept, and laughed, till they almost put the more sober to the blush. The first ebullition of their gladness having subsided, the army marched forward and invested the city on all sides. The assault was almost immediately begun, but after the Christians had lost some of their bravest knights, that mode of attack was abandoned, and the army commenced its preparations for a regular siege. Mangonels, movable towers, and battering rams, together with a machine called a sow, made of wood and covered with raw hides, inside of which miners worked to undermine the walls, were forthwith constructed, and to restore the courage and discipline of the army, which had suffered from the unworthy dissensions of the chiefs, the latter held out the hand of friendship to each other, and Tancred and the Count of Toulouse embraced in sight of the whole camp. The clergy aided the cause with their powerful voice, and preached union and goodwill to the highest and the lowest. A solemn procession was also ordered round the city, in which the entire army joined, prayers being offered up at every spot which gospel records had taught them to consider as peculiarly sacred. The Saracens upon the ramparts beheld all these manifestations without alarm. To incense the Christians whom they despised, they constructed rude crosses and fixed them upon the walls, and spat upon and pelted them with dirt and stones. This insult to the symbol of their faith raised the wrath of the Crusaders to that height that bravery became ferocity, and enthusiasm madness. When all the engines of war were completed, the attack was recommenced, and every soldier of the Christian army fought with a vigour which the sense of private wrong invariably inspires. Every man had been personally outraged, and the knights worked at the battering rams with as much readiness as the meanest soldiers. The Saracen arrows and balls of fire fell thick and fast among them, but the tremendous rams still heaved against the walls, while the best marksmen of the host were busily employed in the several floors of the movable towers in dealing death among the Turks upon the battlements. Godfrey, Raymond, Tancred, and Robert of Normandy, each upon his tower, fought for hours with unwearied energy, often repulsed, but ever ready to renew the struggle. The Turks, no longer despising the enemy, defended themselves with the utmost skill and bravery till darkness brought a cessation of hostilities. Short was the sleep that night in the Christian camp. The priests offered up solemn prayers in the midst of the attentive soldiery for the triumph of the cross in this last great struggle, and as soon as morning dawned, everyone was in readiness for the affray. The women and children lent their aid, the latter running unconcerned to and fro while the arrows fell fast around them, bearing water to the thirsty combatants. The saints were believed to be aiding their efforts, and the army, impressed with this idea, surmounted difficulties under which a force thrice as numerous, but without their faith, would have quailed and been defeated. Raymond of Toulouse at last forced his way into the city by escalade, while at the very same moment Tancred and Robert of Normandy succeeded in bursting open one of the gates. The Turks flew to repair the mischief, and Godfrey of Bouillon, seeing the battlements comparatively deserted, let down the drawbridge of his movable tower and sprang forward, followed by all the knights of his train. In an instant after, the banner of the cross floated upon the walls of Jerusalem. The Crusaders, raising once more their redoubtable war cry, rushed on from every side, and the city was taken. The battle raged in the streets for several hours, and the Christians, remembering their insulted faith, gave no quarter to young or old, male or female, sick or strong. Not one of the leaders thought himself at liberty to issue orders for staying the carnage, and if he had, he would not have been obeyed. The Saracens fled in great numbers to the Mosque of Solomon, but they had not time to fortify themselves within it ere the Christians were upon them. 10,000 persons are said to have perished in that building alone. Peter the Hermit, who had remained so long under the veil of neglect, was repaid that day for all his zeal and all his sufferings. As soon as the battle was over, the Christians of Jerusalem issued forth from their hiding places to welcome their deliverers. They instantly recognized the hermit as the pilgrim who years before had spoken to them so eloquently of the wrongs and insults they had endured, and promised to stir up the princes and people of Europe in their behalf. They clung to the skirts of his garments in the fervor of their gratitude and vowed to remember him forever in their prayers. Many of them shed tears about his neck and attributed the deliverance of Jerusalem solely to his courage and perseverance. Peter afterwards held some ecclesiastical office in the Holy City, but what it was, or what was his ultimate fate, history has forgotten to inform us. Some say that he returned to France and founded a monastery, but the story does not rest upon sufficient authority. The grand object for which the popular swarms of Europe had forsaken their homes was now accomplished. The Moslem mosques of Jerusalem were converted into churches for a purer faith, and the Mount of Calvary and the sepulchre of Christ were profaned no longer by the presence or the power of the infidel. Popular frenzy had fulfilled its mission, and as a natural consequence, it began to subside from that time forth. The news of the capture of Jerusalem brought numbers of pilgrims from Europe, and among others, Stephen Count of Chartres and Hugh of Vermandois, to atone for their desertion. But nothing like the former enthusiasm existed among the nations. Thus then ends the history of the First Crusade. For the better understanding of the second, it will be necessary to describe the interval between them, and to enter into a slight sketch of the history of Jerusalem under its Latin kings, the long and fruitless wars they continued to wage with the unvanquished Saracens, and the poor and miserable results which sprang from so vast an expenditure of zeal and so deplorable a waste of human life. The necessity of having some recognized chief was soon felt by the Crusaders, and Godfrey de Bouillon, less ambitious than Bohemond or Raymond of Toulouse, gave his cold consent to wield a sceptre which the latter chiefs would have clutched with eagerness. He was hardly invested with the royal mantle before the Saracens menaced his capital. With much vigour and judgment he exerted himself to follow up the advantages he had gained, and marching out to meet the enemy before they had time to besiege him in Jerusalem, he gave them battle at Ascalon and defeated them with great loss. He did not, however, live long to enjoy his new dignity, being seized with a fatal illness when he had only reigned 9 months. To him succeeded his brother, Baldwin of Edessa. The latter monarch did much to improve the condition of Jerusalem and to extend its territory, but was not able to make a firm footing for his successors. For 50 years, and in which the history of Jerusalem is full of interest to the historical student, the Crusaders were exposed to fierce and constant hostilities, often gaining battles and territory, and as often losing them, but becoming every day weaker and more divided, while the Saracens became stronger and more united to harass and root them out. The battles of this period were of the most chivalrous character, and deeds of heroism were done by the handful of brave knights that remained in Syria, which have hardly their parallel in the annals of war. In the course of time, however, the Christians could not avoid feeling some respect for the courage and admiration for the polished manners and advanced civilization of the Saracens, so much superior to the rudeness and semi-barbarism of Europe at that day. Difference of faith did not prevent them from forming alliances with the dark-eyed maidens of the East. One of the first to set the example of taking a Paynim spouse was King Baldwin himself, and these connections in time became not only frequent, but almost universal among such of the knights as had resolved to spend their lives in Palestine. These Eastern ladies were obliged, however, to submit to the ceremony of baptism before they could be received to the arms of a Christian lord. These, and their offspring, naturally looked upon the Saracens with less hatred than did the Zealots who conquered Jerusalem and who thought it a sin, deserving the wrath of God, to spare an unbeliever. We find, in consequence, that the most obstinate battles waged during the reigns of the later kings of Jerusalem were fought by the new and raw levies who from time to time arrived from Europe, lured by the hope of glory or spurred by fanaticism. The latter broke without scruple the truces established between the original settlers and the Saracens, and drew down severe retaliation upon many thousands of their brethren in the faith, whose prudence was stronger than their zeal, and whose chief desire was to live in peace. Things remained in this unsatisfactory state till the close of the year 1145, when Edessa, the strong frontier town of the Christian kingdom, fell into the hands of the Saracens. The latter were commanded by Zengi, a powerful and enterprising monarch, and after his death by his son Nourheddin.
as powerful and enterprising as his father. An unsuccessful attempt was made by the Count of Edessa to regain the fortress, but Nourheddin, with a large army, came to the rescue, and after defeating the Count with great slaughter, marched into Edessa and caused its fortifications to be razed to the ground, that the town might never more be a bulwark of defense for the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The road to the capital was now open, and consternation seized the hearts of the Christians. Nourheddin, it was known, was only waiting for a favorable opportunity to advance upon Jerusalem, and the armies of the cross, weakened and divided, were not in a condition to make any available resistance. The clergy were filled with grief and alarm, and wrote repeated letters to the Pope and the sovereigns of Europe, urging the expediency of a new crusade for the relief of Jerusalem. By far the greater number of the priests of Palestine were natives of France, and these naturally looked first to their own country. The solicitations they sent to Louis VII were urgent and oft repeated, and the chivalry of France began to talk once more of arming in defense of the birthplace of Jesus. The kings of Europe, whose interest it had not been to take any part in the First Crusade, began to bestir themselves in this, and a man appeared, eloquent as Peter the Hermit, to arouse the people as that preacher had done. We find, however, that the enthusiasm of the second did not equal that of the First Crusade. In fact, the mania had reached its climax in the time of Peter the Hermit, and decreased regularly from that period. The Third Crusade was less general than the second, and the fourth than the third, and so on, until the public enthusiasm was quite extinct, and Jerusalem returned at last to the dominion of its old masters without a convulsion in Christendom. Various reasons have been assigned for this, and one very generally put forward is that Europe was wearied with continued struggles and had become sick of precipitating itself upon Asia. Monsieur Guizot, in his admirable lectures upon European civilization, successfully combats this opinion and offers one of his own, which is far more satisfactory. He says in his 8th lecture, "It has been often repeated that Europe was tired of continually invading Asia. This expression appears to me exceedingly incorrect. It is not possible that human beings can be wearied with what they have not done, that the labors of their forefathers can fatigue them. Weariness is a personal, not an inherited feeling." The men of the 13th century were not fatigued by the Crusades of the 12th. They were influenced by another cause. A great change had taken place in ideas, sentiments, and social conditions. The same desires and the same wants were no longer felt. The same things were no longer believed. The people refused to believe what their ancestors were persuaded of. This is, in fact, the secret of the change, and its truth becomes more apparent as we advance in the history of the Crusades and compare the state of the public mind at the different periods when Godfrey of Bouillon, Louis VII, and Richard I were chiefs and leaders of the movement. The Crusades themselves were the means of operating a great change in national ideas and advancing the civilization of Europe. In the time of Godfrey, the nobles were all powerful and all oppressive and equally obnoxious to kings and people. During their absence, along with that portion of the community the deepest sunk in ignorance and superstition, both kings and people fortified themselves against the renewal of aristocratic tyranny, and in proportion as they became free, became civilized. It was during this period that in France, the grand center of the crusading madness, the communes began to acquire strength, and the monarch to possess a practical and not a merely theoretic authority. Order and comfort began to take root, and when the Second Crusade was preached, men were in consequence much less willing to abandon their homes than they had been during the First. Such pilgrims as had returned from the Holy Land came back with minds more liberal and expanded than when they set out. They had come in contact with a people more civilized than themselves. They had seen something more of the world, and had lost some portion, however small, of the prejudice and bigotry of ignorance. The institution of chivalry had also exercised its humanizing influence, and coming bright and fresh through the ordeal of the Crusades, had softened the character and improved the hearts of the aristocratic order. The trouvères and troubadours, singing of love and war in strains pleasing to every class of society, helped to root out the gloomy superstitions which, at the First Crusade, filled the minds of all those who were able to think. Men became in consequence less exclusively under the mental thraldom of the priesthood, and lost much of the credulity which formerly distinguished them. The Crusades appear never to have excited so much attention in England as on the continent of Europe, not because the people were less fanatical than their neighbours, but because they were occupied in matters of graver interest. The English were suffering too severely from the recent successful invasion of their soil to have much sympathy to bestow upon the distresses of people so far away as the Christians of Palestine, and we find that they took no part in the First Crusade and very little in the Second. Even then, those who engaged in it were chiefly Norman knights and their vassals, and not the Saxon franklins and population who no doubt thought in their sorrow, as many wise men have thought since, that charity should begin at home. Germany was productive of more zeal in the cause, and her raw, uncivilized hordes continued to issue forth under the banners of the cross in numbers apparently undiminished, when the enthusiasm had long been on the wane in other countries. They were sunk at that time in a deeper slough of barbarism than the livelier nations around them, and took, in consequence, a longer period to free themselves from their prejudices. In fact, the Second Crusade drew its chief supplies of men from that quarter, where alone the expedition can be said to have retained any portion of popularity. Such was the state of mind of Europe when Pope Eugenius, moved by the reiterated entreaties of the Christians of Syria, commissioned St. Bernard to preach a new crusade. St. Bernard was a man eminently qualified for the mission. He was endowed with an eloquence of the highest order, could move an auditory to tears, or laughter, or fury, as it pleased him, and had led a life of such rigid and self-denying virtue that not even calumny could lift her finger and point it at him. He had renounced high prospects in the church and contented himself with the simple abbacy of Clairvaux in order that he might have the leisure he desired to raise his powerful voice against abuses wherever he found them. Vice met in him an austere and uncompromising reprover. No man was too high for his reproach, and none too low for his sympathy. He was just as well suited for his age as Peter the Hermit had been for the age preceding. He appealed more to the reason, his predecessor to the passions. Peter the Hermit collected a mob, while St. Bernard collected an army. Both were endowed with equal zeal and perseverance, springing in the one from impulse, and in the other from conviction, and a desire to increase the influence of the Church, that great body of which he was a pillar and an ornament. One of the first converts he made was in himself a host. Louis VII was both superstitious and tyrannical, and, in a fit of remorse for the infamous slaughter he had authorized at the sacking of Vitry, he made a vow to undertake the journey to the Holy Land. He was in this disposition when St. Bernard began to preach and wanted but little persuasion to embark in the cause. His example had great influence upon the nobility, who, impoverished as many of them were by the sacrifices made by their fathers in the holy wars, were anxious to repair their ruined fortunes by conquests on a foreign shore. These took the field with such vassals as they could command, and in a very short time an army was raised amounting to 200,000 men. At Vézelay the monarch received the cross from the hands of St. Bernard on a platform elevated in sight of all the people. Several nobles, 3 bishops, and his queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine, were present at this ceremony, and enrolled themselves under the banner of the cross, St. Bernard cutting up his red sacerdotal vestments and making crosses of them to be sewn on the shoulders of the people. An exhortation from the Pope was read to the multitude, granting remission of their sins to all who should join the crusade, and directing that no man on that holy pilgrimage should encumber himself with heavy baggage and vain superfluities, and that the nobles should not travel with dogs or falcons to lead them from the direct road, as had happened to so many during the First Crusade. The command of the army was offered to St. Bernard, but he wisely refused to accept a station for which his habits had unqualified him. After consecrating Louis with great solemnity, at Saint-Denis, as chief of the expedition, he continued his course through the country, stirring up the people wherever he went. So high an opinion was entertained of his sanctity that he was thought to be animated by the spirit of prophecy and to be gifted with the power of working miracles. Many women, excited by his eloquence and encouraged by his predictions, forsook their husbands and children, and clothing themselves in male attire, hastened to the war. St. Bernard himself wrote a letter to the Pope detailing his success and stating that in several towns there did not remain a single male inhabitant capable of bearing arms, and that everywhere castles and towns were to be seen filled with women weeping for their absent husbands. But in spite of this apparent enthusiasm, the numbers who really took up arms were inconsiderable and not to be compared to the swarms of the First Crusade. A levy of no more than 200,000 men, which was the utmost the number amounted to, could hardly have depopulated a country like France to the extent mentioned by St. Bernard. His description of the state of the country appears, therefore, to have been much more poetical than true. Sugar, The able minister of Louis endeavored to dissuade him from undertaking so long a journey at a time when his own dominions so much needed his presence. But the king was pricked in his conscience by the cruelties of Vitry and was anxious to make the only reparation which the religion of that day considered sufficient. He was desirous, moreover, of testifying to the world that though he could brave the temporal power of the Church when it encroached upon his prerogatives, he could render all due obedience to its spiritual decrees whenever it suited his interest or tallied with his prejudices to do so. Suger, therefore, implored in vain, and Louis received the pilgrim's staff at Saint-Denis and made all preparations for his pilgrimage. In the meantime, St. Bernard passed into Germany, where similar success attended his preaching. The renown of his sanctity had gone before him, and he found everywhere an admiring audience. Thousands of people who could not understand a word he said flocked around him to catch a glimpse of so holy a man, and the knights enrolled themselves in great numbers in the service of the cross, each receiving from his hands the symbol of the cause. But the people were not led away as in the days of Gottschalk. We do not find that they rose in such tremendous masses of 200,000 and 300,000 men, swarming over the country like a plague of locusts. Still, the enthusiasm was very great. The extraordinary tales that were told and believed of the miracles worked by the preacher brought the country people from far and near. Devils were said to vanish at his sight, and diseases of the most malignant nature to be cured by his touch. The Emperor Conrad caught at last the contagion from his subjects and declared his intention to follow the cross. The preparations were carried on so vigorously under the orders of Conrad that in less than 3 months he found himself at the head of an army containing at least 150,000 effective men, besides a great number of women who followed their husbands and lovers to the war. One troop of them rode in the attitude and armour of men. Their chief wore gilt spurs and buskins, and thence acquired the epithet of the golden-footed lady. Conrad was ready to set out long before the French monarch, and in the month of June 1147 he arrived before Constantinople, having passed through Hungary and Bulgaria without offence to the inhabitants. Manuel Comnenus, the Greek emperor, successor not only to the throne but to the policy of Alexius, looked with alarm upon the new levies who had come to eat up his capital and imperil its tranquillity. Too weak to refuse them a passage through his dominions, too distrustful of them to make them welcome when they came, and too little assured of the advantages likely to result to himself from the war, to feign a friendship which he did not feel, the Greek emperor gave offence at the very outset. His subjects, in the pride of superior civilization, called the Germans barbarians, while the latter, who, if semi-barbarous, were at least honest and straightforward, retorted upon the Greeks by calling them double-faced knaves and traitors. Disputes continually arose between them, and Conrad, who had preserved so much good order among his followers during their passage, was unable to restrain their indignation when they arrived at Constantinople. For some offence or other which the Greeks had given them, but which is rather hinted at than stated by the scanty historians of the day, the Germans broke into the magnificent pleasure garden of the emperor, where he had a valuable collection of tame animals, for which the grounds had been laid out in woods, caverns, groves, and streams, that each might follow in captivity his natural habits. The enraged Germans, meriting the name of barbarians that had been bestowed upon them, laid waste this pleasant retreat and killed or let loose the valuable animals it contained. Manuel, who is said to have beheld the devastation from his palace windows without power or courage to prevent it, was completely disgusted with his guests and resolved, like his predecessor Alexius, to get rid of them on the first opportunity. He sent a message to Conrad respectfully desiring an interview, but the German refused to trust himself within the walls of Constantinople. The Greek emperor, on his part, thought it compatible neither with his dignity nor his safety to seek the German, and several days were spent in insincere negotiations. Manuel at length agreed to furnish the crusading army with guides to conduct it through Asia Minor, and Conrad passed over the Hellespont with his forces, the advanced guard being commanded by himself, and the rear by the warlike Bishop of Freisingen. Historians are almost unanimous in their belief that the wily Greek gave instructions to his guides to lead the army of the German emperor into dangers and difficulties. It is certain that, instead of guiding them through such districts of Asia Minor as afforded water and provisions, they led them into the wilds of Cappadocia, where neither was to be procured, and where they were suddenly attacked by the Sultan of the Seljukian Turks at the head of an immense force. The guides, whose treachery is apparent from this fact alone, fled at the first sight of the Turkish army, and the Christians were left to wage unequal warfare with their enemy, entangled and bewildered in desert wilds. Toiling in their heavy mail, the Germans could make but little effective resistance to the attacks of the Turkish light horse, who were down upon them one instant and out of sight the next. Now in the front and now in the rear, the agile foe showered his arrows upon them, enticing them into swamps and hollows, from which they could only extricate themselves after long struggles and great losses. The Germans, confounded by this mode of warfare, lost all conception of the direction they were pursuing and went back instead of forward. Suffering at the same time for want of provisions, they fell an easy prey to their pursuers. Count Bernhard, one of the bravest leaders of the German expedition, was surrounded with his whole division, not one of whom escaped the Turkish arrows. The emperor himself had nearly fallen a victim and was twice severely wounded. So persevering was the enemy, and so little able were the Germans to make even a show of resistance, that when Conrad at last reached the city of Nice, he found that, instead of being at the head of an imposing force of 100,000 foot and 70,000 horse, he had but 50 or 60,000 men, and these in the most worn and wearied condition. Totally ignorant of the treachery of the Greek emperor, although he had been warned to beware of it, Louis VII proceeded at the head of his army through Worms and Ratisbon towards Constantinople. At Ratisbon he was met by a deputation from Manuel, bearing letters so full of hyperbole and flattery that Louis is reported to have blushed when they were read to him by the Bishop of Langres. The object of the deputation was to obtain from the French king a promise to pass through the Grecian territories in a peaceable and friendly manner, and to yield to the Greek emperor any conquest he might make in Asia Minor. The first part of the proposition was immediately acceded to, but no notice was taken of the second and more unreasonable. Louis marched on, and passing through Hungary, pitched his tents in the outskirts of Constantinople. On his arrival, Manuel sent him a friendly invitation to enter the city at the head of a small train. Louis at once accepted it, and was met by the emperor at the porch of his palace. The fairest promises were made. Every art that flattery could suggest was resorted to, and every argument employed, to induce him to yield his future conquests to the Greek. Louis obstinately refused to pledge himself, and returned to his army convinced that the emperor was a man not to be trusted. Negotiations were, however, continued for several days, to the great dissatisfaction of the French army. The news that arrived of a treaty entered into between Manuel and the Turkish Sultan changed their dissatisfaction into fury, and the leaders demanded to be led against Constantinople, swearing that they would raze the treacherous city to the ground. Louis did not feel inclined to accede to this proposal, and breaking up his camp, he crossed over into Asia. Here he heard for the first time of the mishaps of the German emperor, whom he found in a woeful plight under the walls of Nice. The two monarchs united their forces and marched together along the seacoast to Ephesus. But Conrad, jealous, it would appear, of the superior numbers of the French, and not liking to sink into a vassal for the time being of his rival, withdrew abruptly with the remnant of his legions and returned to Constantinople. Manuel was all smiles and courtesy. He condoled with the German so feelingly upon his losses, and cursed the stupidity or treachery of the guides with such apparent heartiness that Conrad was half inclined to believe in his sincerity. Louis, marching onward in the direction of Jerusalem, came up with the enemy on the banks of the Meander. The Turks contested the passage of the river, but the French bribed a peasant to point out a ford lower down. Crossing the river without difficulty, they attacked the Turks with much vigor and put them to flight. Whether the Turks were really defeated or merely pretended to be so is doubtful, but the latter supposition seems to be the true one. It is probable that it was part of a concerted plan to draw the invaders onwards to more unfavourable ground, where their destruction might be more certain. If such were the scheme, it succeeded to the heart's wish of its projectors. The Crusaders, on the third day after their victory, arrived at a steep mountain pass, on the summit of which the Turkish host lay concealed so artfully that not the slightest vestige of their presence could be perceived. With labouring steps and slow, they toiled up the steep ascent, when suddenly a tremendous fragment of rock came bounding down the precipices with an awful crash, bearing dismay and death before it. At the same instant, the Turkish archers started from their hiding places and discharged a shower of arrows upon the foot soldiers, who fell by hundreds at a time. The arrows rebounded harmlessly against the iron mail of the knights, which the Turks observing, took aim at their steeds, and horse and rider fell down the steep into the rapid torrent which rushed below. Louis, who commanded the rearguard, received the first intimation of the onslaught from the sight of the wounded and flying soldiers and, not knowing the numbers of the enemy, he pushed vigorously forward to stay by his presence the panic which had taken possession of his army. All his efforts were in vain. Immense stones continued to be hurled upon them as they advanced, bearing men and horse before them, and those who succeeded in forcing their way to the top were met hand to hand by the Turks and cast down headlong upon their companions. Louis himself fought with the energy of desperation, but had great difficulty to avoid falling into the enemy's hands. He escaped at last under cover of the night, with the remnant of his forces, and took up his position before Italia. Here he restored the discipline and the courage of his disorganized and disheartened followers, and debated with his captains the plan that was to be pursued. After suffering severely both from disease and famine, it was resolved that they should march to Antioch, which still remained an independent principality under the successors of Bohemond of Tarentum. At this time the sovereignty was vested in the person of Raymond, the uncle of Eleanor of Aquitaine. This prince, presuming upon his relationship to the French queen, endeavoured to withdraw Louis from the grand object of the crusade, the defence of the kingdom of Jerusalem, and secure his cooperation in extending the limits and the power of his principality of Antioch. The Prince of Tripoli formed a similar design, but Louis rejected the offers of both and marched, after a short delay, to Jerusalem. The Emperor Conrad was there before him, having left Constantinople with promises of assistance from Manuel Comnenus, assistance which never arrived and was never intended. A great council of the Christian princes of Palestine and the leaders of the Crusade was then summoned to discuss the future operations of the war. It was ultimately determined that it would further the cause of the cross in a greater degree if the united armies, instead of proceeding to Edessa, laid siege to the city of Damascus and drove the Saracens from that strong position. This was a bold scheme, and, had it been boldly followed out, would have ensured in all probability the success of the war. But the Christian leaders never learned from experience the necessity of union, that very soul of great enterprises. Though they all agreed upon the policy of the plan, yet everyone had his own notions as to the means of executing it. The princes of Antioch and Tripoli were jealous of each other and of the king of Jerusalem. The Emperor Conrad was jealous of the king of France, and the king of France was disgusted with them all. But he had come out to Palestine in accordance with a solemn vow. His religion, though it may be called bigotry, was sincere, and he determined to remain to the very last moment that a chance was left of effecting any good for the cause he had set his heart on. The siege of Damascus was accordingly commenced, and with so much ability and vigour that the Christians gained a considerable advantage at the very outset. For weeks the siege was pressed, till the shattered fortifications and diminishing resistance of the besieged gave evidence that the city could not hold out much longer. At that moment the insane jealousy of the leaders led to dissensions that soon caused the utter failure, not only of the siege but of the crusade. A modern cookery book, in giving a recipe for cooking a hare, says, "First catch your hare and then kill it," a maxim of indisputable wisdom. The Christian chiefs, on this occasion, had not so much sagacity, for they began a violent dispute among themselves for the possession of a city which was still unconquered. There being already a prince of Antioch and a prince of Tripoli, 20 claimants started for the principality of Damascus, and a grand council of the leaders was held to determine the individual on whom the honour should devolve. Many valuable days were wasted in this discussion, the enemy in the meanwhile gaining strength from their inactivity. It was at length, after a stormy deliberation, agreed that Count Robert of Flanders, who had twice visited the Holy Land, should be invested with the dignity. The other claimants refused to recognize him or to cooperate in the siege until a more equitable arrangement had been made. Suspicion filled the camp. The most sinister rumors of intrigues and treachery were set afloat, and the discontented candidates withdrew at last to the other side of the city and commenced operations on their own account, without a probability of success. They were soon joined by the rest of the army. The consequence was that the weakest side of the city, and that on which they had already made considerable progress in the work of demolition, was left uncovered. The enemy was prompt to profit by the mistake, and received an abundant supply of provisions and refortified the walls before the Crusaders came to their senses again. When this desirable event happened, it was too late. Safeddin, the powerful emir of Mosul, was in the neighborhood, at the head of a large army, advancing by forced marches to the relief of the city. The siege was abruptly abandoned, and the foolish crusaders returned to Jerusalem, having done nothing to weaken the enemy, but everything to weaken themselves. The freshness of enthusiasm had now completely subsided. Even the meanest soldiers were sick at heart. Conrad, from whose fierce zeal at the outset so much might have been expected, was wearied with reverses and returned to Europe with the poor remnant of his host. Louis lingered a short time longer for very shame, but the pressing solicitations of his minister Sugar induced him to return to France. Thus ended the Second Crusade. Its history is but a chronicle of defeats. It left the Kingdom of Jerusalem in a worse state than when it quitted Europe, and gained nothing but disgrace for its leaders and discouragement for all concerned. St. Bernard, who had prophesied a result so different, fell after this into some disrepute and experienced, like many other prophets, the fate of being without honor in his own country. What made the matter worse, he could not obtain it in any other. Still, however, there were not wanting zealous advocates to stand forward in his behalf and stem the tide of incredulity, which, unopposed, would have carried away his reputation. The Bishop of Freisingen declared that prophets were not always able to prophesy, and that the vices of the Crusaders drew down the wrath of heaven upon them. But the most ingenious excuse ever made for St. Bernard is to be found in his life by Geoffroy de Clairvaux, where he pertinaciously insists that the crusade was not unfortunate. St. Bernard, he says, had prophesied a happy result, and that result could not be considered other than happy which had peopled heaven with so glorious an army of martyrs. Geoffroy was a cunning pleader, and no doubt convinced a few of the zealous. But plain people, who were not wanting even in those days, retained their own opinion, or, what amounts to the same thing, were convinced against their will. We now come to the consideration of the Third Crusade, and of the causes which rendered it necessary. The epidemic frenzy, which had been cooling ever since the issue of the first expedition, was now extinct, or very nearly so, and the nations of Europe looked with cold indifference upon the armaments of their princes. But chivalry had flourished in its natural element of war, and was now in all its glory. It continued to supply armies for the Holy Land when the popular ranks refused to deliver up their able-bodied swarms. Poetry, which, more than religion, inspired the Third Crusade, was then but caviar to the million, who had other matters of sterner import to claim all their attention. But the knights and their retainers listened with delight to the martial and amatory strains of the minstrels, minnesangers, trouvères and troubadours, and burned to win favour in ladies' eyes by showing prowess in the Holy Land. The third was truly the romantic era of the Crusades. Men fought then, not so much for the sepulchre of Jesus and the maintenance of a Christian kingdom in the East, as to gain glory for themselves in the best and almost only field where glory could be obtained. They fought not as zealots, but as soldiers, not for religion, but for honor, not for the crown of martyrdom, but for the favor of the lovely. It is not necessary to enter into a detail of the events by which Saladin attained the sovereignty of the East, or how, after a succession of engagements, he planted the Moslem banner once more upon the battlements of Jerusalem. The Christian knights and population, including the Grand Orders of St. John, the Hospitallers and the Templars, were sunk in an abyss of vice, and torn by unworthy jealousies and dissensions, were unable to resist the well-trained armies which the wise and mighty Saladin brought forward to crush them. But the news of their fall created a painful sensation among the chivalry of Europe, whose noblest members were linked to the dwellers in Palestine by many ties, both of blood and friendship. The news of the great battle of Tiberias, in which Saladin defeated the Christian host with terrible slaughter, arrived first in Europe and was followed in quick succession by that of the capture of Jerusalem, Antioch, Tripoli, and other cities. Dismay seized upon the clergy. The Pope, Urban III, was so affected by the news that he pined away for grief and was scarcely seen to smile again until he sank into the sleep of death. His successor, Gregory VIII, felt the loss as acutely, but had better strength to bear it, and instructed all the clergy of the Christian world to stir up the people to arms for the recovery of the Holy Sepulchre. William, Archbishop of Tyre, a humble follower in the path of Peter the Hermit, left Palestine to preach to the kings of Europe the miseries he had witnessed and to incite them to the rescue. The renowned Frederick Barbarossa, the Emperor of Germany, speedily collected an army, and passing over into Syria with less delay than had ever before awaited a crusading force, defeated the Saracens, and took possession of the city of Iconium. He was unfortunately cut off in the middle of his successful career by imprudently bathing in the Cydnus while he was overheated, and the Duke of Swabia took the command of the expedition. The latter did not prove so able a general and met with nothing but reverses, although he was enabled to maintain a footing at Antioch until assistance arrived from Europe. Henry II of England and Philip Augustus of France, at the head of their chivalry, supported the crusade with all their influence until wars and dissensions nearer home estranged them from it for a time. The two kings met at Gisors in Normandy in the month of January, 1188, accompanied by a brilliant train of knights and warriors. William of Tyre was present and expounded the cause of the cross with considerable eloquence, and the whole assembly bound themselves by oath to proceed to Jerusalem. It was agreed at the same time that a tax, called Saladin's tithe, and consisting of the 10th part of all possessions, whether landed or personal, should be enforced over Christendom upon every one who was either unable or unwilling to assume the cross. The lord of every feoff, whether lay or ecclesiastical, was charged to raise the tithe within his own jurisdiction, and anyone who refused to pay his quota became by that act the bondsman and absolute property of his lord. At the same time, the greatest indulgence was shown to those who assumed the cross. No man was at liberty to stay them by process of any kind, whether for debt or robbery or murder. The King of France, at the breaking up of the conference, summoned a parliament at Paris, where these resolutions were solemnly confirmed, while Henry II did the same for his Norman possessions at Rouen and for England at Geddington in Northamptonshire. To use the words of an ancient chronicler, he held a parliament about the voyage into the Holy Land and troubled the whole land with the paying of tithes towards it. But it was not England alone that was troubled by the tax. The people of France also looked upon it with no pleasant feelings, and appear from that time forth to have changed their indifference for the crusade into aversion. Even the clergy, who were exceedingly willing that other people should contribute half, or even all their goods in furtherance of their favourite scheme, were not at all anxious to contribute a single sou themselves. Millot relates that several of them cried out against the impost. Among the rest, the clergy of Reims were called upon to pay their quota, but sent a deputation to the king, begging him to be contented with the aid of their prayers, as they were too poor to contribute in any other shape. Philip Augustus knew better, and by way of giving them a lesson, employed 3 nobles of the vicinity to lay waste the church lands. The clergy, informed of the outrage, applied to the king for redress. "I will aid you with my prayers," said the monarch condescendingly, "and will entreat those gentlemen to let the church alone." He did as he had promised, but in such a manner that the nobles who appreciated the joke continued their devastations as before. Again the clergy applied to the king. "What would you have of me?" he replied in answer to their remonstrances. "You gave me your prayers in my necessity, and I have given you mine in yours." The clergy understood the argument, and thought it the wiser course to pay their quota of Saladin's tithe without further parley. This anecdote shows the unpopularity of the crusade. If the clergy disliked to contribute, it is no wonder that the people felt still greater antipathy. But the chivalry of Europe was eager for the affray. The tithe was rigorously collected, and armies from England, France, Burgundy, Italy, Flanders, and Germany were soon in the field. The 2 kings who were to have led it were, however, drawn into broils by an aggression of Richard, Duke of Guienne, better known as Richard Coeur de Lion, upon the territory of the Count of Toulouse, and the proposed journey to Palestine was delayed. War continued to rage between France and England, and with so little probability of a speedy termination, that many of the nobles, bound to the crusade, left the 2 monarchs to settle the differences at their leisure, and proceeded to Palestine without them. Death at last stepped in and removed Henry II from the hostility of his foes, and the treachery and ingratitude of his children. His son Richard immediately concluded an alliance with Philip Augustus, and the 2 young, valiant and impetuous monarchs united all their energies to forward the crusade. They met with a numerous and brilliant retinue at Nonancourt in Normandy, where, in sight of their assembled chivalry, they embraced as brothers and swore to live as friends and true allies until a period of 40 days after their return from the Holy Land. With a view of purging their camp from the follies and vices which had proved so ruinous to preceding expeditions, they drew up a code of laws for the government of the army. Gambling had been carried to a great extent and proved the fruitful source of quarrels and bloodshed, and one of their laws prohibited any person in the army, beneath the degree of a knight, from playing at any game for money. Knights and clergymen might play for money, but no one was permitted to lose or gain more than 20 shillings in a day, under a penalty of 100 shillings. The personal attendants of the monarchs were also allowed to play to the same extent. The penalty in their case for infraction was that they should be whipped naked through the army for the space of 3 days. Any crusader who struck another and drew blood was ordered to have his hand cut off, and whoever slew a brother crusader was condemned to be tied alive to the corpse of his victim and buried with him. No young women were allowed to follow the army, to the great sorrow of many vicious and of many virtuous dames who had not courage to elude the decree by dressing in male attire. But many high-minded and affectionate maidens and matrons, bearing the sword or the spear, followed their husbands and lovers to the war in spite of King Richard and in defiance of danger. The only women allowed to accompany the army in their own habiliments were washerwomen of 50 years complete and any others of the fair sex who had reached the same age. These rules having been promulgated, the two monarchs marched together to Lyon, where they separated, agreeing to meet again at Messina. Philip proceeded across the Alps to Genoa, where he took ship and was conveyed in safety to the place of rendezvous. Richard turned in the direction of Marseille, where he also took ship for Messina. His impetuous disposition hurried him into many squabbles by the way, and his knights and followers, for the most part as brave and as foolish as himself, imitated him very zealously in this particular. At Messina, the Sicilians charged the most exorbitant prices for every necessary of life. Richard's army in vain remonstrated. From words they came to blows, and, as a last resource, plundered the Sicilians, since they could not trade with them. Continual battles were the consequence, in one of which Lebrun, the favourite attendant of Richard, lost his life. The peasantry from far and near came flocking to the aid of the townspeople, and the battle soon became general. Richard, irritated at the loss of his favourite and incited by report that Tancred, the king of Sicily, was fighting at the head of his own people, joined the melee with his boldest knights and, beating back the Sicilians, attacked the city sword in hand, stormed the battlements, tore down the flag of Sicily, and planted his own in its stead. This collision gave great offence to the King of France, who became from that time jealous of Richard and apprehensive that his design was not so much to re-establish the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem as to make conquests for himself. He, however, exerted his influence to restore peace between the English and Sicilians, and shortly afterwards set sail for Acre, with distrust of his ally germinating in his heart. Richard remained behind for some weeks in a state of inactivity quite unaccountable in one of his temperament. He appears to have had no more squabbles with the Sicilians, but to have lived an easy, luxurious life, forgetting, in the lap of pleasure, the objects for which he had quitted his own dominions and the dangerous laxity he was introducing into his army. The superstition of his soldiers recalled him at length to a sense of his duty. A comet was seen for several successive nights, which was thought to menace them with the vengeance of heaven for their delay. Shooting stars gave them similar warning, and a fanatic of the name of Joachim, with his drawn sword in his hand and his long hair streaming wildly over his shoulders, went through the camp, howling all night long and predicting plague, famine, and every other calamity if they did not set out immediately. Richard did not deem it prudent to neglect the intimations, and after doing humble penance for his remissness, he set sail for Acre. A violent storm dispersed his fleet, but he arrived safely at Rhodes with the principal part of the armament. Here he learned that 3 of his ships had been stranded on the rocky coasts of Cyprus, and that the ruler of the island, Isaac Comnenus, had permitted his people to pillage the unfortunate crews and had refused shelter to his betrothed bride, the Princess Berengaria, and his sister, who, in one of the vessels, had been driven by stress of weather into the port of Limisso. The fiery monarch swore to be revenged, and collecting all his vessels, sailed back to Limisso. Isaac Comnenus refused to apologize or explain, and Richard, in no mood to be trifled with, landed on the island, routed with great loss the forces sent to oppose him, and laid the whole country under contribution. On his arrival at Acre, he found the whole of the chivalry of Europe there before him. Gay of Lusignan, the king of Jerusalem, had long before collected the bold knights of the Temple, the Hospital, and St. John, and had laid siege to Acre, which was resolutely defended by the Sultan Saladin, with an army magnificent both for its numbers and its discipline. For nearly 2 years the Crusaders had pushed the siege and made efforts almost superhuman to dislodge the enemy. Various battles had taken place in the open fields with no decisive advantage to either party, and Guy of Lusignan had begun to despair of taking that strong position without aid from Europe. His joy was extreme on the arrival of Philip with all his chivalry, and he only awaited the coming of Coeur de Lion to make one last decisive attack upon the town. When the fleet of England was first seen approaching the shores of Syria, a universal shout arose from the Christian camp, and when Richard landed with his train, one louder still pierced to the very mountains of the south, where Saladin lay with all his army. It may be remarked as characteristic of this crusade that the Christians and the Moslems no longer looked upon each other as barbarians, to whom mercy was a crime. Each host entertained the highest admiration for the bravery and magnanimity of the other, and, in their occasional truces, met upon the most friendly terms. The Moslem warriors were full of courtesy to the Christian knights, and had no other regret than to think that such fine fellows were not Mohammedans. The Christians, with a feeling precisely similar, extolled to the skies the nobleness of the Saracens, and sighed to think that such generosity and valour should be sullied by disbelief in the gospel of Jesus. But when the strife began, all these feelings disappeared, and the struggle became mortal. The jealousy excited in the mind of Philip by the events of Messina still rankled, and the two monarchs refused to act in concert. Instead of making a joint attack upon the town, the French monarch assailed it alone and was repulsed. Richard did the same, and with the same result. Philip tried to seduce the soldiers of Richard from their allegiance by the offer of 3 gold pieces per month to every knight who would forsake the banners of England for those of France. Richard endeavoured to neutralise the offer by a larger one, and promised 4 pieces to every French knight who should join the Lion of England. In this unworthy rivalry their time was wasted, to the great detriment of the discipline and efficiency of their followers. Some good was nevertheless effected, for the mere presence of 2 such armies prevented the besieged city from receiving supplies, and the inhabitants were reduced by famine to the most woeful straits. Saladin did not deem it prudent to risk a general engagement by coming to their relief, but preferred to wait till dissension had weakened his enemy and made him an easy prey. Perhaps if he had been aware of the real extent of the extremity in Acre, he would have changed his plan. But cut off from the town, he did not know its misery till it was too late. After a short truce, the city capitulated upon terms so severe that Saladin afterwards refused to ratify them. The chief conditions were that the precious wood of the true cross, captured by the Moslems in Jerusalem, should be restored, that a sum of 200,000 gold pieces should be paid, and that all the Christian prisoners in Acre should be released, together with 200 knights and 1,000 soldiers detained in captivity by Saladin. The Eastern monarch, as may be well conceived, did not set much store on the wood of the cross, but was nevertheless anxious to keep it, as he knew its possession by the Christians would do more than a victory to restore their courage. He refused, therefore, to deliver it up, or to accede to any of the conditions, and Richard, as he had previously threatened, barbarously ordered all the Saracen prisoners in his power to be put to death. The possession of the city only caused new and unhappy dissensions between the Christian leaders. The Archduke of Austria unjustifiably hoisted his flag on one of the towers of Acre, which Richard no sooner saw than he tore it down with his own hands and trampled it under his feet. Philip, though he did not sympathize with the Archduke, was piqued at the assumption of Richard, and the breach between the two monarchs became wider than ever. A foolish dispute arose at the same time between Guy of Lusignan and Conrad of Montferrat for the crown of Jerusalem. The inferior knights were not slow to imitate the pernicious example, and jealousy, distrust, and ill will reigned in the Christian camp. In the midst of this confusion, the King of France suddenly announced his intention to return to his own country. Richard was filled with indignation and exclaimed, "Eternal shame light on him and on all France, if, for any cause, he leave this work unfinished." But Philip was not to be stayed. His health had suffered by his residence in the East, and ambitious of playing a first part, he preferred to play none at all than to play second to King Richard. Leaving a small detachment of Burgundians behind, he returned to France with the remainder of his army. And Coeur de Lion, without feeling, in the multitude of his rivals, that he had lost the greatest, became painfully convinced that the right arm of the enterprise was lopped off. After his departure, Richard refortified Acre, restored the Christian worship in the churches, and leaving a Christian garrison to protect it, marched along the seacoast towards Ascalon. Saladin was on the alert, and sent his light horse to attack the rear of the Christian army, while he himself, miscalculating their weakness since the defection of Philip, endeavoured to force them to a general engagement. The rival armies met near Azotus. A fierce battle ensued, in which Saladin was defeated and put to flight, and the road to Jerusalem left free for the Crusaders. Again, discord exerted its baleful influence and prevented Richard from following up his victory. His opinion was constantly opposed by the other leaders, all jealous of his bravery and influence, and the army, instead of marching to Jerusalem, or even to Ascalon, as was first intended, proceeded to Jaffa and remained in idleness until Saladin was again in a condition to wage war against them. Many months were spent in fruitless hostilities and as fruitless negotiations. Richard's wish was to recapture Jerusalem, but there were difficulties in the way, which even his bold spirit could not conquer. His own intolerable pride was not the least cause of the evil, for it estranged many a generous spirit who would have been willing to cooperate with him in all cordiality. At length it was agreed to march to the Holy City, but the progress made was so slow and painful that the soldiers murmured and the leaders meditated retreat. The weather was hot and dry, and there was little water to be procured. Saladin had choked up the wells and cisterns on the route, and the army had not zeal enough to push forward amid such privation. At Bethlehem a council was held to debate whether they should retreat or advance. Retreat was decided upon and immediately commenced. It is said that Richard was first led to a hill whence he could obtain a sight of the towers of Jerusalem, and that he was so affected at being so near it and so unable to relieve it that he hid his face behind his shield and sobbed aloud. The army separated into two divisions, the smaller falling back upon Jaffa, and the larger, commanded by Richard and the Duke of Burgundy, returning to Acre. Before the English monarch had made all his preparations for his return to Europe, a messenger reached Acre with the intelligence that Jaffa was besieged by Saladin and that, unless relieved immediately, the city would be taken. The French, under the Duke of Burgundy, were so wearied with the war that they refused to aid their brethren in Jaffa. Richard, blushing with shame at their pusillanimity, called his English to the rescue and arrived just in time to save the city. His very name put the Saracens to flight, so great was their dread of his prowess. Saladin regarded him with the warmest admiration, and when Richard, after his victory, demanded peace, willingly acceded. A truce was concluded for 3 years and 8 months, during which Christian pilgrims were to enjoy the liberty of visiting Jerusalem without hindrance or payment of any tax. The Crusaders were allowed to retain the cities of Tyre and Jaffa, with the country intervening. Saladin, with a princely generosity, invited many of the Christians to visit Jerusalem, and several of the leaders took advantage of his offer to feast their eyes upon a spot which all considered so sacred. Many of them were entertained for days in the Sultan's own palace, from which they returned with their tongues laden with the praises of the noble infidel. Richard and Saladin never met, though the impression that they did will remain on many minds who have been dazzled by the glorious fiction of Sir Walter Scott. But each admired the prowess and nobleness of soul of his rival, and agreed to terms far less onerous than either would have accepted had this mutual admiration not existed. The King of England no longer delayed his departure, for messengers from his own country brought imperative news that his presence was required to defeat the intrigues that were fomenting against his crown. His long imprisonment in the Austrian dominions and final ransom are too well known to be dwelt upon. And thus ended the Third Crusade, less destructive of human life than the two first, but quite as useless. The flame of popular enthusiasm now burned pale indeed, and all the efforts of popes and potentates were insufficient to rekindle it. At last, after flickering unsteadily like a lamp expiring in the socket, it burned up brightly for one final instant and was extinguished forever. The Fourth Crusade, as connected with popular feeling, requires little or no notice. At the death of Saladin, which happened a year after the conclusion of his truce with Richard of England, his vast empire fell to pieces. His brother Saif-ed-Din, or Safaddin, seized upon Syria, in the possession of which he was troubled by the sons of Saladin. When this intelligence reached Europe, the Pope, Celestine III, judged the moment favourable for preaching a new crusade, but every nation in Europe was unwilling and cold towards it. The people had no ardour, and kings were occupied with more weighty matters at home. The only monarch of Europe who encouraged it was the Emperor Henry of Germany, under whose auspices the Dukes of Saxony and Bavaria took the field at the head of a considerable force. They landed in Palestine and found anything but a welcome from the Christian inhabitants. Under the mild sway of Saladin, they had enjoyed repose and toleration, and both were endangered by the arrival of the Germans. They looked upon them in consequence as over-officious intruders, and gave them no encouragement in the warfare against Saladin. The result of this crusade was even more disastrous than the last, for the Germans contrived not only to embitter the Saracens against the Christians of Judea, but to lose the strong city of Jaffa and cause the destruction of 9/10 of the army with which they had quitted Europe. And so ended the Fourth Crusade. The Fifth was more important and had a result which its projectors never dreamed of, no less than the sacking of Constantinople and the placing of a French dynasty upon the imperial throne of the Eastern Caesars. Each succeeding pope, however much he may have differed from his predecessors on other points, zealously agreed in one, that of maintaining by every possible means the papal ascendancy. No scheme was so likely to aid in this endeavour as the Crusades. As long as they could persuade the kings and nobles of Europe to fight and die in Syria, their own sway was secured over the minds of men at home. Such being their object, they never inquired whether a crusade was or was not likely to be successful, whether the time were well or ill chosen, or whether men and money could be procured in sufficient abundance. Pope Innocent III would have been proud if he could have bent the refractory monarchs of England and France into so much submission. But John and Philip Augustus were both engaged. Both had deeply offended the Church and had been laid under her ban, and both were occupied in important reforms at home. Philip in bestowing immunities upon his subjects, and John in having them forced from him. The emissaries of the Pope therefore plied them in vain, but as in the First and Second Crusades, the eloquence of a powerful preacher incited the nobility, and through them a certain portion of the people. Fulk, Bishop of Neuilly, an ambitious and enterprising prelate, entered fully into the views of the court of Rome and preached the crusade wherever he could find an audience. Chance favoured him to a degree he did not himself expect, for he had in general found but few proselytes, and those few but cold in the cause. Theobald Count of Champagne had instituted a grand tournament, to which he had invited all the nobles from far and near. Upwards of 2,000 knights were present with their retainers, besides a vast concourse of people to witness the sports. In the midst of the festivities, Fulk arrived upon the spot, and conceiving the opportunity to be a favourable one, he addressed the multitude in eloquent language and passionately called upon them to enrol themselves for the new crusade. The Count de Champagne, young, ardent, and easily excited, received the cross at his hands. The enthusiasm spread rapidly. Charles Count of Blois followed the example, and of the 2,000 knights present, scarcely 150 refused. The popular frenzy seemed on the point of breaking out as in the days of yore. The Count of Flanders, the Count of Bar, the Duke of Burgundy, and the Marquis of Montferrat brought all their vassals to swell the train, and in a very short space of time, an effective army was on foot and ready to march to Palestine. The dangers of an overland journey were too well understood, and the Crusaders endeavoured to make a contract with some of the Italian states to convey them over in their vessels. Dandolo, the aged Doge of Venice, offered them the galleys of the Republic, but the Crusaders, on their arrival in that city, found themselves too poor to pay even half the sum demanded. Every means was tried to raise money. The Crusaders melted down their plate, and ladies gave up their trinkets. Contributions were solicited from the faithful, but came in so slowly as to make it evident to all concerned that the faithful of Europe were outnumbered by the prudent. As a last resource, Dandolo offered to convey them to Palestine at the expense of the Republic if they would previously aid in the recapture of the city of Zara, which had been seized from the Venetians a short time previously by the King of Hungary. The Crusaders consented, much to the displeasure of the Pope, who threatened excommunication upon all who should be turned aside from the voyage to Jerusalem. But notwithstanding the fulminations of the Church, the expedition never reached Palestine. The siege of Zara was speedily undertaken. After a long and brave defence, the city surrendered at discretion, and the Crusaders were free, if they had so chosen it, to use their swords against the Saracens. But the ambition of the chiefs had been directed by unforeseen circumstances elsewhere. After the death of Manuel Comnenus, the Greek Empire had fallen a prey to intestine divisions. His son Alexius II had succeeded him, but was murdered after a short reign by his uncle Andronicus, who seized upon the throne. His reign also was but of short duration. Isaac Angelus, a member of the same family, took up arms against the usurper, and having defeated and captured him in a pitched battle, had him put to death. He also mounted the throne only to be cast down from it. His brother Alexius deposed him, and to incapacitate him from reigning, put out his eyes and shut him up in a dungeon. Neither was Alexius III allowed to remain in peaceable possession of the throne. The son of the unhappy Isaac, whose name also was Alexius, fled from Constantinople, and hearing that the Crusaders had undertaken the siege of Zara, made them the most magnificent offers if they would afterwards aid him in deposing his uncle. His offers were that if by their means he was re-established in his father's dominions, he would place the Greek Church under the authority of the Pope of Rome, lend the whole force of the Greek Empire to the conquest of Palestine, and distribute 200,000 marks of silver among the crusading army. The offer was accepted, with a proviso on the part of some of the leaders that they should be free to abandon the design if it met with the disapproval of the Pope. But this was not to be feared. The submission of the schismatic Greeks to the See of Rome was a greater bribe to the pontiff than the utter annihilation of the Saracen power in Palestine would have been. The Crusaders were soon in movement for the imperial city. Their operations were skillfully and courageously directed, and spread such dismay as to paralyze the efforts of the usurper to retain possession of his throne. After a vain resistance, he abandoned the city to its fate, and fled no one knew whither. The aged and blind Isaac was taken from his dungeon by his subjects, and placed upon the throne ere the Crusaders were apprised of the flight of his rival. His son Alexius IV was afterwards associated with him in the sovereignty, but the conditions of the treaty gave offence to the Grecian people, whose prelates refused to place themselves under the dominion of the See of Rome. Alexius at first endeavoured to persuade his subjects to admission, and prayed the Crusaders to remain in Constantinople until they had fortified him in the possession of a throne which was yet far from secure. He soon became unpopular with his subjects, and breaking faith with regard to the subsidies, he offended the Crusaders. War was at length declared upon him by both parties, by his people for his tyranny, and by his former friends for his treachery. He was seized in his palace by his own guards and thrown into prison, while the Crusaders were making ready to besiege his capital. The Greeks immediately proceeded to the election of a new monarch, and looking about for a man of courage, energy, and perseverance, they fixed upon Alexius Ducas, who, with almost every bad quality, was possessed of the virtues they needed. He ascended the throne under the name of Murzuphlis. One of his first acts was to rid himself of his youngest predecessor. A broken heart had already removed the blind old Isaac, no longer a stumbling block in his way, and the young Alexius was soon after put to death in his prison. War to the knife was now declared between the Greeks and the Franks, and early in the spring of the year 1204, preparations were commenced for an assault upon Constantinople. The French and Venetians entered into a treaty for the division of the spoils among their soldiery, for so confident were they of success that failure never once entered into their calculations. This confidence led them on to victory, while the Greeks, cowardly as treacherous people always are, were paralyzed by a foreboding of evil. It has been a matter of astonishment to all historians that Murzuphlis, with the reputation for courage which he had acquired and the immense resources at his disposal, took no better measures to repel the onset of the Crusaders. Their numbers were as a mere handful in comparison with those which he could have brought against them, and if they had the hopes of plunder to lead them on, the Greeks had their homes to fight for and their very existence as a nation to protect. After an impetuous assault, repulsed for one day but renewed with double impetuosity on another, the Crusaders lashed their vessels against the walls, slew every man who opposed them, and, with little loss to themselves, entered the city. Murzuphlis fled, and Constantinople was given over to be pillaged by the victors. The wealth they found was enormous. In money alone there was sufficient to distribute 20 marks of silver to each knight, 10 to each squire or servant at arms, and 5 to each archer. Jewels, velvets, silks, and every luxury of attire, with rare wines and fruits, and valuable merchandise of every description, also fell into their hands, and were bought by the trading Venetians, and the proceeds distributed among the army. 2,000 persons were put to the sword. But had there been less plunder to take up the attention of the victors, the slaughter would in all probability have been much greater. In many of the bloody wars which defile the page of history, we find that soldiers, utterly reckless of the works of God, will destroy his masterpiece man with unsparing brutality, but linger with respect round the beautiful works of art. They will slaughter women and children, but spare a picture.
will hew down the sick, the helpless, and the hoary-headed, but refrain from injuring a fine piece of sculpture. The Latins, on their entrance into Constantinople, respected neither the works of God nor man, but vented their brutal ferocity upon the one and satisfied their avarice upon the other. Many beautiful bronze statues, above all price as works of art, were broken into pieces to be sold as old metal. The finely chiseled marble, which could be put to no such vile uses, was also destroyed with a recklessness, if possible, still more atrocious. The carnage being over and the spoil distributed, 6 persons were chosen from among the Franks and 6 from among the Venetians, who were to meet and elect an emperor, previously binding themselves by oath to select the individual best qualified among the candidates. The choice wavered between Baldwin Count of Flanders and Boniface Marquis of Montferrat, but fell eventually upon the former. He was straightway robed in the imperial purple and became the founder of a new dynasty. He did not live long to enjoy his power or to consolidate it for his successors, who, in their turn, were soon swept away. In less than 60 years, the rule of the Franks at Constantinople was brought to as sudden and disastrous a termination as the reign of Murzuphlis, and this was the grand result of the Fifth Crusade. Pope Innocent III, although he had looked with no very unfavourable eye upon these proceedings, regretted that nothing had been done for the relief of the Holy Land. Still, upon every convenient occasion, he enforced the necessity of a new crusade. Until the year 1213, his exhortations had no other effect than to keep the subject in the mind of Europe. Every spring and summer detachments of pilgrims continued to set out for Palestine to the aid of their brethren, but not in sufficient numbers to be of much service. These periodical passages were called the Passagium Marti, or the Passage of March, and the Passagium Johannis, or the Passage of the Festival of Saint John. These did not consist entirely of soldiers armed against the Saracen, but of pilgrims led by devotion and in performance of their vows, bearing nothing with them but their staff and their wallet. Early in the spring of 1213, a more extraordinary body of crusaders was raised in France and Germany. An immense number of boys and girls, amounting according to some accounts to 30,000, were incited by the persuasion of 2 monks to undertake the journey to Palestine. They were no doubt composed of the idle and deserted children who generally swarm in great cities, nurtured in vice and daring, and ready for anything. The object of the monks seems to have been the atrocious one of inveigling them into slave ships, on pretense of sending them to Syria and selling them for slaves on the coast of Africa. Great numbers of these poor victims were shipped at Marseille, but the vessels, with the exception of 2 or 3, were wrecked on the shores of Italy, and every soul perished. The remainder arrived safely in Africa and were bought up as slaves and sent off into the interior of the country. Another detachment arrived at Genoa, but the accomplices in this horrid plot having taken no measures at that port, expecting them all at Marseille, they were induced to return to their homes by the Genoese. Fuller, in his quaint history of the Holy War, says that this crusade was done by the instinct of the devil, and he adds a reason, which may provoke mirth now, but which was put forth by the worthy historian in all soberness and sincerity. He says, "The devil, being cloyed with the murdering of men, desired a cordial of children's blood to comfort his weak stomach, as epicures, when tired of mutton, resort to lamb for a change." It appears from other authors that the preaching of the vile monks had such an effect upon these deluded children that they ran about the country exclaiming, "O Lord Jesus, restore thy cross to us," and that neither bolts nor bars, the fear of fathers nor the love of mothers was sufficient to restrain them from journeying to Jerusalem. The details of these strange proceedings are exceedingly meagre and confused, and none of the contemporary writers who mention the subject have thought it worthwhile to state the names of the monks who originated the scheme or the fate they met for their wickedness. 2 merchants of Marseille, who were to have shared in the profits, were, it is said, brought to justice for some other crime and suffered death. But we are not informed whether they divulged any circumstances relating to this matter. Pope Innocent III does not seem to have been aware that the causes of this juvenile crusade were such as have been stated, for upon being informed that numbers of them had taken the cross and were marching to the Holy Land, he exclaimed, "These children are awake while we sleep."
He imagined, apparently, that the mind of Europe was still bent on the recovery of Palestine, and that the zeal of these children implied a sort of reproach upon his own lukewarmness. Very soon afterwards, he bestirred himself with more activity and sent an encyclical letter to the clergy of Christendom, urging them to preach a new crusade. As usual, a number of adventurous nobles, who had nothing else to do, enrolled themselves with their retainers. At a council of Lateran, which was held while these bands were collecting, Innocent announced that he himself would take the cross and lead the armies of Christ to the defense of his sepulchre. In all probability, he would have done so, for he was zealous enough, but death stepped in and destroyed his project ere it was ripe. His successor encouraged the crusade, though he refused to accompany it, and the armament continued in France, England, and Germany.
No leaders of any importance joined it from the former countries. Andrew, King of Hungary, was the only monarch who had leisure or inclination to leave his dominions. The Dukes of Austria and Bavaria joined him with a considerable army of Germans, and marching to Spalatro, took ship for Cyprus and from thence to Acre. The whole conduct of the King of Hungary was marked by pusillanimity and irresolution. He found himself in the Holy Land at the head of a very efficient army. The Saracens were taken by surprise and were for some weeks unprepared to offer any resistance to his arms. He defeated the first body sent to oppose him and marched towards Mount Tabor with the intention of seizing upon an important fortress which the Saracens had recently constructed. He arrived without impediment at the mount and might have easily taken it, but a sudden fit of cowardice came over him, and he returned to Acre without striking a blow. He very soon afterwards abandoned the enterprise altogether and returned to his own country. Tardy reinforcements arrived at intervals from Europe, and the Duke of Austria, now the chief leader of the expedition, had still sufficient forces at his command to trouble the Saracens very seriously. It was resolved by him, in council with the other chiefs, that the whole energy of the crusade should be directed upon Egypt, the seat of the Saracen power in its relationship to Palestine, and from whence were drawn the continual levies that were brought against them by the Sultan. Damietta, which commanded the river Nile and was one of the most important cities of Egypt, was chosen as the first point of attack. The siege was forthwith commenced and carried on with considerable energy until the Crusaders gained possession of a tower which projected into the middle of the stream and was looked upon as the very key of the city. While congratulating themselves upon this success and wasting in revelry the time which should have been employed in turning it to further advantage, they received the news of the death of the wise Sultan Safaddin. His two sons, Kamel and Khurreddin, divided his empire between them. Syria and Palestine fell to the share of Khurreddin, while Egypt was consigned to the other brother, who had for some time exercised the functions of lieutenant of that country. Being unpopular among the Egyptians, they revolted against him, giving the Crusaders a finer opportunity for making a conquest than they had ever enjoyed before. But, quarrelsome and licentious as they had been from time immemorial, they did not see that the favourable moment had come, or seeing, could not profit by it. While they were revelling or fighting among themselves under the walls of Damietta, the revolt was suppressed and Kamel firmly established on the throne of Egypt. In conjunction with his brother Khurreddin, his next care was to drive the Christians from Damietta, and for upwards of 3 months they bent all their efforts to throw in supplies to the besieged or draw on the besiegers to a general engagement. In neither were they successful, and the famine in Damietta became so dreadful that vermin of every description were thought luxuries and sold for exorbitant prices. A dead dog became more valuable than a live ox in time of prosperity. Unwholesome food brought on disease, and the city could hold out no longer for absolute want of men to defend the walls. Khurreddin and Kamel were alike interested in the preservation of so important a position, and, convinced of the certain fate of the city, they opened a conference with the crusading chiefs, offering to yield the whole of Palestine to the Christians upon the sole condition of the evacuation of Egypt. With a blindness and wrong-headedness almost incredible, these advantageous terms were refused chiefly through the persuasion of Cardinal Pelagius, an ignorant and obstinate fanatic who urged upon the Duke of Austria and the French and English leaders that infidels never kept their word, that their offers were deceptive and merely intended to betray. The conferences were brought to an abrupt termination by the Crusaders and a last attack made upon the walls of Damietta. The besieged made but slight resistance, for they had no hope, and the Christians entered the city and found, out of 70,000 people, but 3,000 remaining. So fearful had been the ravages of the twin fiends, plague and famine. Several months were spent in Damietta. The climate either weakened the frames or obscured the understandings of the Christians, for after their conquest they lost all energy and abandoned themselves more unscrupulously than ever to riot and debauchery. John of Brienne, who by right of his wife was the nominal sovereign of Jerusalem, was so disgusted with the pusillanimity, arrogance and dissensions of the chiefs that he withdrew entirely from them and retired to Acre. Large bodies also returned to Europe and Cardinal Pelagius was left at liberty to blast the whole enterprise whenever it pleased him. He managed to conciliate John of Brienne and marched forward with these combined forces to attack Cairo. It was only when he had approached within a few hours' march of that city that he discovered the inadequacy of his army. He turned back immediately, but the Nile had risen since his departure, the sluices were opened, and there was no means of reaching Damietta. In this strait, he sued for the peace he had formerly spurned, and happily for himself, found the generous brothers Camel and Coradin still willing to grant it. Damietta was soon afterwards given up, and the cardinal returned to Europe. John of Brienne retired to Acre, to mourn the loss of his kingdom, embittered against the folly of his pretended friends who had ruined where they should have aided him. And thus ended the Sixth Crusade. The Seventh was more successful. Frederick II, Emperor of Germany, had often vowed to lead his armies to the defense of Palestine, but was as often deterred from the journey by matters of more pressing importance. Coradin was a mild and enlightened monarch, and the Christians of Syria enjoyed repose and toleration under his rule. But John of Brienne was not willing to lose his kingdom without an effort, and the popes in Europe were ever willing to embroil the nations for the sake of extending their own power. No monarch of that age was capable of rendering more effective assistance than Frederick of Germany. To inspire him with more zeal, it was proposed that he should wed the young Princess Violante, daughter of John of Brienne and heiress of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Frederick consented with joy and eagerness. The princess was brought from Acre to Rome without delay, and her marriage celebrated on a scale of great magnificence. Her father, John of Brienne, abdicated all his rights in favor of his son-in-law, and Jerusalem had once more a king who had not only the will, but the power to enforce his claims. Preparations for the new crusade were immediately commenced, and in the course of 6 months the emperor was at the head of a well-disciplined army of 60,000 men. Matthew Paris informs us that an army of the same amount was gathered in England, and most of the writers upon the Crusades adopt his statement. When John of Brienne was in England, before his daughter's marriage with the emperor was thought of, praying for the aid of Henry III and his nobles to recover his lost kingdom, he did not meet with much encouragement. Grafton, in his chronicles, says, "He departed again without any great comfort." But when a man of more influence in European politics appeared upon the scene, the English nobles were as ready to sacrifice themselves in the cause as they had been in the time of Coeur de Lion. The army of Frederick encamped at Brundusium, but a pestilential disease having made its appearance among them, their departure was delayed for several months. In the meantime, the Empress Violante died in childbed. John of Brienne, who had already repented of his abdication, and was besides incensed against Frederick for many acts of neglect and insult, no sooner saw the only tie which bound them severed by the death of his daughter, than he began to bestir himself, and make interest with the Pope to undo what he had done, and regain the honorary crown he had renounced. Pope Gregory IX, a man of a proud, unconciliating, and revengeful character, owed the emperor a grudge for many an act of disobedience to his authority, and encouraged the overtures of John of Brienne more than he should have done. Frederick, however, despised them both, and as soon as his army was convalescent, set sail for Acre. He had not been many days at sea when he was himself attacked with the malady, and obliged to return to Otranto, the nearest port. Gregory, who had by this time decided in the interest of John of Brienne, excommunicated the emperor for returning from so holy an expedition on any pretext whatever. Frederick at first treated the excommunication with supreme contempt, but when he got well, he gave his holiness to understand that he was not to be outraged with impunity, and sent some of his troops to ravage the papal territories. This, however, only made the matter worse, and Gregory dispatched messengers to Palestine forbidding the faithful, under severe pains and penalties, to hold any intercourse with the excommunicated emperor. Thus, between them both, the scheme which they had so much at heart bade fair to be as effectually ruined as even the Saracens could have wished. Frederick still continued his zeal in the crusade, for he was now king of Jerusalem and fought for himself, and not for Christendom or its representative Pope Gregory. Hearing that John of Brienne was preparing to leave Europe, he lost no time in taking his own departure and arrived safely at Acre. It was here that he first experienced the evil effects of excommunication. The Christians of Palestine refused to aid him in any way and looked with distrust, if not with abhorrence, upon him. The Templars, Hospitallers, and other knights shared at first the general feeling, but they were not men to yield a blind obedience to a distant potentate, especially when it compromised their own interests. When, therefore, Frederick prepared to march upon Jerusalem without them, they joined his banners to a man. It is said that previous to quitting Europe, the German emperor had commenced a negotiation with the Sultan Kamel for the restoration of the Holy Land, and that Kamel, who was jealous of the ambition of his brother Khomreddin, was willing to stipulate to that effect, on condition of being secured by Frederick in the possession of the more important territory of Egypt. But before the Crusaders reached Palestine, Kamel was relieved from all fears by the death of his brother. He nevertheless did not think it worthwhile to contest with the Crusaders the barren corner of the earth which had already been dyed with so much Christian and Saracen blood, and proposed a truce of 3 years, only stipulating, in addition, that the Moslems should be allowed to worship freely in the Temple of Jerusalem. This happy termination did not satisfy the bigoted Christians of Palestine. The tolerance they sought for themselves, they were not willing to extend to others, and they complained bitterly of the privilege of free worship allowed to their opponents. Unmerited good fortune had made them insolent, and they contested the right of the emperor to become a party to any treaty as long as he remained under the ecclesiastical ban. Frederick was disgusted with his new subjects, but as the Templars and Hospitallers remained true to him, he marched to Jerusalem to be crowned. All the churches were shut against him, and he could not even find a priest to officiate at his coronation. He had despised the papal authority too long to quail at it now, when it was so unjustifiably exerted, and as there was nobody to crown him, he very wisely crowned himself. He took the royal diadem from the altar with his own hands, and boldly and proudly placed it on his brow. No shouts of an applauding populace made the welkin ring, no hymns of praise and triumph resounded from the ministers of religion, but 1,000 swords started from their scabbards to testify that their owners would defend the new monarch to the death. It was hardly to be expected that he would renounce for any long period the dominion of his native land for the uneasy crown and barren soil of Palestine. He had seen quite enough of his new subjects before he was 6 months among them, and more important interests called him home. John of Brienne, openly leagued with Pope Gregory against him, was actually employed in ravaging his territories at the head of a papal army. This intelligence decided his return. As a preliminary step, he made those who had contemned his authority feel, to their sorrow, that he was their master. He then set sail, loaded with the curses of Palestine, and thus ended the 7th Crusade, which, in spite of every obstacle and disadvantage, had been productive of more real service to the Holy Land than any that had gone before, a result solely attributable to the bravery of Frederick and the generosity of the Sultan Kamel. Soon after the emperor's departure, a new claimant started for the throne of Jerusalem in the person of Alice, Queen of Cyprus, and half-sister of the Mary, who by her marriage had transferred her right to John of Brienne. The grand military orders, however, clung to Frederick, and Alice was obliged to withdraw. So peaceful a termination to the crusade did not give unmixed pleasure in Europe. The chivalry of France and England were unable to rest, and long before the conclusion of the truce, were collecting their armies for an 8th expedition. In Palestine also, the contentment was far from universal. Many petty Mohammedan states in the immediate vicinity were not parties to the truce and harassed the frontier towns incessantly. The Templars, ever turbulent, waged bitter war with the Sultan of Aleppo and in the end were almost exterminated. So great was the slaughter among them that Europe resounded with the sad story of their fate, and many a noble knight took arms to prevent the total destruction of an order associated with so many high and inspiring remembrances. Kamel, seeing the preparations that were making, thought that his generosity had been sufficiently shown, and the very day the truce was at an end assumed the offensive, and marching forward to Jerusalem, took possession of it after routing the scanty forces of the Christians. Before this intelligence reached Europe, a large body of crusaders was on the march, headed by the King of Navarre, the Duke of Burgundy, the Count de Bretagne, and other leaders. On their arrival, they learned that Jerusalem had been taken, but that the Sultan was dead and his kingdom torn by rival claimants to the supreme power.
The dissensions of their foes ought to have made them united, but as in all previous crusades, each feudal chief was master of his own host and acted upon his own responsibility, and without reference to any general plan. The consequence was that nothing could be done. A temporary advantage was gained by one leader who had no means of improving it, while another was defeated without means of retrieving himself. Thus the war lingered till the Battle of Gaza, when the King of Navarre was defeated with great loss and compelled to save himself from total destruction by entering into a hard and oppressive treaty with the Emir of Karak. At this crisis, aid arrived from England, commanded by Richard, Earl of Cornwall, the namesake of Coeur de Lion and inheritor of his valour. His army was strong and full of hope. They had confidence in themselves and in their leader, and looked like men accustomed to victory. Their coming changed the aspect of affairs. The new Sultan of Egypt was at war with the Sultan of Damascus and had not forces to oppose two enemies so powerful. He therefore sent messengers to meet the English Earl, offering an exchange of prisoners and the complete cession of the Holy Land. Richard, who had not come to fight for the mere sake of fighting, agreed at once to terms so advantageous and became the deliverer of Palestine without striking a blow. The Sultan of Egypt then turned his whole force against his Moslem enemies, and the Earl of Cornwall returned to Europe. Thus ended the Eighth Crusade, the most beneficial of all. Christendom had no further pretence for sending her fierce levies to the east. To all appearance, the holy wars were at an end. The Christians had entire possession of Jerusalem, Tripoli, Antioch, Edessa, Acre, Jaffa, and in fact of nearly all Judea. And could they have been at peace among themselves, they might have overcome, without great difficulty, the jealousy and hostility of their neighbours. A circumstance as unforeseen as it was disastrous blasted this fair prospect and re-illumed for the last time the fervour and fury of the Crusades. Genghis Khan and his successors had swept over Asia like a tropical storm, overturning in their progress the landmarks of ages. Kingdom after kingdom was cast down as they issued, innumerable, from the far recesses of the north and east, and among others, the empire of Khoresmin was overrun by these all-conquering hordes. The Khoresmins, a fierce, uncivilized race, thus driven from their homes, spread themselves and, in their turn, over the south of Asia with fire and sword in search of a resting place. In their impetuous course, they directed themselves towards Egypt, whose sultan, unable to withstand the swarm that had cast their longing eyes on the fertile valleys of the Nile, endeavored to turn them from their course. For this purpose, he sent emissaries to Barbaquan, their leader, inviting them to settle in Palestine, and the offer being accepted by the wild horde, they entered the country before the Christians received the slightest intimation of their coming. It was as sudden as it was overwhelming. Onwards, like the Simum, they came, burning and slaying, and were at the walls of Jerusalem before the inhabitants had time to look round them. They spared neither life nor property. They slew women and children and priests at the altar, and profaned even the graves of those who had slept for ages. They tore down every vestige of the Christian faith and committed horrors unparalleled in the history of warfare. About 7,000 of the inhabitants of Jerusalem sought safety and retreat, but before they were out of sight, the banner of the cross was hoisted upon the walls by the savage foe to decoy them back. The artifice was but too successful. The poor fugitives imagined that help had arrived from another direction and turned back to regain their homes. Nearly the whole of them were massacred, and the streets of Jerusalem ran with blood. The Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights forgot their long and bitter animosities and joined hand in hand to rout out this desolating foe. They entrenched themselves in Jaffa with all the chivalry of Palestine that yet remained and endeavoured to engage the sultans of Emissa and Damascus to assist them against the common enemy. The aid obtained from the Moslems amounted at first to only 4,000 men, but with these reinforcements Walter of Brienne, the Lord of Jaffa, resolved to give battle to the Khoresmins. The conflict was as deadly as despair on the one side and unmitigated ferocity on the other could make it. It lasted with varying fortune for 2 days, when the Sultan of Emissa fled to his fortifications, and Walter of Brienne fell into the enemy's hands. The brave knight was suspended by the arms to a cross in sight of the walls of Jaffa, and the Khoresminian leader declared that he should remain in that position until the city surrendered. Walter raised his feeble voice, not to advise surrender, but to command his soldiers to hold out to the last. But his gallantry was unavailing. So great had been the slaughter that out of the grand array of knights, there now remained but 16 Hospitallers, 33 Templars, and 3 Teutonic Cavaliers. These, with the sad remnant of the army, fled to Acre, and the Khwarezmins were masters of Palestine. The sultans of Syria preferred the Christians to this fierce horde for their neighbours. Even the Sultan of Egypt began to regret the aid he had given to such barbarous foes, and united with those of Emissa and Damascus to root them from the land. The Khwarezmins amounted to but 20,000 men, and were unable to resist the determined hostility which encompassed them on every side. The sultans defeated them in several engagements, and the peasantry rose up in masses to take vengeance upon them. Gradually their numbers were diminished. No mercy was shown them in defeat. Barbaquan, their leader, was slain, and after 5 years of desperate struggles, they were finally extirpated, and Palestine became once more the territory of the Mussulmans. A short time previous to this devastating eruption, Louis IX fell sick in Paris and dreamed in the delirium of his fever that he saw the Christian and Muslim host fighting before Jerusalem, and the Christians defeated with great slaughter. The dream made a great impression on his superstitious mind, and he made a solemn vow that if ever he recovered his health, he would take a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. When the news of the misfortunes of Palestine and the awful massacres at Jerusalem and Jaffa arrived in Europe, St. Louis remembered him of his dream. More persuaded than ever that it was an intimation direct from heaven, he prepared to take the cross at the head of his armies and march to the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre. From that moment, he doffed the royal mantle of purple and ermine and dressed in the sober serge, becoming a pilgrim. All his thoughts were directed to the fulfillment of his design, and although his kingdom could but ill spare him, he made every preparation to leave it. Pope Innocent IV applauded his zeal and afforded him every assistance. He wrote to Henry III of England to forward the cause in his dominions, and called upon the clergy and laity all over Europe to contribute towards it. William Longsword, the celebrated Earl of Salisbury, took the cross at the head of a great number of valiant knights and soldiers. But the fanaticism of the people was not to be awakened either in France or England. Great armies were raised, but the masses no longer sympathized. Taxation had been the great cooler of zeal. It was no longer a disgrace even to a knight if he refused to take the cross. Routebeuf, a French minstrel who flourished about this time, 1250, composed a dialogue between a crusader and a non-crusader, which the reader will find translated in Ways Fabliaux. The crusader uses every argument to persuade the non-crusader to take up arms and forsake everything in the holy cause, but it is evident from the greater force of the arguments used by the non-crusader that he was the favourite of the minstrel. To a most urgent solicitation of his friend the crusader, he replies, "I read thee right, thou holdest good, to this same land I straight should hie, and win it back with mickle blood, nor gain 1 foot of soil thereby, while here dejected and forlorn, my wife and babes are left to mourn. My goodly mansion rudely marred, all trusted to my dogs to guard. But I, fair comrade, well I wot, an ancient saw of pregnant wit doth bid us keep what we have got, and troth I mean to follow it." This being the general feeling, it is not to be wondered at that Louis IX was occupied fully 3 years in organising his forces and in making the necessary preparations for his departure. When all was ready, he set sail for Cyprus, accompanied by his queen, his 2 brothers, the Counts d'Anjou and d'Artois, and a long train of the noblest chivalry of France. His 3rd brother, the Count de Poitiers, remained behind to collect another corps of crusaders, and followed him in a few months afterwards. The army united at Cyprus and amounted to 50,000 men, exclusive of the English crusaders under William Longsword. Again, a pestilential disease made its appearance, to which many hundreds fell victims. It was in consequence found necessary to remain in Cyprus until the spring. Louis then embarked for Egypt with his whole host, but a violent tempest separated his fleet, and he arrived before Damietta with only a few thousand men. They were, however, impetuous and full of hope, and although the Sultan Melik Shah was drawn up on the shore with a force infinitely superior, it was resolved to attempt a landing without waiting the arrival of the rest of the army. Louis himself, in wild impatience, sprang from his boat and waded on shore, while his army, inspired by his enthusiastic bravery, followed, shouting the old war cry of the first Crusaders, "Dieu le veut! Dieu le veut!" A panic seized the Turks. A body of their cavalry attempted to bear down upon the Crusaders, but the knights fixed their large shields deep in the sands of the shore and rested their lances upon them, so that they projected above and formed a barrier so imposing that the Turks, afraid to breast it, turned round and fairly took to flight. At the moment of this panic, a false report was spread in the Saracen host that the Sultan had been slain. The confusion immediately became general. The déroute was complete, Damietta itself was abandoned, and the same night the victorious Crusaders fixed their headquarters in that city. The soldiers who had been separated from their chief by the tempest arrived shortly afterwards, and Louis was in a position to justify the hope not only of the conquest of Palestine, but of Egypt itself.
But too much confidence proved the bane of his army. They thought, as they had accomplished so much, that nothing more remained to be done, and gave themselves up to ease and luxury. When, by the command of Louis, they marched towards Cairo, they were no longer the same men. Success, instead of inspiring, had unnerved them. Debauchery had brought on disease, and disease was aggravated by the heat of a climate to which none of them were accustomed. Their progress towards Masura, on the road to Cairo, was checked by the Thanisian Canal, on the banks of which the Saracens were drawn up to dispute the passage. Louis gave orders that a bridge should be thrown across, and the operations commenced under cover of 2 cat castles, or high movable towers. The Saracens soon destroyed them by throwing quantities of Greek fire, the artillery of that day, upon them, and Louis was forced to think of some other means of effecting his design. A peasant agreed, for a considerable bribe, to point out a ford where the army might wade across, and the Count d'Artois was dispatched with 1,400 men to attempt it, while Louis remained to face the Saracens with the main body of the army. The Count d'Artois got safely over and defeated the detachment that had been sent to oppose his landing. Flushed with the victory, the brave Count forgot the inferiority of his numbers and pursued the panic-stricken enemy into Masura. He was now completely cut off from the aid of his brother Crusaders, which the Moslems perceiving, took courage and returned upon him, with a force swollen by the garrison of Masura and by reinforcements from the surrounding districts. The battle now became hand-to-hand. The Christians fought with the energy of desperate men, but the continually increasing numbers of the foe surrounded them completely and cut off all hope, either of victory or escape. The Count d'Artois was among the foremost of the slain, and when Louis arrived to the rescue, the brave advanced guard was nearly cut to pieces. Of the 1,400, but 300 remained. The fury of the battle was now increased threefold. The French king and his troops performed prodigies of valor, and the Saracens, under the command of the Emir Sekidun, fought as if they were determined to exterminate, in one last decisive effort, the new European swarm that had settled upon their coast. At the fall of the evening dews, the Christians were masters of the field of Masura, and flattered themselves that they were the victors. Self-love would not suffer them to confess that the Saracens had withdrawn and not retreated, but their leaders were too woefully convinced that that fatal field had completed the disorganization of the Christian army, and that all hopes of future conquest were at an end. Impressed with this truth, the Crusaders sued for peace. The Sultan insisted upon the immediate evacuation of Damietta, and that Louis himself should be delivered as hostage for the fulfillment of the condition. His army at once refused, and the negotiations were broken off. It was now resolved to attempt a retreat, but the agile Saracens, now in the front and now in the rear, rendered it a matter of extreme difficulty and cut off the stragglers in great numbers. Hundreds of them were drowned in the Nile, and sickness and famine worked sad ravages upon those who escaped all other casualties. Louis himself was so weakened by disease, fatigue, and discouragement that he was hardly able to sit upon his horse. In the confusion of the flight, he was separated from his attendants and left a total stranger upon the sands of Egypt, sick, weary, and almost friendless. One night, Geoffrey de Serchine alone attended him and led him to a miserable hut in a small village, where for several days he lay in the hourly expectation of death. He was at last discovered and taken prisoner by the Saracens, who treated him with all the honor due to his rank and all the pity due to his misfortunes. Under their care, his health rapidly improved, and the next consideration was that of his ransom. The Saracens demanded, besides money, the cession of Acre, Tripoli, and other cities of Palestine. Louis unhesitatingly refused, and conducted himself with so much pride and courage that the Sultan declared he was the proudest infidel he had ever beheld. After a good deal of haggling, the Sultan agreed to waive these conditions, and a treaty was finally concluded. The city of Damietta was restored, a truce of 10 years agreed upon, and 10,000 golden bezants paid for the release of Louis and the liberation of all the captives. Louis then withdrew to Jaffa and spent 2 years in putting that city and Caesarea, with the other possessions of the Christians in Palestine,
into a proper state of defense. He then returned to his own country, with great reputation as a saint, but very little as a soldier. Matthew Paris informs us that, in the year 1250, while Louis was in Egypt, thousands of the English were resolved to go to the Holy War, had not the king strictly guarded his ports and kept his people from running out of doors. When the news arrived of the reverses and captivity of the French king, their ardour cooled, and the crusade was sung of only, but not spoken of. In France, a very different feeling was the result.
The news of the king's capture spread consternation through the country. A fanatic monk of Citeaux suddenly appeared in the villages, preaching to the people and announcing that the Holy Virgin, accompanied by a whole army of saints and martyrs, had appeared to him, and commanded him to stir up the shepherds and farm labourers to the defence of the cross. To them only was his discourse addressed, and his eloquence was such that thousands flocked around him, ready to follow wherever he should lead. The pastures and the cornfields were deserted, and the shepherds, or pastoreaux as they were termed, became at last so numerous as to amount to upwards of 50,000. Millot says 100,000 men. The Queen Blanche, who governed as regent during the absence of the king, encouraged at first the armies of the pastoreaux, but they soon gave way to such vile excesses that the peaceably disposed were driven to resistance. Robbery, murder, and violation marked their path, and all good men, assisted by the government, united in putting them down. They were finally dispersed, but not before 3,000 of them had been massacred. Many authors say that the slaughter was still greater. The 10 years' truce concluded in 1264, and St. Louis was urged by two powerful motives to undertake a second expedition for the relief of Palestine. These were fanaticism on the one hand, and a desire of retrieving his military fame on the other, which had suffered more than his parasites liked to remind him of. The Pope, of course, encouraged his design, and once more the chivalry of Europe began to bestir themselves. In 1268, Edward, the heir of the English monarchy, announced his determination to join the crusade, and the Pope, Clement IV, wrote to the prelates and clergy to aid the cause by their persuasions and their revenues. In England, they agreed to contribute 1/10 of their possessions, and by a parliamentary order, 1/20 was taken from the corn and movables of all the laity at Michaelmas. In spite of the remonstrances of the few clear-headed statesmen who surrounded him, urging the ruin that might in consequence fall upon his then prosperous kingdom, Louis made every preparation for his departure. The warlike nobility were nothing loath, and in the spring of 1270, the king set sail with an army of 60,000 men. He was driven by stress of weather into Sardinia, and while there, a change in his plans took place. Instead of proceeding to Acre, as he originally intended, he shaped his course for Tunis, on the African coast. The king of Tunis had some time previously expressed himself favourably disposed towards the Christians and their religion, and Louis, it appears, had hopes of converting him and securing his aid against the Sultan of Egypt. "What honour would be mine," he used to say, "if I could become godfather to this Mussulman king?" Filled with this idea, he landed in Africa, near the site of the city of Carthage, but found that he had reckoned without his host. The king of Tunis had no thoughts of renouncing his religion, nor intention of aiding the Crusaders in any way. On the contrary, he opposed their landing with all the forces that could be collected on so sudden an emergency. The French, however, made good their first position and defeated the Moslems with considerable loss. They also gained some advantage over the reinforcements that were sent to oppose them, but an infectious flux appeared in the army and put a stop to all future victories. The soldiers died at the rate of 100 in a day. The enemy, at the same time, made as great havoc as the plague. St. Louis himself was one of the first attacked by the disease. His constitution had been weakened by fatigues, and even before he left France he was unable to bear the full weight of his armour. It was soon evident to his sorrowing soldiers that their beloved monarch could not long survive. He lingered for some days and died in Carthage in the 56th year of his age, deeply regretted by his army and his subjects, and leaving behind him one of the most singular reputations in history. He is the model king of ecclesiastical writers, in whose eyes his very defects became virtues, because they were manifested in furtherance of their cause. More unprejudiced historians, while they condemn his fanaticism, admit that he was endowed with many high and rare qualities, that he was in no one point behind his age, and in many in advance of it. His brother, Charles of Anjou,
in consequence of a revolution in Sicily, had become king of that country. Before he heard of the death of Louis, he had sailed from Messina with large reinforcements. On his landing near Carthage, he advanced at the head of his army amid the martial music of drums and trumpets. He was soon informed how inopportune was his rejoicing, and shed tears before his whole army, such as no warrior would have been ashamed to shed. A peace was speedily agreed upon with the King of Tunis, and the armies of France and Sicily returned to their homes. So little favour had the crusade found in England that even the exertions of the heir to the throne had only collected a small force of 1,500 men. With these few, Prince Edward sailed from Dover to Bordeaux in the expectation that he would find the French king in that city. St. Louis, however, had left a few weeks previously, upon which Edward followed him to Sardinia and afterwards to Tunis. Before his arrival in Africa, St. Louis was no more, and peace had been concluded between France and Tunis. He determined, however, not to relinquish the crusade. Returning to Sicily, he passed the winter in that country and endeavoured to augment his little army. In the spring he set sail for Palestine and arrived in safety at Acre. The Christians were torn, as usual, by mutual jealousies and animosities. The two great military orders were as virulent and as intractable as ever, opposed to each other and to all the world. The arrival of Edward had the effect of causing them to lay aside their unworthy contention, and of uniting heart to heart in one last effort for the deliverance of their adopted country. A force of 6,000 effective warriors was soon formed to join those of the English prince, and preparations were made for the renewal of hostilities. The Sultan Bibar, or Ben Dokdar, a fierce Mamluk who had been placed on the throne by a bloody revolution, was at war with all his neighbours, and unable, for that reason, to concentrate his whole strength against them. Edward took advantage of this, and marching boldly forward to Nazareth, defeated the Turks and gained possession of that city. This was the whole amount of his successes. The hot weather engendered disease among his troops, and he himself, the life and soul of the expedition, fell sick among the first. He had been ill for some time and was slowly recovering when a messenger desired to speak with him on important matters and to deliver some dispatches into his own hand. While the prince was occupied in examining them, the traitorous messenger drew a dagger from his belt and stabbed him in the breast. The wound, fortunately, was not deep, and Edward had regained a portion of his strength. He struggled with the assassin and put him to death with his own dagger, at the same time calling loudly for assistance. His attendants came at his call and found him bleeding profusely and ascertained on inspection that the dagger was poisoned. Means were instantly taken to purify the wound, and an antidote was sent by the Grand Master of the Templars, which removed all danger from the effects of the poison. Camden, in his history, has adopted the more popular and certainly more beautiful version of this story, which says that the Princess Eleonora, in her love for her gallant husband, sucked the poison from his wound at the risk of her own life. To use the words of old Fuller, "It is a pity so pretty a story should not be true, and that so sovereign a remedy as a woman's tongue, anointed with the virtue of loving affection, should not have performed the good deed." Edward suspected, and doubtless not without reason, that the assassin was employed by the Sultan of Egypt, but it amounted to suspicion only, and by the sudden death of the assassin the principal clue to the discovery of the truth was lost forever. Edward, on his recovery, prepared to resume the offensive, but the Sultan, embarrassed by the defensive interests which, for the time being, he considered of more importance, made offers of peace to the Crusaders. This proof of weakness on the part of the enemy was calculated to render a man of Edward's temperament more anxious to prosecute the war, but he had also other interests to defend. News arrived in Palestine of the death of his father, King Henry III, and his presence being necessary in England, he agreed to the terms of the Sultan. These were that the Christians should be allowed to retain their possessions in the Holy Land and that a truce of 10 years should be proclaimed. Edward then set sail for England, and thus ended the last crusade. The afterfate of the Holy Land may be told in a few words. The Christians, unmindful of their past sufferings and of the jealous neighbours they had to deal with, first broke the truce by plundering some Egyptian traders near Margat. The Sultan immediately revenged the outrage by taking possession of Margat, and war once more raged between the nations. Margat made a gallant defence, but no reinforcements arrived from Europe to prevent its fall. Tripoli was the next, and other cities in succession, until at last Acre was the only city of Palestine that remained in possession of the Christians. The Grand Master of the Templars collected together his small and devoted band, and with the trifling aid afforded by the King of Cyprus, prepared to defend to the death the last possession of his order.
Europe was deaf to his cry for aid. The numbers of the foe were overwhelming, and devoted bravery was of no avail. In that disastrous siege, the Christians were all but exterminated. The King of Cyprus fled when he saw that resistance was vain, and the Grand Master fell at the head of his knights, pierced with 100 wounds. 7 Templars and as many Hospitallers alone escaped from the dreadful carnage. The victorious Moslems then set fire to the city, and the rule of the Christians in Palestine was brought to a close forever. This intelligence spread alarm and sorrow among the clergy of Europe, who endeavoured to rouse once more the energy and enthusiasm of the nations in the cause of the Holy Land. But the popular mania had run its career. The spark of zeal had burned its appointed time, and was never again to be re-illumined. Here and there a solitary knight announced his determination to take up arms, and now and then a king gave cold encouragement to the scheme, but it dropped almost as soon as spoken of, to be renewed again, still more feebly, at some longer interval. Now what was the grand result of all these struggles? Europe expended millions of her treasures, and the blood of 2 millions of her children, and a handful of quarrelsome knights retained possession of Palestine for about 100 years. Even had Christendom retained it to this day, the advantage, if confined to that, would have been too dearly purchased. But notwithstanding the fanaticism that originated and the folly that conducted them, the Crusades were not productive of unmitigated evil. The feudal chiefs became better members of society by coming in contact, in Asia, with a civilization superior to their own. The people secured some small installments of their rights. Kings, no longer at war with their nobility, had time to pass some good laws. The human mind learned some little wisdom from hard experience, and casting off the slough of superstition in which the Roman clergy had so long enveloped it, became prepared to receive the seeds of the approaching Reformation. Thus did the all-wise disposer of events bring good out of evil and advance the civilization and ultimate happiness of the nations of the West by means of the very fanaticism that had led them against the East. But the whole subject is one of absorbing interest, and if carried fully out in all its bearings, would consume more space than the plan of this work will allow. The philosophic student will draw his own conclusions, and he can have no better field for the exercise of his powers than this European madness, its advantages and disadvantages, its causes and results, what wrath of gods or wicked influence of tears conspiring wretched men to afflict, hath poured on earth this noyous pestilence that mortal minds doth inwardly infect with love of blindness and of ignorance. Spenser's Tears of the Muses, countrymen, hang her, beat her, kill her. Justice, how now? Forbear this violence. Mother Sawyer, a crew of villains, a knot of bloody hangmen, set to torment me. I know not why. Justice, alas, neighbour Banks, are you a ringleader in mischief? Fie, to abuse an aged woman, Banks, woman, a she-hellcat, a witch. To prove her one, we no sooner set fire on the thatch of her house, but in she came running as if the devil had sent her in a barrel of gunpowder. Ford's witch of Edmonton, the belief that disembodied spirits may be permitted to revisit this world has its foundation upon that sublime hope of immortality, which is at once the chiefest solace and greatest triumph of our reason. Even if revelation did not teach us, we feel that we have that within us which shall never die, and all our experience of this life but makes us cling the more fondly to that one repaying hope. But in the early days of little knowledge, this grand belief became the source of a whole train of superstitions, which, in their turn, became the fount from whence flowed a deluge of blood and horror. Europe, for a period of 2 centuries and a half, brooded upon the idea not only that parted spirits walked the earth to meddle in the affairs of men, but that men had power to summon evil spirits to their aid to work woe upon their fellows. An epidemic terror seized upon the nations. No man thought himself secure, either in his person or possessions, from the machinations of the devil and his agents. Every calamity that befell him he attributed to a witch. If a storm arose and blew down his barn, it was witchcraft. If his cattle died of a murrain, if disease fastened upon his limbs, or death entered suddenly and snatched a beloved face from his hearth, they were not visitations of providence, but the works of some neighbouring hag, whose wretchedness or insanity caused the ignorant to raise their finger and point at her as a witch. The word was upon everybody's tongue. France, Italy, Germany, England, Scotland,
and the far north successively ran mad upon this subject, and for a long series of years furnished their tribunals with so many trials for witchcraft that other crimes were seldom or never spoken of. Thousands upon thousands of unhappy persons fell victims to this cruel and absurd delusion. In many cities of Germany,
as will be shown more fully in its due place hereafter, the average number of executions for this pretended crime was 600 annually, or 2 every day, if we leave out the Sundays, when it is to be supposed that even this madness refrained from its work. A misunderstanding of the famous text of the Mosaic law, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," no doubt led many conscientious men astray, whose superstition, warm enough before, wanted but a little corroboration to blaze out with desolating fury. In all ages of the world, men have tried to hold converse with superior beings, and to pierce by their means the secrets of futurity. In the time of Moses, it is evident that there were impostors who trafficked upon the credulity of mankind and insulted the supreme majesty of the true God by pretending to the power of divination. Hence the law which Moses, by divine command, promulgated against these criminals. But it did not follow, as the superstitious monomaniacs of the Middle Ages imagined, that the Bible established the existence of the power of divination by its edicts against those who pretended to it. From the best authorities, it appears that the Hebrew word, which has been rendered venefica and witch, means a poisoner and divineress, a dabbler in spells, or fortune-teller. The modern witch was a very different character, and joined to her pretended power of foretelling future events that of working evil upon the life, limbs, and possessions of mankind. This power was only to be acquired by an express compact signed in blood with the devil himself, by which the wizard or witch renounced baptism and sold his or her immortal soul to the evil one without any saving clause of redemption. There are so many wondrous appearances in nature for which science and philosophy cannot even now account, that it is not surprising that, when natural laws were still less understood, men should have attributed to supernatural agency every appearance which they could not otherwise explain. The merest tyro now understands various phenomena which the wisest of old could not fathom. The schoolboy knows why, upon high mountains, there should on certain occasions appear 3 or 4 suns in the firmament at once, and why the figure of a traveller upon one eminence should be reproduced, inverted, and of a gigantic stature upon another. We all know the strange pranks which imagination can play in certain diseases, that the hypochondriac can see visions and spectres, and that there have been cases in which men were perfectly persuaded that they were teapots. Science has lifted up the veil and rolled away all the fantastic horrors in which our forefathers shrouded these and similar cases. The man who now imagines himself a wolf is sent to the hospital instead of to the stake, as in the days of the witch mania, and earth, air, and sea are unpeopled of the grotesque spirits that were once believed to haunt them. Before entering further into the history of witchcraft, it may be as well if we consider the absurd impersonation of the evil principle formed by the monks in their legends. We must make acquaintance with the primum mobile and understand what sort of a personage it was who gave the witches, in exchange for their souls, the power to torment their fellow creatures. The popular notion of the devil was that he was a large, ill-formed, hairy sprite, with horns, a long tail, cloven feet, and dragon's wings. In this shape, he was constantly brought on the stage by the monks in their early miracles and mysteries. In these representations, he was an important personage, and answered the purpose of the clown in the modern pantomime. The great fun for the people was to see him well belaboured by the saints with clubs or cudgels, and to hear him howl with pain as he limped off, maimed by the blow of some vigorous anchorite. St. Dunstan generally served him the glorious trick for which he is renowned, catching hold of his nose with a pair of red-hot pincers till rocks and distant dells resounded with his cries. Some of the saints spat in his face to his very great annoyance, and others chopped pieces off of his tail, which, however, always grew on again. This was paying him in his own coin, and amused the populace mightily, for they all remembered the scurvy tricks he had played them and their forefathers. It was believed that he endeavoured to trip people up by laying his long invisible tail in their way, and giving it a sudden whisk when their legs were over it, that he used to get drunk and swear like a trooper, and be so mischievous in his cups as to raise tempests and earthquakes, to destroy the fruits of the earth and the barns and homesteads of true believers, that he used to run invisible spits into people by way of amusing himself in the long winter evenings, and to proceed to taverns and regale himself with the best, offering in payment pieces of gold which, on the dawn of the following morning, invariably turned into slates.
Sometimes, disguised as a large drake, he used to lurk among the bulrushes and frighten the weary traveller out of his wits by his awful quack. The reader will remember the lines of Burns in his address to the Dáil, which so well express the popular notion on this point. "A dreary windy winter night and the stars shot down with sklentin light. Wi' you mysel, I got a fright, I yont the luff. Ye like a rash bush stood in sight with waving sow. The cudgel in my knee did shake. Each bristled hair stood like a stake when we an eldritch stour. Queck, queck, among the springs our ye squatted like a drake on whistling wings." In all the stories circulated and believed about him, he was represented as an ugly, petty, mischievous spirit, who rejoiced in playing off all manner of fantastic tricks upon poor humanity. Milton seems to have been the first who succeeded in giving any but a ludicrous description of him. The sublime pride, which is the quintessence of evil, was unconceived before his time. All other limners made him merely grotesque, but Milton made him awful. In this the monks showed themselves but miserable romancers, for their object undoubtedly was to represent the fiend as terrible as possible. But there was nothing grand about their Satan. On the contrary, he was a low, mean devil whom it was easy to circumvent and fine fun to play tricks with. But, as is well and eloquently remarked by a modern writer, the subject has also its serious side. An Indian deity, with its wild, distorted shape and grotesque attitude, appears merely ridiculous when separated from its accessories and viewed by daylight in a museum. But restore it to the darkness of its own hideous temple. Bring back to our recollection the victims that have bled upon its altar or been crushed beneath its car, and our sense of the ridiculous subsides into aversion and horror. So while the superstitious dreams of former times are regarded as mere speculative insanities, we may be for a moment amused with the wild incoherencies of the patients. But when we reflect that out of these hideous misconceptions of the principle of evil arose the belief in witchcraft, that this was no dead faith, but one operating on the whole being of society, urging on the wisest and the mildest to deeds of murder, or cruelties scarcely less than murder, that the learned and the beautiful, young and old, male and female, were devoted by its influence to the stake, and the scaffold every feeling disappears, except that of astonishment that such things could be, and humiliation at the thought that the delusion was as lasting as it was universal. Besides this chief personage, there was an infinite number of inferior demons who played conspicuous parts in the creed of witchcraft. The pages of Becker, Leloir, Baudin, Del Rio, and Delancre abound with descriptions of the qualities of these imps, and the functions which were assigned them. From these authors, 3 of whom were commissioners for the trial of witches, and who wrote from the confessions made by the supposed criminals and the evidence delivered against them, and from the more recent work of Monsieur Jules Garinet, the following summary of the creed has been, with great pains, extracted. The student who is desirous of knowing more is referred to the works in question. He will find enough in every leaf to make his blood curdle with shame and horror. But the purity of these pages shall not be soiled by anything so ineffably humiliating and disgusting as a complete exposition of them. What is here culled will be a sufficient sample of the popular belief, and the reader would but lose time who should seek in the writings of the demonologists for more ample details. He will gain nothing by lifting the veil which covers their unutterable obscenities, unless, like Sterne, he wishes to gather fresh evidence of what a beast man is. In that case, he will find plenty there to convince him that the beast would be libelled by the comparison. It was thought that the earth swarmed with millions of demons of both sexes, many of whom, like the human race, traced their lineage up to Adam, who after the fall was led astray by devils, assuming the forms of beautiful women to deceive him. These demons increased and multiplied among themselves with the most extraordinary rapidity. Their bodies were of the thin air, and they could pass through the hardest substances with the greatest ease. They had no fixed residence or abiding place, but were tossed to and fro in the immensity of space. When thrown together in great multitudes, they excited whirlwinds in the air and tempests in the waters, and took delight in destroying the beauty of nature and the monuments of the industry of man. Although they increased among themselves like ordinary creatures, their numbers were daily augmented by the souls of wicked men, of children stillborn, of women who died in childbed, and of persons killed in duels. The whole air was supposed to be full of them, and many unfortunate men and women drew them by thousands into their mouths and nostrils at every inspiration, and the demons, lodging in their bowels or other parts of their bodies, tormented them with pains and diseases of every kind, and sent them frightful dreams. St. Gregory of Nice relates a story of a nun who forgot to say her Benedicite and make the sign of the cross before she sat down to supper, and who in consequence swallowed a demon concealed among the leaves of a lettuce. Most persons said the number of these demons was so great that they could not be counted, but Wierus asserted that they amounted to no more than 7,405,926, and that they were divided into 72 companies or battalions, to each of which there was a prince or captain. They could assume any shape they pleased. When they were male, they were called incubi, and when female, succubi. They sometimes made themselves hideous, and at other times they assumed shapes of such transcendent loveliness that mortal eyes never saw beauty to compete with theirs. Although the devil and his legions could appear to mankind at any time, it was generally understood that he preferred the night between Friday and Saturday. If Satan himself appeared in human shape, he was never perfectly and in all respects like a man. He was either too black or too white, too large or too small, or some of his limbs were out of proportion to the rest of his body. Most commonly his feet were deformed, and he was obliged to curl up and conceal his tail in some part of his habiliments, for take what shape he would, he could not get rid of that encumbrance. He sometimes changed himself into a tree or a river, and upon one occasion he transformed himself into a barrister, as we learn from Wierus, Book 4, Chapter 9. In the reign of Philippe le Bel, he appeared to a monk in the shape of a dark man riding a tall black horse, then as a friar, afterwards as an ass, and finally as a coach wheel. Instances are not rare in which both he and his inferior demons have taken the form of handsome young men and, successfully concealing their tails, have married beautiful young women who have had children by them. Such children were easily recognizable by their continual shrieking, by their requiring 5 nurses to suckle them, and by their never growing fat. All these demons were at the command of any individual who would give up his immortal soul to the Prince of Evil for the privilege of enjoying their services for a stated period. The wizard or witch could send them to execute the most difficult missions. Whatever the witch commanded was performed, except it was a good action, in which case the order was disobeyed, and evil worked upon herself instead. At intervals, according to the pleasure of Satan, there was a general meeting of the demons and all the witches.